place before he was even president. I mean, that's there is some evidence in that. that
the only thing that would maybe speak to me is that you're not going to. The actual interference on January 6th, if you think Donald Trump was behind that and actually is culpable for that, voters are not going to have that decision before November. Okay, that makes it sort of a troublesome. If you want to say that, fine. But he's still liable. And even after, if he were to become president, he's still liable because those actions were probably not covered. Probably
it could change the outcome of the election.
It could, like the laptop could have, but of course we know 51 guys said that was Russian disinfo, as organized by Antony Blinken.
Yeah. Last word, always a joke.
Something up my rear.
Coming up, more data on the way for the Fed to consider. We're going to get the June employment report on Friday. We are going to talk markets and what may come in just a moment. And hear ye, we're going to talk to the author taking the Constitution's original meaning to heart. One of the great ones, A.J. Jacobs, author of The Year of Living Constitutionally. He is hilarious. He's going to tell us about his quest as the nation gears up for Independence Day. Squawk Box returning after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Fed Chair Jay Powell set to speak in just a few hours at the ECB's annual summit of central bankers taking place in Portugal today. The panel will be moderated by our own Sarah Eisen, so we're going to keep our eyes on that.
Now let's talk market, but mostly rates right now. Joining us now, Subhadra Rajapat, Societe Generale, head of U.S. rate strategy. So do the markets assume Donald Trump's going to be president at this point? That's kind of the point you're making in the notes. That's what's causing the backup in rates.
Yeah, the price action after Thursday was definitely where the market is looking or assigning at least a higher probability of a Trump win. And if you go back to 2016, the playbook says that 10-year yields rose by about 80 basis points between November to mid-December, and 10-year break-evens or inflation expectations rose by nearly 40 basis points because the market started to look at the possibility of tariffs as well as tax cuts that could increase deficits. This time around, I would say that, given the fact that we're already in a high inflation regime, really the focus is on debt and deficits for the next several years.
Is that why it's different this time? Because that was the playbook in 2016, and when he exited the White House, I think inflation was 1.4%. So you did see tax cuts, you did see tariffs, you didn't see 40-year highs in inflation until 14 months after Joe Biden took office. So is that, in your view, that's totally pandemic related, supply chain, or was some of the excess stimulus and trillions of dollars of maybe stimulus we didn't need, was that responsible, or a bit of both?
So there's definitely a combination of factors that led to that rise in inflation. I mean, let's remember a lot of that pandemic spending came before President Biden was elected, and then we had a little bit more with Biden getting elected. It was goods inflation because of supply chain disruptions, but recently it's been services side inflation. Rents have been sticky and high, and inflation is starting to slowly come down. I think the progress we've made in the last 12 to 24 months has been quite meaningful, and that's part of the reason why the Fed's looking towards easing policy. Going forward, really what the Fed wants to see is that disinflationary trend continue. They want to see core PCE at least get to around 2.5% before they start thinking about rate cuts. So there's still more work to be done. So we're kind of watching the data to see how the Fed will act on policy.
Well, given that there is $33 trillion, we've already done that, and there's no relief in sight with either candidate, probably. Mm-hmm. Why would you think inflation would continue to moderate? It seems like yields are going to be even if Fed does cut, they're going to be at least a steeper yield curve, or they're going to stay high for longer.
Yeah, so the general level of yields are probably going to be higher for longer. And that's the debt and deficit story. The inflation story comes in if we, say, have additional tariffs or other sort of stimulative efforts. That's probably going to cause an increase in services
From
side.
tax cuts or more of what we saw with the Inflation Reduction Act, take your pick. There was one before then. There was $7 trillion or something with the spending.
You're absolutely right in pointing out that both are somewhat
not just
inflationary.
both, but sometimes tax cuts can actually, corporations pay more in taxes now than they did before the tax cuts.
Well, President Trump is thinking about bringing down...
The total level is high, down to 20%.
To 20%, so that's not a meaningful change. Really, the question for inflation is one of tariffs. The proposals that are currently in place from the Trump administration is that they would increase tariffs by 60% on China and 10% on all imports.
Right. No one believes that.
Okay. But what I'm saying is that we don't really have much by way of data, but then, concrete information, I should say, from the Trump administration. But that's kind of what the market's looking towards, is trying to kind of suss out what those levels would be and what the impact would be if those proposals are actually passed.
So where's the 10-year for the next year? Where are mortgage rates for the next year?
So we actually think that 10-year yields might start to decline a little bit as we head towards the remainder of the year, because the Fed's going to keep policy on hold. We don't think that the Fed's going to cut rates this year. which means a slowdown or a weakness in the data should
The Fed
point
won't
to.
cut it all.
For this year, no, we don't have any Fed rate cuts penciled in.
I thought we were back to 1 or 2. I'm counting on 1 or 2.
The market's pricing in 1 or 2. Our call is that the Fed will keep policy on hold.
Disappointed, but you don't think there'll be any. And then mortgage rates. I mean, that is, and rents. Those 2 things are the scariest things that people that, that feel like their paycheck doesn't go far enough. You can't really buy a house because the prices are all-time high, and
Yep.
mortgages are 7.5, whatever they are. Rents have doubled. No relief?
No, because we're expecting 10-year yields to actually go back up towards 4.5% by the middle of next year. And really, the reason for that is the debt and deficits.
But
The
that
CBO,
changed under either candidate? I mean,
it doesn't.
yeah,
It doesn't.
Stan Druckenmiller, I think, has made that point.
Yeah, is that I don't think either candidate has really the ability to be able to rein in debt and deficits. It has to come from Congress.
Okay.
There has to be cuts in spending, or it has to come from.
And I don't think either candidate is really pushing to see those things.
Exactly, and neither is, and Congress is not able to pass anything on that. So that's part of the reason why I think that yields probably stay higher for a lot longer than people anticipate.
Barbara, thank you. On set. Do you have any
Yeah.
thanks? Okay.
When we come back, a potential executive to fill the CEO job at Boeing is being taken off the table. We have that story next. Sportflex will be right back.
The NBC.
GE Aerospace keeping Larry Culp as CEO through at least 2027. Culp could helm the company through 2028 if he and the board agree. This move, by the way, also removes him as a potential candidate to take over at Boeing. His name has been mentioned frequently. People thought he'd be great at this. But Larry Culp is somebody who has spent years kind of designing what he thought was the best setup for GE, keeping GE Aerospace, which is, I think, a company he has a great amount of faith in. If you check out shares of GE Aerospace, they are up more than 80% just in the last year, and I think he's pretty proud of that, too.
Coming up, when we return, our founding fathers didn't count on many things when they drew up the Constitution. One man, though, took on the quest to follow the Constitution's original meaning, and he went all in, wearing a tri-cornered hat in the fashions of the 1780s around the streets of New York and so much more. The hilarious author of A.J. Jacobs is going to join us in a very serious way right after this.
Get yours today.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are just days from the July 4th holiday, marking the start of this country nearly 250 years ago, and the work that the founders did still impacting our lives in many ways. We were just talking about this court case, the Supreme Court is ruling today. Our next guest set out to live their example of it and wear their tricorn hats, immersing himself in the 1780s. Join us right now with the hat on, A.J. Jacobs, one of the great authors. The book is called The Year of Living Constitutionally, one man's humble quest to follow the Constitution's original meaning. And I've been reading you you for so many years. I can't even believe it. It's been like 20 years, actually, maybe more.
Not quite since 1780, but for a long time.
But close. So here you are, walking around New York City with a quill pen and more, doing all sorts of things to try to live the way you think the founders lived. What were you trying to do?
Well, first of all, good morrow. I didn't say that. Secondly, I did this because, as you've seen, as you just mentioned, the Constitution has a huge impact on our lives. And I realized a couple of years ago, I never even read it, not from start to finish. So I thought, as a writer, I need to understand this 240-year-old document. And the way I like to understand things, dive in, live them. So I said, I'm going to understand it using the tools and mindset of our founding fathers. That meant a musket on the streets of New York, writing with a quill pen, quartering soldiers.
You're
and
a method actor, a method writer.
I am a method writer. That's an excellent description. And it was absurd at times, as you could see, but it was a serious point. How do we interpret this document?
So what was the big lesson?
Oh, many big lessons. One is the founders were much more flexible in their thinking than we are. We are so intransigent, so tribal nowadays. Ben Franklin said that the older he gets, the less certain he is of his opinion. So it's patriotic to change your mind.
Wow, that would actually be a big one.
I know.
For this planet.
Can you imagine that they didn't see the two-party system coming?
So what do you think they would think of this now?
Oh, they would be I mean, some parts they would love. Ben Franklin, I think, would love, I don't know, the internet. But so much of America they would be shocked
Did you
at.
become an originalist for the Constitution, or do you think it needs to be interpreted in view of the way things are today?
I think a bit of both. You need to look at the original meaning, but you also need to weigh in the
Because I was thinking,
consequences.
okay, we don't have quills, but we walk around with pens. People in New York, certain areas in New York, it may not be a musket, but there's certainly a lot of people walking around with firearms
Right.
In New York. So it's not maybe that different. They just don't have the funny hat. But they have other funny hats.
They do have other funny. Well, I would argue that the past really was a different place. It was a different country. And you brought up guns. I had a musket, and I went and fired a musket. That is a very different machine.
Yeah.
It takes 15 steps
It
to
does.
load. You got to put in the gunpowder, and it's like building a desk
Right.
from IKEA. It takes a long time.
Right.
So it is not the guns we
And you
have
can
now.
forget the ball, and then that's where the expression "blow your wad" comes from. Because the only thing that goes out is the cotton, or whatever it
Nicely
is in
done.
there, right?
Exactly, and flash in the pan, also from muskets.
Flash in the pan.
Okay, so but now that you know that, and we talk about guns and all sorts of issues, do you have a new view on that, or a different view?
Well, I believe that I do think there is a right to bear arms, but we've got to take into account how different the technology is. So in the book, I give an example. If there was a law from the 1800s that said wheeled vehicles are fine on this little country lane, and that meant carts, bicycles, then someone invents an 18-wheel Mack truck, that's a different machine. So we have to keep in mind that
What do you think the founding fathers would think of the way the Supreme Court ruled yesterday, trying to be originalists, if you will, on this issue around the president? Do you have any sense of that now?
I have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts. They would be shocked, both by the Supreme Court and by the president, how powerful they are. They were not, neither was supposed to be this powerful. It was Congress. Congress was first in the Constitution. And the fact that even before the ruling yesterday on immunity, the president, they would be appalled by how powerful the president has become. And originally, George Washington made 8 executive orders. Obama and Trump both made over 200. So it's
And more
both
now.
across party. What?
More in the last 3.5
Yeah,
years.
it is unbelievable. When the idea of a single president came up in the convention, a lot of the delegates said, "Are you jesting? We just fought a war to get rid of the king. Why would we want another king?"
They still did a pretty good job.
They did, well, yeah.
There's checks and balances, and I would argue there's still checks and balances.
Well, I would argue not enough checks and balances, that the Supreme Court has way too much power. We need to give
Okay,
more.
so the Supreme Court and the president both have too much power?
Absolutely. Congress is what the founders wanted.
Right,
That's
well,
closer to the people. That's who
But
elected.
back to the idea then of switching your views and things. Today, Congress is so intransigent in this two-party system that is maybe 4 parties, depending on how you think about it. How different is that today than it was then?
Well, they did have parties pretty quickly, but the founders never wanted that. They didn't. Madison said, there's going to be factions, but he thought there were going to be lots of factions, almost like a European country.
No. We don't want that. I know, but we don't want that. We're doing just fine.
Oh, I see. You don't want that, but that is what Jack.
No, I don't want that, and I don't want to be like Europe. And I'm happy with the way things, what our forefathers set up for us, and it seems to be the greatest, greatest system in the world.
Wasn't the plan.
This was not
Well,
the plan.
that's
Whether or not you like
one
it or
man's
not,
opinion.
my point is, this was not, yes, not the plan.
Can I just ask you a human question about this
course.
idea of the flexibility? Because I do agree that right now we don't seem to be in a flexible world, but I would have thought the idea of hypocrisy and the idea of changing your mind and saying one thing and then having a different view, the human condition, whether it's today or 200 years ago, would have been very similar. Meaning people would have called you out for that, irrespective of the reason I'm asking is you're suggesting that would be normal and nobody would call you out for it, or no?
Well, hypocrisy is different than changing your mind. They were, Ben Franklin on the convention floor told a great story. He said, there was this French lady who said to her sister, why is it so strange? Why am I the only person who is right on every single issue? And his point was, we all think we're that French lady. We all think we're right on every issue. The founders were very good at looking at the evidence, weighing things. They did not like hot takes. They wanted cold takes. Let reason trump passion. So that is something I think
They would
is
be
worth.
appalled by social media.
Oh my goodness, they would not know what to make of it. Yeah, they would. It's their worst nightmare. It really is.
A.J. Jacobs, the book is The Year of Living Constitutionally, and it's an education, and a fun education on where the country was and maybe where it is today. So thank you. Really
Thank
appreciate it.
you.
I'd like to live past 30. I have. Coming up, the drama returns to Paramount. Enter media mogul Barry Diller. He ran Paramount Pictures decades ago. He even tried to buy it. What's old is new. Now he's making another run at the company. More details next. And a reminder, get the best of Squawk Box in our daily podcast. Follow Squawk Pod on your favorite podcast app and listen anytime. We'll be right back.
there?
The Paramount Global saga apparently is far from over as a new bidder enters the mix. Julia Borson joins us now with the latest. Morning.
Well, Joe, Barry Diller's IAC has expressed interest in Paramount Global. That's according to multiple sources close to the situation. And IAC has received non-disclosure agreements to review the assets and confidential information about the media giant. Now, Paramount Global shares shot higher on this news and after-hours trading, partially reversing the stock's decline since June 11th. That's when Paramount's controlling shareholder, Sherry Redstone's National Amusements, decided that it would not move forward with a deal to merge with David Elson's Skydance. Barry Diller, IAC's chairperson, has a long history with Paramount Global that goes back decades. In 1974, when Diller was just 32 years old, he was named head of Paramount Pictures and was credited with successfully building up the studio's film and TV business. Then in 1993, when Diller was chairman of QVC, he entered into a bidding war for Paramount against Sumner Redstone's Viacom, ultimately losing in 1994. Now, for IAC, the owner of Dotdash Meredith, which publishes People magazine and Food and Wine, among other things, it also has a majority ownership in Angie and stakes in MGM Resorts. There's the question of why does this make sense for them? Well, its CEO, Joey Levin, has always been opportunistic, looking for undervalued assets in various industries. Though it's worth pointing out that various sources have told me a lot has to be figured out for a Paramount IAC deal to happen, and it is still very much early stages. Could certainly not happen here.
Would this be another deal for National Amusements, where they just buy that stake and we don't know what it means for any of the other shareholders?
That's the question here, right? And there's still so much to be figured out. They've just just recently started this due diligence process.
Yeah.
So the question is whether they go ahead with a deal for National Amusements to have a controlling stake in it, or whether they do the deal for Paramount Global outright. It does seem, because of the unique nature of the structure of this deal, would be more likely to do a deal. IAC would be more likely to do a deal with National Amusements.
So here's the thing on the National Amusements piece that I still don't understand. Is whoever is going to buy National Amusements going to take on the risk of trying to effectively do what Sherry was thinking about doing earlier on, which is to say, down the road, that somehow there's going to be some plan to sell it again, to sell Paramount again, but then the question is, you have to assume that you're not going to get a super premium for your super premium shares in NAI, and they're just going to take on that risk, or what's the calculus?
I think this is a very different kind of potential buyer than a Skydance was.
Right.
Like, just to take a step back at Skydance, which was a deal that almost happened. It was very close to getting done. Skydance had assets that were directly connected to the Paramount Global assets. They owned half of Top Gun, half of these other big franchises that are essential to Paramount's future. That would have been a true merging of those. They would have been acquiring National Amusements in order to merge Skydance and its IP and content assets with Paramount Global. Here, IAC has a very different strategy. They have a huge stake in MGM Resorts. They have the majority share of Angie, which is Angie's List. They own all of these different assets, and what they traditionally do is, they used to have Expedia. They would buy these assets, fix them up, and then spin them off again. And so this would be a very different type of deal. The question as to whether they'd be trying to take Paramount and improve its maybe profitability and then sell it, obviously from a regulatory standpoint, merging media giants is very tough.
Julia, thank you. When we come back, Hurricane Beryl strengthens to a Category 5 storm overnight. That is the earliest we've seen a Cat 5 on record. So how will this hurricane season impact insurance rates and the entire industry? We'll talk about that when Squawk Box returns.
We've got this.
Hurricane Beryl churning in the Caribbean, strengthening to a Category 5 storm overnight. That is the earliest we have seen a Cat 5 storm on record in the season. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration predicted an above-normal hurricane season this year. And joining us right now to talk about the potential impact on the insurance market on this is Sean Kevelin. He is the Insurance Information Institute's president and CEO. And Sean, thanks for coming in today.
Thanks for having me.
We've been hearing that this was going to be potentially a very high-impact storm season, that we'd see a lot of them, and this seems to be playing out with what we've seen from Hurricane Beryl. How is the insurance industry preparing for this?
Well, in short, this is what the insurance industry is prepared for. It keeps capital on hand after writing policies to make sure that those promises can get kept. I think what it boils down to in many respects is where the hurricanes will make landfall and what the density is, what the economy's like. Certainly a state like Florida, where you're seeing extreme population growth, you could see a pretty significant economic impact, along with the legal system abuse that you see in that state. The prices increase fairly significantly, Louisiana being another, Texas being another here in the United States. So it has been predicted to be very active. We do say if you live on the Gulf or East Coast, it's going to hit at some point. History has proven that. So we encourage consumers to make themselves prepared in that way.
When you say the legal system in Florida, what are you referring to?
Well, in the state of Florida, you've got over 70% of all homeowners litigation resides in that state, whereas it represents less than 10% of the overall claims. You had an environment, especially over 2 years ago, where it was ripe for litigation abuse, legal system abuse. Some of the things like that they called assignment of benefits down there would allow contractors and lawyers to take over claims and exploit them 10 or 20 times what they should have been. So that puts an impact on the cost of losses. In fact, Ian, which just hit a couple of years ago, was the second costliest in terms of losses in history, with Ida just behind that, hitting Louisiana. So we've got certain states where legal abuse has to be factored into the loss costs. That does increase the cost of overall claims. And then on top of that, what we've seen through COVID and what the industry is really beginning to catch up to is inflation. So replacement costs for those claims related to homeowners, for example, year over 3 years through COVID went up 55%. Inflation's getting in a better place, but certainly it's not going to contract to that level. So that's where you're seeing, in large part, a lot of the homeowners insurance claims across the country increase, is that the industry is catching up with that inflation that was significant through COVID. Getting better now, we're seeing the trends in a better place, but certainly had a big impact on construction materials and things like that, which you have to use when you're replacing things and paying claims.
Are there some insurers who are leaving the state of Florida or other places as a result of this, where you just can't get insurance? Forget about how high it's going to cost.
Well, I think, again, across the country, inflation's playing a role in insurance costs increasing. You've had some states, though, that do have characteristics that make it harder to do business. Florida is getting better, we're actually seeing, after they've passed legal reform a couple of years ago in 2022. Louisiana just passed a significant amount of legal reform as well in that state, so we expect, hopefully, we'll begin to see things get better. The state of California is another one we hear a lot about. That, in large part, is because simply insurers can't catch up to that inflation in that state based on regulatory constraints, based on not being able to model in that state, not being able to price reinsurance into their policies. So that state has its own regulatory challenges that they're working on, but until they do, unfortunately, insurers who want to be doing business in these states, let's be honest, these are growing economies, and that's where insurance thrives. But when you've got constraints like regulatory challenges or legal system abuse, they do have to make some tougher decisions in certain markets.
Sean Kevelin. Sean, thank you for the update today.
Thanks very much.
Coming up are the Celtics, so I shouldn't say are they. They are up for sale, but what does it all mean? The Ledger sports franchise winning another title now could have a record price tag for an NBA team. We're going to talk about it right after this. In the next hour, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy on the debate fallout, the race for the White House, and yesterday's Supreme Court decision. All that and more as Squawk Box rolls on.
Jim.
And it's just weeks after winning their 18th championship. The Celtics are up for sale in what would likely be pretty easily, I would think, a record-breaking NBA transaction. Joining us now, Dan Primack, Axios business editor. The only thing we have, Dan, good to see you. The only thing that we have, I guess, that was actually, we saw it happen, it was monetized, was last year for the Suns at $4 billion. But already we know some teams are valued at a lot more than that. The Celtics could be valued at twice that, couldn't they?
I'm not sure about twice that, but yeah, look, this is the Boston Celtics compared to the Phoenix Suns, you know, an NBA hierarchy. Obviously, the Celtics are a much more storied franchise. One tricky part about the Celtics, though, they don't own their own arena. Actually, the owner of the Boston Bruins owns their arena, which definitely limits the amount of revenue they can get from parking, from beer sales, et cetera. So that is a little bit of a sticking point. But yeah, this is going to be the richest NBA franchise ever, maybe the richest pro sports franchise ever.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And it's been supposedly not a total surprise. Grossbeck, the family's been thinking about this even before the championship and for months. Why do you think? Because of where the numbers are, or for really it is for estate planning purposes?
I think it's two things. One, it's important to note this really is the Grousbeck family, which only owns around a quarter of the team. So really, you know, even if you were say the team was $4 billion, you're really only putting up $1 billion, right? You don't need all four, which is kind of similar to the Phoenix Suns. That was only about a 30 or 35% stake. Yeah, I'm told he's been talking about it for a few months. Didn't make the final decision until after the championship. I know, you know, he's with Grousbeck himself has been spending a little bit more time in New York, has some other interests, his own team over 20 years. Even as a part of this, would maintain and still be the so-called governor through 2028. I think he kind of wants to maybe do something new with his life. He's put in the time here. He's enjoyed it. I think he does like holding court at courtside and being in, you know, the fancy club during halftime. But this is a way to provide for his family for generations. He was really that wealthy outside of this, at least as kind of by standards.
He is now. It is a couple $100 million back in 2002. We know that there are other owners because they come on the show, many of them, and they have big rings on their fingers. Pagliuca comes on, and Glenn comes on. So who else? I don't know how much those guys own. They act like they own it all, but they don't. But I think Pagliuca owns quite a bit, right?
Yeah, Pagliuca was part of the original group, and I think, and we're reporting that Pagliuca has interest in trying to put together a group to, you know, to buy out Wick's stake.
Yeah.
Whether he'll be successful or not, I don't know. A lot of the minority owners, Jim Breyer is one of those. He told us on the record yesterday he'd like to be part of a group.
Yeah, I'd like to be part of the group. What do you think I would? What do you think I'd need? I like those seats. What do you think I'd need? Minimum.
Well, look, I'll say this publicly on your network. You know, I'm good for like $5 or $6 grand. So if someone wants to bring me in on this, I'm happy to.
That's what I'm thinking. We could buy one courtside seat, and I could see the first. Yeah, it's a one game, and I could see like the first couple of quarters. You could see we could switch maybe. That's about all we could get, Dan. But we're never going to own a team or a Soutine. I don't think. And it's fun to watch, and it was a great year. And you know what? Tatum put away a lot of the naysayers, did he not? I mean,
well, he did. Can I add, Joe? Just for a potential buyer, he not only put away naysayers, he also got the biggest NBA contract ever yesterday. And whoever's going to buy this team is also about to assume the biggest salary load in the history of the NBA. It's an extraordinary amount of money you're going to be paying those 12 guys.
Are these Sorkin type numbers per year? What is Tatum? What are we talking about?
No, not Sorkin numbers. No,
okay.
But good numbers for a basketball player.
That would be in Zimbabwe dollars, but I guess to make it comparable, right? Andrew Lira, maybe? I don't know. Maybe. What was the total per year?
I think
5 years, 314. 60 million a year?
The ballpark, yeah.
Yeah, I'd have to be in renminbi, BBD or something, yen. Thank you, Dan. Can you say renminbi 3 times real fast? Thanks, Dan.
Renminbi.
I think wan's easier.
Yeah.
Yep.
It is 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross, working along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Say that 3 times fast.
Bonjour.
Top stories. Barry Diller reportedly exploring a possible bid for Paramount's parent company. Sources saying that the IAC chairman has signed a non-disclosure agreement with National Amusements. Meantime, Diller ran Paramount Pictures in the 1980s, but lost a bidding war for the studio in the 90s to Sumner Redstone, whose daughter Sherry now controls that company. Shareholders at Salesforce have rejected the company's compensation plan for CEO Mark Benioff and other top executives. Shareholder advisory firms Glass Lewis and ISS recommended they vote no, raising concern about the stock awards granted to Benioff, who received more than $39 million in total pay for fiscal 2024, up from roughly $30 million the previous year, still so far apart from Elon Musk. And the Department of Energy selling 1 million barrels of gasoline in a move the White House says will lower prices ahead of the July 4th holiday weekend. They don't say it'll lower them before the election, but that's the case too. The fuel will come from the Northeast Gasoline Supply Reserve. 5 oil companies buying that gasoline, with BP taking the largest share at 50,000 barrels. The companies, no, 500,000 barrels, I apologize. The company's paying an average of $2.34 per gallon. A record 70 million plus Americans expected to travel for the holiday, including more than 60 million by car. Is that a steal?
I want in on that too. I want to go in on the Celtics and on gas for $2.34 a
Then
gallon.
you have to go pick it up.
You do, and transport it to the, and it's, you know, you don't want to get any on your skin. Or it's nasty stuff. If you ever fill your,
Yes.
okay, if you ever overfill it,
it spills on you.
or if it just is on your car for the next half hour, you're going to have fumes. Oh, yeah.
Oh. Is that how it works?
Right.
I didn't know.
You don't smell the plug that you put in all the time.
Sometimes when the driver goes,
Oh, yes, that's what it is. Jeeves.
I can
back
smell
to
it through the
Jeeves.
window, but then I tell
Yeah,
them,
back
I
to
tell them to
Jeeves.
raise the windows up.
Well, you scream at him first, and then you tell
I
him
try to be very polite about the whole
You do.
situation with him.
Yeah.
We're the ones who don't pump gas. We're in New Jersey.
We do, that's the one.
That's
Is that it?
hugest benefit of
That's
living in
it.
New Jersey.
I actually like. I don't mind because I can do it. Self-checkout. Do you do self-checkout
I
now?
do self-checkout.
I love
I
self-checkout.
know we're off the top topic, but just one thing, because I just want to know. Maybe you guys know the answer.
Back to the Supreme Court.
No, some of the gas pumps,
They don't work.
They have the little thing, the
Where you can
clip,
make it
where you can
itself.
just do it
Yeah.
by itself, and then some don't. Is
Right.
there a law
I've never
about
seen
that
the
in
ones
certain
that
places?
don't.
Oh no, sometimes there's ones that don't. You
It's
have to
bad.
hold it. What is that about? You don't know.
I think
lack
it's
of
cool
progress.
how it knows when it's full, and it's.
I do. I agree. By the way,
think
I
that's
find that
kinda cool.
fascinating.
Do you know why that happens, Steck? Why does that happen?
No.
Because it's got to.
I know, but I still don't know how the clamp itself.
Oh.
No, how does it? No, it's like a thermos, cold, hot. I mean, it's amazing.
This
I learned
technology is
all.
great.
Anyway. Go
All
ahead.
right, very quickly, take a look at the futures because things have gotten worse. Dow futures now down more than 150 points. You've got the Nasdaq off by 100 points and the S&P down by about 25. Let's check in with Dom Chu. He's taking a look at the morning's pre-market movers, and Dom, it looks like the Dow is where we've seen a little more additional weakness.
Bonjour, Dom.
Yeah. I will
This
say
is about Paris.
We're on the break. We have to. You
We're
can't.
recording, we're
we have to
recording.
record promos, and we have. You should see us try to say these French terms and how
We're ugly Americans.
terrible. Terrible. We could actually show it maybe, but that would be no.
you guys have to work on this.
S'il
You
vous
know,
plaît.
we've got a little. We're getting less and less time before you guys have to go to Paris for this whole Olympics thing. So let's get the French terms going. All right. Anyway, let's start things off with a look at electric vehicle giant Tesla. Those shares are down about maybe 1 to 1.5% right now, just around 800,000 shares of trading volume after a 6% gain yesterday. Tesla, remember, is set to report its second quarter delivery numbers later on today. The estimates right now have Tesla delivering 436,000 vehicles during that second quarter span. That would be lower than the 466,000 from the same time a year ago. Tesla stock has seen a rally, by the way, a pretty strong one, about 50% since the lows that we saw just back on April 22nd. It's now also trading above its 200-day average price on a rolling basis, something it hasn't done since just around January 10th. So keep an eye on Tesla shares, down about 1%. Let's also check on the intersection of weather and Wall Street because the cruise line operators are still in focus as Hurricane Beryl strengthens into that Category 5 storm, lashing out at parts of the eastern Caribbean at this point. According to the World Meteorological Organization, this is the earliest Cat 5 hurricane on record in the Atlantic Ocean. Stocks like Carnival, Norwegian Cruise Lines, and Royal Caribbean were down yesterday in regular trading. They're down again in pre-market trading this morning, so we'll watch that. And we'll take a look at the home builders to end things, specifically Lennar and D.R. Horton. Both of those stocks are, you can see, down right now, nearly 2% or so, just around 7,000 shares of volume for Lennar, and D.R. Horton's down about 1.5%, 5,000 shares of volume. Analysts at Citigroup have downgraded both to a neutral rating from a prior buy. Lennar's price goes down to $164 from $174. D.R. Horton's target goes to $156 from $181. They're citing things like a slowing housing market and some historical price action that suggests home builder stocks don't actually always rally into hypothetical Fed rate cutting cycles. Now, for more on those and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there get full access to detail and analysis of the day's top actions. Becky, I will say this also. I love New Jersey as a Connecticut resident because I come here multiple times a week and fill up, and they pump my gas for me.
Always do it
So,
here.
yes.
Oh my God.
And
Always do it
it's
here.
cheaper than Connecticut, so I like that.
Yeah. They are begging us to move
Sometimes they
along.
squeeze you. Sometimes they squeeze you.
Move along in French.
The right place.
Well, if you give them a tip. Yeah.
No.
Don, we'll talk more
Not
about.
out here. Not out here. Don't stop for those guys. No, they squeeze. No, they got to do. That's part of the full service. No, they do. So go to the right place. Coming up, Barry Diller may now be interested in Paramount Global. That's not him. But we'll talk.
Billionaire Barry Diller is exploring a bid to take over Paramount, and joining us right now to talk more about it is Rich Greenfield. He's with Lightshed Partners, of course. Rich, I like what you tweeted today, or what you posted on X. You said that basically every one of the vultures is coming out to take a look at this. How many people are kicking the tires?
I don't know, Becky, but I mean, think about it. Think about how many people try to buy sports teams in America. It is, these are vanity assets. And if you think about Paramount, sure, media has lots of problems. You can't fix what's happening in broadcast and cable network television and the shift to streaming. But you know what? Getting a studio, there's not many studio lots in the world. There's only, a few of them, and Paramount's available. And for somewhere between $1.5 and $3 billion, effectively, if you buy National Amusement's stake from the Redstone family, you effectively control Paramount. So whether it's a large minority stake in National Amusements where you get a seat at the table, or whether it's full control for $2.5–3 billion, this is exactly what we thought the Redstone family was going to do. Is when they killed the Skydance deal, they were going to open up to anyone else that wanted to just buy their stake versus the far more complicated transaction of buying all of Paramount.
I love your point that this is cheaper than any of these sports teams that we've been talking about. You can get control of the studio, this iconic studio, for less than you would be paying for one of these sports teams that we're talking about, $4 to $5 billion at this point. Barry Diller, obviously he's somebody who has a long and rich history, not only with Paramount, but with Hollywood and understanding what people want. How likely is that bid? Do you see this happening?
Look, you've seen Diller and IAC get sort of opportunistically involved in many assets over the years, most recently sports betting, when they took an opportunity when sort of, the price got to an interesting point for them. I don't know. I mean, look, Diller has been on CNBC. Becky, you may have even done these interviews. He's crapped all over the legacy media sector. He basically has declared Netflix, quote unquote, the winner. I have no idea how serious or not. I do know that IAC has repeatedly looked at, sort of opportunities. And look, the thing that we should be talking about is what happened last week in the debate. Forget about your political views. There's clearly greater likelihood of a Trump presidency after last week. If Trump is president, the regulatory or the hostile or chilling regulatory environment that we've been operating under would lift. And there are a lot of possibilities for Paramount. So if you control Paramount, what could you do with all of those assets? I think there's a lot more possibilities under Trump than we currently have under Biden. And so that could also be why people like Diller have all of a sudden shown interest.
So if you've got Barry Diller, we've heard Warner Brothers, who else do you think might be circling? Who else would this
we
potentially
heard
make
Edgar
sense for
Bronfman
under
Jr.
that?
and Bain.
Sure.
There's been speculation out there that Bobby Kotick might have interest, former Activision. There are a lot of people, and I'm sure there's billionaires that we don't even know that are showing interest in this. Again, somewhere full control, meaning full ownership of National Media is probably a $3 billion check. But if you want to actually own 49% and maybe have a path to control, you could do that very quickly, probably for $1.5 billion. And there's a lot of people, Becky, that could write that type of check if they wanted to take control.
Rich, you've been really right on this through this entire saga. What do you think the most likely scenario is? And I realize that's having to understand Sherry Redstone's perspective on all of this, too. You think there's a deal that gets done in the next, 3 to 4 months?
Look, I think first of all, the only deal that can get done quickly, just to be clear on your 3 to 4 months, Becky, is if it's fast. Meaning if it's not for control. Because if you're buying control of Paramount, so if someone's going to buy all of her stake, or let's just say 75% of National Amusements, that's a change of control for the TV station assets for Paramount. And that's a 12-month regulatory review. FCC obviously might change in November depending on who wins the presidency. The quickest transaction, if she sells sub 50% of National Amusements, that could happen very rapidly over the course of the next few months. I still think that's probably the most likely scenario. But there's also this sort of, hey, does somebody take the entire thing, get the clock rolling? It probably gets approved pretty quickly under a Trump administration. So maybe somebody does take a run at the whole thing. I mean, look, I think this is a pretty unique opportunity. You've got an asset in play. She has decided she wants to sell, at least a meaningful chunk of national amusements, maybe not control, but a meaningful chunk. And you've got the potential of a regulatory shift that could open up, not just for Paramount. You mentioned WBD, Becky. Like, there are Fox, which did a deal with Disney under the last Trump administration. Like, I think there's going to be so much urgency and rush to do M&A if we have a shift in administration. Everything's going to be in play in this sector.
Rich, thank you. They are playing us out. I'm going to take a wild guess. Talk to me, Goose. Is that the shirt?
That's it. I mean,
okay.
We got a little Paramount action.
All right, Maverick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the Anti-Defamation League filing a lawsuit on behalf of more than 100 victims of the October 7th attack by Hamas militants in Israel. ADL CEO Jonathan Greenblatt joins us right after the break. And then former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy will be our special guest. We're coming right back.
Time now for today's Aflac trivia question. Which WWE Hall of Fame wrestler started his career as a professional baseball player and top prospect for the St. Louis Cardinals? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Make money.
And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Which WWE Hall of Fame wrestler started his career as a professional baseball player and top prospect for the St. Louis Cardinals? The answer, Randy Macho Man Savage.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The Anti-Defamation League has now filed a lawsuit against Iran, Syria, and North Korea, alleging that each state supplied material support to Hamas for its October 7th attack. The lawsuit seeking financial compensation for over 100 plaintiffs, many of whom are American. Joining us right now with more on this, Jonathan Greenblatt, Anti-Defamation League CEO and National Director. And why don't we just take a full step back for just a moment to explain how a lawsuit like this would even work.
Sure.
Given that we're talking about suing countries and the ability to collect, if you will, by its very nature is almost, I don't want to say impossible, but nearly so.
So 1976, the Congress passes the U.S. Foreign Sovereigns Act, which entitles these different countries to diplomatic immunity, except in the cases where there are state sponsors of terror. So countries are on a list that's established by the U.S. government if they are determined to be state sponsors of terror organizations. And that list includes countries like, it's included many over the years. Right now, Iran, North Korea, Syria, and also Cuba is on that list. So in 2015, the U.S. government established a fund, the U.S. Victims of State-Sponsored Terror Fund. It is comprised of monies that have been, they're like seized assets, fines levied, et cetera. So there's no U.S. taxpayer dollars involved. So what we did yesterday at ADL with the law firm of Crowell and Loring is we filed in federal court a lawsuit on behalf of Americans who were attacked, wounded, or killed in the attack on 10/7. And what we're going to prove is that Iran, North Korea, and Syria were complicit in the Hamas attack because they provided material resources, financing, or actually training to the terror organization.
And what's the, just from a practical perspective, what's the process, the legal process that this will go through?
Well, we filed in court. It's not easy to serve them. Right. So I can't just walk up to Khamenei and hand him papers. That takes a few months to do through channels. And then we're going to have to make our case in front of a judge. It's not a jury trial, so we'll be seen in front of a judge who will look at the evidence. Now, it's very possible that, Ayatollah Khamenei can send a defense attorney. Unlikely to happen, Andrew. So in reality, we will probably be presenting our case
without a defense,
without them filing an official defense. And the judge will evaluate the materials and then, I believe, find in our favor.
Try to get rid of the rest of the squad. Spend your money effectively. You got rid of Bowman's gone. There's about 3 or 4 other ones.
Oh, yeah, that's a different thing.
He's already, he's shifting the conversation. I was going to go there eventually, but we might as well.
I wasn't going to go there. This is, you're not going to get anywhere. Go do something you can actually do.
We're representing 130 individuals or families, Joe, all of whose lives were irrevocably altered. So
I understand that, but I
will get them financial relief.
Time could be really
financial
from
relief
Iran,
matters.
From Iran, and
again from these seized assets. Okay. So we're going to do that, number one, and number two, we're going to demonstrate the complicity of Iran in particular. I mean, look, their largest export is anti-Semitism. They're the single state sponsor of terror. And we have all these 10/7 deniers right now. People saying the attack didn't happen. People saying that women weren't raped.
The ones in Congress, that's what I'm saying. Maybe work on some domestic issues.
We do that as well. And look, I think I look forward to Congressman Bowman returning to his post as a middle school
fire marshal, isn't he?
somewhere. Fire, maybe that's, he's trying out for that job.
Good
he knows how to do it.
Weigh in. We've obviously been talking about the debate and the debate performance by President Biden and obviously former President Trump. And how you think about both of these candidates in the context of anti-Semitism here in the U.S. and around the world, but also in the context of what you think is happening in Israel, Gaza.
It's complicated, but not complicated. So on the one hand, President Biden has been rock solid on this war. He went and visited the war cabinet just weeks after the 10/7 attack. He has been clear again and again, and so have people like Jake Sullivan, Secretary Blinken, etc. Now, on the other hand, President Trump has also said things that have been positive in support of Israel. So I hope whoever gets elected, they continue to maintain the bilateral relationship.
Say that it's not?
Huh?
Netanyahu would have a different viewpoint of Joe Biden.
You'd have to ask Bibi Netanyahu.
I don't have to ask him. I've seen his quotes that weapons are being withheld by the U.S., by Joe Biden, to Israel.
Look, massive amount.
You're just playing both sides.
I'm not trying to play both sides, but I think this is a bipartisan issue.
You think Netanyahu's happy with Biden?
I have not asked the Prime Minister.
Do you think he is?
I think he's happy with a lot of what he's gotten from the president, yeah. I know from, well, wait a second. The truth is, Joe, is that I talk to people around BB, and they tell me they're very happy with the support that they've gotten.
Maybe he's just...
Is there more that
maybe he's just posturing then. But
maybe it's posturing.
You think that we should be withholding... You think we
No, I do not.
And how about some of the other pressure that's been brought to bear? The PR is bad enough already without...
PR is bad.
Without President Biden adding, fanning the flames. That
Look,
Israel shouldn't be allowed to do what it needs to do.
Israel needs to do what it needs to do to bring all the hostages home and to end the reign of this terror organization.
Right, but and I know you don't want to be political. The reason I'm asking, though, the question is I think that there are a lot of, especially American Jews, but others that are trying to figure out if that's going to be your single issue, if you're a single issue voter.
Like Israel, you mean you're single
Israel. If you're a single issue voter on that score, which candidate do you think is going to be the better candidate, if you will, right? I'm just asking the question. That's the question that people are asking around the dinner table.
I get asked this question a lot, too. I think the good news is that other than extremists, particularly on the far left, Israel remains a bipartisan issue. This White House has been incredibly supportive. The things that come out of Trump camp have been incredibly supportive. When Trump was in office, he did the Abraham Accords, which were very positive. He moved the embassy, which people believe was the right thing to do. So I think, look, on the Israel issue, it's bipartisan. Both sides have said and done the right things.
And Joe thinks they haven't, but that's...
I hear you, Joe. I understand what you're saying.
It's nice to see you.
Always good to see you.
Thank you. We look forward to following the progress of this lawsuit and talking to you.
Thank you.
I was trying to throw my... So you would, because you want to say it, but you can't. So I was... Coming up, one of the criteria for CNBC's top states for business, the cost, just on that one issue, I'm not endorsed, I don't endorse. The cost and availability of insurance, we're going to hear from Scott Cohn in a state where it's a huge problem. The futures right now are not good. The NASDAQ down over 120 points. Well, I'll be right back.
What are you waiting for?
We are just over a week away from unveiling our 2024 CNBC America's top states for business. A big factor this year is the cost and availability of insurance. Our Scott Cohn is in a place where that is a huge problem, California. Scott, we were just talking about this earlier this morning and how big of an issue this is, particularly when we're talking about hurricanes that are now working their way across the oceans.
Yeah, it's hurricanes, it's wildfires, it's floods, and yeah, in California, as you say, it is a huge deal, but don't think it can't be wherever you are if it's not already. We're in a little community called Bonnie Doon, about 75 miles south of San Francisco in the Santa Cruz Mountain. It's a little hard to see around me this time of the morning before sunrise, but most of the homes around me have been destroyed by fire. But here's the thing, that fire, which was sparked by lightning, was 4 years ago. Today, according to a new government report, only about a third of the homes have been rebuilt, and a big reason for that is insurance. In many cases, the payouts were just not enough because of inflation or people were underinsured. And then when you can get, if you do rebuild, if you try to get insurance, you can't get it certainly at an affordable cost. It's next to impossible. It is not just in California or Florida or Texas or Louisiana. The nonprofit First Street Foundation says that nationwide, a huge amount of properties are at risk of losing their insurance. Everyone is at risk of some sort of climate impacts, but these are the properties at risk of losing their insurance. 4.4 million from fire, nearly 24 million from wind, and 12 million from flood outside of the FEMA flood zone. So insurance companies are doing what insurance companies do.
The insurance companies are responding to the fact that we're seeing more frequent and more severe climate events, and the fact that they're paying out more than they're bringing in oftentimes.
This does vary from state to state. It does not affect just residential insurance, of course. It also affects property insurance, commercial insurance. And so we're factoring it into this year's America's Top States for Business study, both in the cost of living category and the cost of doing business category. You can read more about how we do that, how we're factoring that in, and why insurance is becoming such a big issue. Also, where homeowners insurance is the cheapest in America. That's at topstates.cnbc.com, where we will reveal America's Top States for Business next Thursday on CNBC right here on Squawk Box. Becky?
Hey, Scott, we spoke with a representative from the insurance agencies earlier this morning, and one of the things he pointed out was that you also have areas where there's much more dense population, much more building that takes place in coastal areas or in places that are prone to wildfires, that those buildings have gotten much more expensive, and then you have the inflationary impact post-COVID of how much more expensive it is to build or rebuild any sort of damage. And I think that has all been a huge reason for why insurance costs have gone up too.
Absolutely, and it also goes all the way out to reinsurance. It's way more expensive for the insurance companies to get reinsurance. And here in California, as your guest earlier talked about, the regulations don't allow the insurance companies to raise rates fast enough to keep up with that. There are reforms going on here. There's also litigation reform, tort reform that went on in Florida that might be helping some things. But there's a broader issue here, of course, with the climate that everyone is dealing with in this risk here. And it does, as I say, vary from state to state.
Scott, thank you. Scott Cohen. And we're looking forward to the release of the rest of the list. We'll see it next week.
Okay. Coming up right after this, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is going to join us. So much to discuss with him when Squawk Box rolls on in just a moment.
Well, following backlash for telling the Wall Street Journal that President Biden was not the same person he was when he was vice president, our next guest says the president's debate performance proved that he's slipping. Joining us now, former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy. I don't even know if we need to go. Welcome, former Speaker. I don't know if we need to go. We all saw. We've been seeing it for a while with our own eyes. I want to get right to what Republicans, since you are one, what should you be hoping for right now? Do you want Biden to stay, or do you want his, I don't know if there are people that can influence him, whether it's his wife or his sister or former President Obama. I don't know who it would be, but do you want him out or do you want him in if you're a Republican?
Well, I don't want to make a decision based upon whether I'm a Republican or Democrat. I really want to look at what is the right thing to do here. And I believe if it's about democracy, this decision was already made. This decision should have been made back before last Labor Day of whether he should run or not. And a lot of that holds with his staff and with his family. This isn't something new. I've been talking about this for more than a year. I spoke about it with Andrew, where we usually had the vice president come after me and denounce what I said. When the Wall Street Journal did this story, they researched it for 6 months. I've watched this president decline mentally almost every single day, and I haven't been shy about speaking it. And the White House staff has really done a poor job here. They tried to mix my words. When I credited the White House staff, they would eliminate the words that I said staff, like I was praising the president's mental capacity. When I negotiated with him, I learned early on he wasn't the same person. I learned that he has to speak from cards when we were doing the debt ceiling. So I would use it as a negotiating tactic where I would disrupt the meeting and he couldn't go on. But now that the whole country sees it, I mean, I think some people owe me an apology like Morning Joe. But one thing I would say is democracy, the public had made this decision. They've gone through the primary. It's too late to change now the course. You've made that decision. Just as the other party, we've made a decision who our nominee is. That's why you go through a primary process. That's why you put people up and let individuals vote and decide who that nominee is.
You would actually use that as a negotiating tactic? I mean, that's, I think about that from the position of what America's enemies are thinking right now.
Well, I've said it on this show before. I've had world leaders still to this day talk to me about where President Biden is. I went into an early meeting at the beginning. I was still the minority leader. We had just won the majority, had been sworn in. We sit down in the Roosevelt room, just the leaders, and he starts reading from notes, which, why are we doing this? We all know where we are. And I remember he started saying something politically, so I just shot back. No, we're not doing that. That's not the position I'm at because I don't want to waste anybody's time. There's no cameras there. There's no reason to talk to notes. We could talk to individuals one-on-one. He's been in office more than 50 years. You've got the other leaders there too. You need to interject. You need to make your position while you're sitting at the table. There's not a time to be overly formal. But what I saw at that day is he closed his notes. He couldn't continue because I disrupted the train of thought about what he was going through on his notes. You've got to be able to give a give and take in a negotiation. And if he's not going to be the individual, I want to negotiate with the person who can.
So you're assuming that he's going to be the nominee. Do you think they'll do the July 21st thing that we heard, that maybe they'll make it official to quiet any of the...
well, let's be real.
A lot of major Democrats said he's got to go. Are they going to come on? They'll probably switch around and come back to him.
It's very obvious that the Democrats knew of his situation long before. You had former Obama's campaign manager out saying don't run. You had Carville's going out and say he shouldn't run. They did everything they could to try to get him not to run. I believe President Biden believes he is the only person who could beat Trump. He believed that when they jumped over him when he was vice president, then Hillary lost, that he knows best. He is the only person to take him off. And then think about the situation. Could the money transfer if they put somebody else other than Harris? If you pick a person, why is that going to unite everybody if a few people that the DNC decides who the nominee is going to be? You're going to have people upset all the way around. Because remember, whoever you select will probably be younger, will have 2 terms, so this will be the mantle of the party. So everyone's going to fight and say it's unfair because the country of the party didn't get to decide who that person was. And you didn't go through the battle. Lots of times people look good on paper, but cannot campaign well.
I would argue they didn't get to choose anyway because they didn't know what they were voting for necessarily. Kevin, if you think that Biden was
Becky,
not
you raised
the
a good point. Because the DNC actually changed their primary so they couldn't choose. Iowa and New Hampshire were not the first states. They changed to South Carolina to give advantage to Biden. They fought Kennedy so he couldn't be on the ticket, so the public never had an opportunity to literally make the decision who they wanted as their nominee.
Kevin, if you thought that you were not negotiating with Biden because he wasn't the one who could make those decisions, who was ultimately the person who you'd be negotiating
We all want to know.
on the other side?
Look, I've been very clear. He has good staff. There's staff in there that I've worked with. But let me give you another example. Biden still makes the decisions. The question is, when Afghanistan happened, when he made this decision to pull out in the manner he did without listening to the generals, he made a decision that he was going to leave on a date that the Taliban wanted. We had thousands of Americans still there. We had all these members of Congress helping pull these Americans out. I picked up the phone and just called the White House operator and asked to speak to the president. He wasn't speaking to me at this time. He then called me back. But when I had the conversation with him that you had to delay this date, you know what the president told me? No, Kevin, there's not as many as Americans there that you think there are. So I asked the president, well, how many Americans do you think there are? He wouldn't give me a number. And then he told me that the Taliban would need us, that I didn't quite understand it. Then he said that he had to keep that date. I said the Allies need more time to get their citizens out as well. And then I remember having a discussion with him before the invasion of Ukraine, where he had spoken to Putin, and he told me that he didn't think Putin would invade because of these sanctions. And I politely told him I disagreed. It was the 100th anniversary of the creation of the Soviet Union.
Let's talk
He
about
only respects
I want to talk about the Supreme Court. Well, that's one thing to go. But I want to ask it this way. So you saw the president last night. So that may be what they run on, and that is that if Trump gets 2 more Supreme Court justices, it's going to be like the end of the world as we know it. And did you see any other decision yesterday that the Supreme Court could have come down with that would not have just pulled the rug out from all future presidents?
No, I think the Supreme Court actually got this right. And I think one of the challenges we have is the mischaracterization of a lot of these decisions. Think about what the Supreme Court literally said in this decision. The president is not above the law. I mean, literally stated it in there. And where they got it is the president's going to have to make certain decisions. Like, President Obama had to make a decision to actually take out Americans in foreign land. He would be sued by that, but he was protecting America. Right. But if President Obama directed that the intel community falsify the Hunter Biden laptop to help Biden, that he wouldn't have immunity for that. The only people who are really upset, I think, are showing true colors that you will not be able to take President Trump to court between now and the election. So if you wanted to use it for political basis, it pretty much says you can't. But President Trump could still have to go to court, but he's also protected to do his job.
Right. So, Speaker, I don't disagree that you want the president to have some form of immunity for certain types of official acts. I think the question is, in this case, certain acts that might be involved in politicking or fundraising or campaigning should be excluded. Illegal. And it may very well be that they are excluded, but as you just referenced, part of the issue in this particular case is the timing of what that ultimately means, meaning he could be culpable in, 4 years from now, maybe. We'll see. But that it would change the outcome of the way the public thinks about these things. What do you think of that?
Well, Andrew, I think it's wrong that you would use the courts right before an election. Even in Congress itself, we can't come out and report. We can't do mailers. We can't use the ethics committee prior to an election because you don't want to influence that. So why would one party get upset that the Supreme Court said no president is above the law but you can't take somebody right to court, or you can't sentence them right before they have their national convention. I think that is common sense, and I think the Supreme Court got it right.
Speaker, let me ask
get
you,
upset? Yes, go ahead.
Let me ask you a slightly different question, which goes back to the issue that I think Joe was raising about the prospect of whoever is in the White House in the next term may, in fact, have the opportunity to appoint as many as two more justices to the Supreme Court. We'll see, maybe not. And the question then becomes, to the degree that you want to have a democracy where people believe in the courts and believe in the system and believe in the rule of law, and I understand probably your views about the justices that are there today, but if the entire court virtually were of one political party, if you will, or appointed by one political party, what that would do to the legitimacy of the court in the mind's eye of the public, and does that matter in your mind?
Well, what's interesting, if you studied the court just a short time before, the entire court was always picked from just two universities and two faiths in America. But I didn't hear people complaining about that. I think the court is more diverse now than it had been in the past. The other part that I would look at, it's good to have three co-equal branches. I think one of the decisions that the court made made this week, was astounding last week, the Chevron deference. If you looked at how out of balance Congress has gotten, where they released their power, where the agencies were over, so I don't have fear of that, because on any natural places, the system will work in the end. Structure will dictate behavior.
Are you troubled? Can I just ask? Are you troubled? And we talked about this yesterday. Are you troubled at all by the lack of disclosure around some of the money that was funneled to Clarence Thomas, for example?
Well, I think you can always improve. I mean, think of this. Think of your Congress before, that people say they made all these great decisions. You had no campaign financing until the 70s. You know, the one thing in politics, in federal politics, you can't give federal money. These justices are put on there for life when they go through, unless they want to evacuate. I think greater reporting is always helpful in all of this.
But it wasn't that they, in this case, one individual was not reporting.
Well,
and there was no system to effectively police that, frankly.
But Andrew, I think what you're finding is, no, you just got information on one justice. There was research done to go after one justice to find everything possible there. Was that same research done for every single justice that is currently serving? I would say probably not.
Do you think all of them are taking money from all sorts of people?
No. Well, listen what you just said, Andrew. Listen, Andrew, you just said that someone's taking. I don't believe any of them are taking anything. I think they take their oath very seriously, and I think Thomas takes his oath very serious. I've been to the courts.
I'm not sure it's changed the decision-making per se. To me, the concern is more about the disclosure or, frankly, the recusal over certain cases, right? I mean, as a journalist, if there were people, friends in my life, I would recuse myself from the work, or I would disclose the issue.
Andrew, I didn't see. Tell me what case was before the court that there was some influence with Thomas. What happens to the justices, they travel around the world. I think that's probably healthy. I think they need to get out of the court and see what's happening in the world. But at the end of the day, the justice should make the decision based upon the Constitution. And that's why they have the debates they do. And even in these decisions, you see someone appointed by Republicans putting with people, someone Democrats. There is a different mix in almost all these decisions. It may not be perfect, but I think it is a more perfect union that we're striving to get it right.
Right. I just don't know the answer to, do we want a Supreme Court that looks like, that's not the way it works. They're not elected. It's not the way it works. They're elected to interpret the Constitution. Yeah, exactly. To interpret the Constitution. I don't think any of them are necessarily just wearing a big Republican or Democrat.
They don't.
They're trying to do as well as they can. They do.
And there's not one Republican Party and one Democrat
Party. We just need 26 or 27 of them just to even things out. Thanks, former Speaker. Squawk will be right back.
Fed Chairman Jay Powell is set to speak in just a few hours at the ECB's annual Summit of Central Bankers taking place in Portugal. That panel will be moderated by our very own Sarah Eisen. You can watch that conversation with ECB President Lagarde, Fed Chair Powell, and others live this morning on Squawk on the Street. Squawk Box will be back after a quick break.
NBC.
It is 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Among today's top stories, new fundraising totals out from President Biden's 2024 campaign and Democratic allies all told. They raised $264 million in the second quarter. That includes what they say were record grassroots donations that were immediately following the president's widely panned debate performance last week. Salesforce shareholders voting down the company's compensation plan for CEO Mark Benioff and other top executives. That result coming after shareholder advisory groups raised concerns about equity awards that were granted to Benioff, but of course those are non-binding votes. And executives from some of the country's biggest banks are expected to testify at a Senate hearing later this month on fraud concerns around the Zelle payments platform. That's according to Politico. Zelle is available in more than 2,000 banking apps, but it has struggled with fraud in the last several years.
Meantime, Roaring Kitty back in the headlines this week after an SEC filing revealing that the meme stock trader Keith Gill had acquired a significant stake in pet food retailer Chewy. And you'll, of course, understand the connection between GameStop and Chewy, given the connection of its now lead chairman. Joining us right now is Tom Sosnoff, Tasty Trade founder and CEO. Tom, what do you make of this sort of cross-pollination here?
It's definitely interesting, Andrew. We're enjoying we're enjoying the ride, the story, all the hype. I think from a retail perspective, it's kind of a fun story to follow. I don't know what else is there. I'm not sure there's much else to it, but it's an incredible story, and I think retail investors are attracted to it because there's not too many stories out there of an individual investor turning $50,000 into a few hundred million or whatever the number is.
So it's a remarkable story in that respect, but then the question, of course, becomes who's the winner, who's the loser, and all of the folks who are sort of trying to jump on the Roaring Kitty train, are you always jumping on a little too late?
Sure, and you know what, that is, I think that's what happens though in every one of these situations. I mean, is this any different than Bill Ackman telling you what he's buying? Is it any different than Warren Buffett saying what he's buying? I'm not sure that you can, that it's easy to separate one from the other. I think the interesting part of the story is that it's retail and it's a new approach, using a very different method and vehicle to get there.
But Tom, the distinction I would like to make, and maybe you're telling me that he's made a farce of all of this, which maybe he has, is that the Warren Buffetts of the world or the Bill Ackmans of the world, not only have track records, and I guess now you could argue that Roaring Kitty has a track record too, but that the math, if you will, in terms of value and value creation and the kinds of investments they're making look very, very different from a speculative nature than the way Roaring Kitty is approaching these things. And most of the movements in GameStop, for example, seem to be, based on sort of a euphoria among traders following a certain individual, as opposed to looking at the underlying math of the business and saying, you know what, actually, I understand how something could even grow into a valuation.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, but you have to realize disruption has many different faces, and disruption is very, disruption from decade to decade and market to market looks very different. So what we thought, was kind of the old school method may be evolving into something that is very different in 2024.
Are we failing then? I mean, look, my instinct, and you could say, Andrew, your instincts are totally wrong here. My instinct is to say to the viewers, and when we discuss these things, caution, Will Robinson, right? Like caution, like this is scary stuff because we've seen this movie before. But I think I know the end of the movie, right? I think you think you know the end of the movie, but what I think you might be saying is maybe the end of the movie changes in this new world, and that's the part I don't know about. Maybe I'm an old fogey at this point.
I mean, I feel the same way. Am I buying GameStop on when it goes up? No. Am I buying Chewy when it goes up? No. In fact, if anything, I'm inclined to be on the short side of both of those. But the reality is, it hasn't necessarily paid, and it's been a rocky ride from the short side. So I'm looking at it as, this is an incredible story. And it's kind of almost D.B. Cooperish. It's kind of, it's almost third world like. And I kind of feel like maybe we are witnessing something. Maybe this person, whatever, discovered something that, and in kind of the history of retail traders, we've never seen anything like this before. So we have to give it, we have to give it a certain amount of respect. Am I ready to call him the GOAT yet? No. But did he change the world of retail investing? Oh, man. From everything I've seen, and I've been in this business a long time, going over 40 years, I'd say yeah.
Well, it'd be nice if, some of the any of the stocks that we're talking about, suddenly the fundamentals just took off. Earnings per share started going up. Revenues exploding. Great new management is bringing in none of that's ever happened. And when Andrew at the very top said, Chewy and GameStop, we now know what they have in common, I was like I can't think of anything they have in common other than the guy. So, but if the guy hasn't called anything correctly about the fundamentals of any of the companies yet, it's just been a big game. If that's okay, it's okay, fine. But I was trying to figure it out. Can you come up with anything? GameStop and pet food. I'm trying to. Do you have pets if you like games? I don't see the connection other than the guy. Is either one of them? Right. I mean, Chewy has a better chance. I don't know, maybe not, but Chewy seems like it has a better chance than GameStop, doesn't it?
I mean,
and by the way, for those who, I don't think we've said it, Ryan Cohen, of course, by the way, founded Chewy, and of course is now the chairman of GameStop.
So
So
that's
that
what
is
they
the
are.
connection, but now the other connection, of course, is Rory and Kitty. Tom, we got to run. I got to get. Is your office like a warehouse? Because I like that whole, or like it looks like a bar, maybe. I don't know.
No, it's a recording studio, but yeah, sure.
It looks cool.
And you must do Joni Mitchell because you and Joni Mitchell are the same because of that hat.
course.
You
I'll
always seem to wear.
I'll
So
take
that's the connection there, I guess. I don't know. Thank you, Tom. Let's get to Dom Chu with a look at this morning's pre-market movers.
All right.
Hey, Dom.
Hey, Joe.
Prime time.
Yeah. All right, Joe, Becky, Andrew. Let's get you caught up on a few of the interesting analyst calls of the day so far. We'll start off in financial technology, where shares of PayPal are on the rise by just about 1% or so, over 100,000 shares of pre-market trading volume after the digital payments company behind its namesake platform, also the Venmo peer-to-peer payment network, gets an upgrade to positive from neutral over at Susquehanna. They keep the target price at $71 a share, so watch PayPal. Next up, you got shares of Lennar, which are lower by 2.5%, just around 10,000 shares of volume. The home builder is facing headwinds this morning, due in part to a downgrade from analysts at Raymond James, cutting it to a market perform from a prior outperform. And then we'll cap things off with a check on shares of CrowdStrike, due in part to a downgrade over at Piper to neutral with a $400 price target, citing a valuation call. So watch those shares down 2.5%. And by the way, for more on that and other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers there, Andrew, get full access to all the detail and analysis of those calls. I'll send things back over to you.
Okay, thank you for that, Tom. Meantime, in the news this morning, Paramount Global could be getting a new suitor. Sources saying that media mogul Barry Diller exploring a bid to take control of the parent company of CBS, MTV, Nickelodeon. Diller, of course, ran Paramount Pictures in 1974, later tried to acquire the studio in the early 90s, but was outbid by the late Sumner Redstone. His daughter, Sherry, now controls the company. Earlier, CNBC.com reported that Paramount is having some discussions also with a number of companies to merge its struggling Paramount Plus, including Warner Brothers Discovery. Barry Diller joined us on the show in early April, and here's what he had to say just 3 months ago on this very topic.
First of all, it's the worst time in the world to sell this thing. I mean, it couldn't be. I mean, it is a perfect candidate for actually turning itself around. But the idea that you ought to sell it, because whoever gets in it, at whatever base they get in it for, there's an enormous amount of work that's going to have to take place.
The development's moving the stock this morning, but it's still down more than 30% in the last year. We should also mention, by the way, IAC has about $4.8 billion in cash and liquid securities, so its ability to buy this is
Yeah,
clear.
I guess the real question, I kind of trying to figure out why they would do it now, is what Rich Greenfield was saying, this opportunistic price where for less than $2 billion, you can get control of, a huge vanity issue that is way cheaper than any of the sports teams people buy. And Barry Diller knows something about Hollywood and how to
And then the question is, can you turn that business around, which
Yeah.
would then either flow back up to NAI, or could you take the risk that you're going to be able to figure out a way to sell it later?
And his other point was that with the Trump presidency, if you think that that is likely to happen, maybe it changes the idea, the perspective of what you could do to slice and dice it or sell it down the road, too.
All very true. Coming up, the role that tariffs could play in the next White House administration, depending on who wins the presidency. We've got a debate lined up, and a little later, investor Mike Novogratz is going to join us, talk about his market outlook for the second half of the year, cryptocurrencies, and so much more. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to Squawk Box this morning. Take a look at futures right now. Dow off about 143, 144 points. NASDAQ off as well, looking down about 118 points. The S&P 500 looking to open down about 26 points. Let's flip it around for just one sec, show you where the treasuries stand. You're looking right now at the 10-year note sitting just at about 4.440, the 2-year at 4.743, Jim.
Former President Trump has proposed a 10% tariff on all imported goods if he wins the White House, and 60% levies on all Chinese goods. He sees the tariffs as a potential way to pay for tax cuts. For his part, President Biden has left in place many of the Trump-era tariffs. However, much of the time, they're seen by economists as taxes on regular people. To talk more about all this, let's welcome former Biden administration official Kim Clausing. She is professor and economist at the UCLA Law School, and Clint Willems, a former National Economic Council deputy director in the Trump administration, now a partner at Aiken Gump. Let's just start. Let me start with you, Clint. If the stuff that Trump says at the beginning, how likely is it that that actually is what would be proposed? You've worked with him. Is that really what is going to happen? Are we really headed that way, or is it kind of loose talk?
Well, my advice is to take it seriously, but not necessarily in all cases to take everything literally. I think, as you've indicated, President Trump often likes to test out ideas in public. He likes to negotiate in public. And I think that's a little bit of what's going on here. So as it pertains to this proposal about replacing income taxes with tariffs, I mean, the way that I think about it is that President Trump is very serious about using tariffs to help counteract unfair trade practices. He's also very serious about reducing taxes and extending the tax cuts. And so I expect those to be part of the equation. I don't think you'll see a one-to-one replacement necessarily. And I'd remind everyone that even if the Trump administration wanted to do that, you actually need the U.S. Congress to pass that. I mean, that's something that's statutory. It's not something any administration could just do. So, look, I think it's serious. It directionally shows where a Trump administration would go, but I don't necessarily take all of it, literally in that sense.
Kim, some people were surprised when the Biden administration left a lot of the tariffs in place, and both sides seem to be able to say, well, we're doing it this way, targeted, whatever. But fact remains that we're using tariffs now, and most. At least over the years, most economists would not be in favor of using tariffs to affect whatever you're trying to do globally.
Well, look,
Clete, that was for Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a good reason economists aren't in favor of tariffs as a good policy tool. First of all, they're a tax, and they should be best understood as a tax. Despite a lot of confusion about this issue in the Trump campaign, tariffs are paid by consumers. And this new proposal to put a 10% across-the-board tariff on absolutely everything Americans buy would be a huge tax that would disproportionately burden the poor and the middle class, and it would actually hurt our competitiveness by making it harder to make things in America because we're dependent on global supply chains. And if you can't buy something from Canada or the UK or any trading partner without a big tax, that's going to raise prices, fuel inflation, and be a huge shock to the American economy.
Okay, now, Clete.
Thank you. I jumped the gun there. I was itching to get in. I mean, I think, look, I would take exception to some of that. And I do think if you look at the entire international trading system, it is well recognized that countries are allowed to take tariff actions to counteract unfair practices, including unfair subsidies like Chinese excess capacity. You're also allowed to take tariff action to try to change bad behavior. And one key distinction, I think that's been lost in this discussion, one key distinction between the Trump and the Biden administration is that the Trump administration was actually using these tariffs to try to get more free trade around the world. And if you look at the China tariffs, when the Trump administration put those in place, it was to try to change China's behavior on intellectual property theft, forced technology transfer. And I'll acknowledge we have a mixed record there, but they did make some changes. And if you look at what the Biden folks have done, it's really just reaffirming the entire tariff regime, but without any attempt to engage with China and to change Chinese behavior. And I hear from a lot of businesses who maybe on one hand say, look, I don't want a bunch of new tariffs, but they say what I really like about what the Trump administration did is they used tariffs to fight unfair practices abroad. And right now we're doing nothing when other countries are trying to tax our technology companies. We've rolled back all the efforts to counteract digital services taxes. We're doing nothing to open markets abroad. And so I think you've got to look at this both from a perspective of inputs into the United States, but also using tariffs to fight bad behavior around the world. And that's something we just haven't seen out of the Biden administration.
We've got the definitive study on who pays for everything, because we constantly hear that, you know, we made this much money, and then we immediately hear, well, that was just paid by U.S. taxpayers. Do we know for sure exactly how much? Is it? So I guess it's not 100%.
We know for sure, actually. There have been a host of studies, and these studies are nearly a dozen now, and they're absolutely uniform in showing that all of the tariff was fully passed through to buyers of U.S. imports. It wasn't paid by China. It didn't change Chinese behavior at all. And the idea that we would take a policy that hasn't achieved its aim and spread it throughout the world, it's absolute lunacy to think that this would help U.S. competitiveness, that this would help the U.S. economy, when it would really introduce shocks that are going to affect absolutely every sector of the economy. Threatening people like Canada and the UK and Australia and Japan with 10% tariffs when they've done absolutely nothing that is of concern in terms of trade practices, is just going to alienate us from allies and partners that we need to solve problems. And there have been studies of the tariffs in the past, and they show that they raised costs to U.S. households by hundreds of dollars. A typical median estimate is about $800. These tariffs are about 5 times the scale in terms of price impact, about 10 times the tax base. So it would be a tax increase for your typical American household of almost $2,000, right? And this is going to be way larger than any tax cut that the Trump administration has proposed for typical Americans. All their tax cuts are concentrated for those at the top who are rich.
Is any of that not true, Clete?
Well, first of all, I think if you look at the way that tariffs, have been passed on or not passed on to consumers, it depends very much on the tariff in question. And the International Trade Commission did a study looking at this. They found that certain tariffs, like the tariff that we imposed on semiconductors, only led to a very small price increase of 2 to 3%, and actually led to a significant reduction in Chinese imports into the United States. I think it was a 70% reduction, which is part of the reason the Biden administration actually reaffirmed and then doubled this tariff, right? So I don't think you can paint all these things with a broad brush. But secondly, I'd also like to point out this concept of working with allies or threatening allies. I mean, I agree wholeheartedly, and many of us in the Trump administration agreed wholeheartedly that it's really important to coordinate with allies. But at the same time, when your allies and friends are taxing your most innovative companies and you're doing nothing about it, that's not, that's just weakness. And I think you need to be able to tell your friends when they're doing something wrong. And I think the Trump administration, unlike the Biden administration, actually was negotiating FTAs, free trade agreements, with our partners and allies, USMCA, UK, and Kenya. And so I would reject some of what was just said.
Well, it's amazing, because I thought it was bipartisan, and here we got a big bunch of differing opinions on tariffs that both administrations are using suddenly. But thanks, Kim, I appreciate it. Thank you. Clete, thanks for your time as well today.
When we come back, billionaire investor Mike Novogratz will join us. Plus, highlights from a first on CNBC interview with the new head of one of Amazon's most critical businesses, its web services unit. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. right now, we want to bring in our own John Ford. He spoke with the new CEO of Amazon Web Services, and he joins us right now. John, it's great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you, Becky. I spoke yesterday with AWS's Matt Garman in his first interview since becoming CEO of Amazon's cloud unit last month. He starts at another high-stakes moment for that business, which is arguably the main driver of Amazon's $2 trillion market cap. A year ago, when Garman was still leading sales and marketing for AWS, customers came to him saying they needed to cut costs, and AWS responded, which hurt revenue growth in the short term. Now it's paying off.
Time and time again, customers came back and tell me, like, that just built so much trust with me that you would come in. Like, I didn't think an IT vendor would ever come in and help me reduce my bill by 30%. And the sales teams, you know, there was that they were going to miss their commission numbers, and there was a bunch of things in there, but the long-term view is we were going to build up that trust with customers. And so it permeates. It's not just a disaster. It's how do we actually help them do what's important for them. And I think you've seen the growth in AWS has jumped back up again as customers are now focused on how do I go innovate? How do I go grow my revenue and my business? And they're more than happy to continue to lean in with us because we helped them through some of those times where they were really focused more on optimization than growth.
Garmin told me part of the benefit of the AI excitement is customers want to modernize their systems in the cloud now so they're ready to tap into AI's promised growth potential. And this fall at reInvent, a big conference, we're going to get our first look at how Garmin makes his pitch for AWS as that ideal AI partner versus Microsoft and others.
You know, that's really interesting, the idea that I see how a company thinks long term. When you're the managers, you think, okay, we need to be thinking longer term. We're going to look for a way to cut the sales, or to cut their bills by 30%, which definitely cuts into the sales team. How do you motivate your sales team to say, okay, you're going to miss all your commissions? Is there some longer term sort of way of making them whole, or how do you motivate? Because using compensation is a good way to motivate which way the business is headed.
I think in this case it wasn't the sales team that was helping to optimize, but I heard from several
companies. You started saying missing commissions. Somebody paid.
They ended up missing those commissions, but it's an optimization team that can go in and say, okay, actually you're not using the product quite right. Maybe you turn this knob here, this dial there. You don't need to be using this instance. You can use this one instead, and helping them to tweak things that ends up hurting sales. But then you got to sort of go in as the leader and say, okay, now that they're optimized, when they grow, they're going to grow more efficiently. They're going to grow more confidently.
But help me out. Yeah. I'm missing my big commissions for the year, and I'm not going to make my personal budgets. How do you get the team on board with that? There's long-term compensation.
Sometimes you don't.
It, or you could get bit in the butt later on.
Yeah, you've seen people from Oracle, from Salesforce at times leave when they change up the ways those commission structures work.
I could be wrong, but I'm under the impression that they had shifted the goalposts on purpose that year.
Maybe.
Meaning that the bar you had to jump over was not
the same.
It wasn't like they increased it by 20 or 30% or whatever the number was. I could be wrong about that, but I remember something about that.
I think what the real issue is that a year ago, remember, we had that big downturn in enterprise demand. And we saw software companies suffering across the board, and companies were going to their software vendors asking for price cuts, for optimizations. And it was a real hit. So when you're in sales, when that happens, you don't still make the same amount of money. Even if the goals get you, you're hurting a bit, right? And if it's just one company that's going through that, Okta had a sales issue, C3 AI had a sales issue.
Meaning there's nowhere they have to jump.
Yeah, if it's one company, maybe people jump. If it's the whole industry, which largely it was about a year ago, then ordinarily you can get people to stay around. And now there's an upturn. So those companies that were in the right position and did right by customers during that downturn are doing
it. Probably right to point out that Andy Jassy is the one who built that business too and came from it beforehand.
Yeah, and Garmin started right out of business school when that business was first getting formed. He was one of the first employees, first product managers in that business, set the pricing for a lot. So when you're in that position too, you've been a product person, now you're running sales, you have that credibility in the org to say, all right, everybody take one for the team.
Pretty cool. Thanks, John.
Coming up next, right after this, Galaxy CEO Mike Novogratz is going to join us to talk crypto, stocks, rates, and so much more. But first, as we head to a break, check out shares of Tesla coming off a nearly 6% gain just yesterday when Wells Fargo added the stock to its tactical ideas list. We're going to talk more about Tesla and delivery expectations in just a couple minutes with former Ford CEO Mark Fields. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk, and this is CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk Box right here on CNBC. The future's under a little bit of pressure this morning. Dow futures right now off by 130 points. Nasdaq's down by close to 100 points, and the S&P closed down by close to 25 points. President Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders are calling on drug maker Novo Nordisk to cut prices for its Ozempic and Wegovy weight loss drugs. That call comes in an editorial published today in USA Today. The editorial focuses on overall drug prices, and the president and Sanders say that there's no political or no rational reason why Americans should pay the highest prices in the world. The comments right now you can see are impacting shares of Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, which makes the weight loss drug Zepbound. Right now, Eli Lilly shares off by about 1.8%. Novo Nordisk shares down by 3%.
And Tom, I want to get to our next big guest this hour. He joins us exclusively to talk markets, crypto, and so much more. Galaxy CEO Mike Novogratz. Mike, it's so good to see you. I want to talk about all of those things, but I want to start with something else, which is politics and this debate. You have been a backer of President Biden, and I've seen now a tweet that you put out. Politicians are narcissists, you write. They even make hedge fund managers look humble. I guess given this lens, it's not that surprising that Biden is still running, but damn, it's sad. Tell me how you've been thinking over the past week.
Well, listen, over the last 2 years, I've literally been saying we need to move on from this generation. I mean, I pledged at one point no one should vote for anyone over 72. And listen, it was clear as can be in that debate, Joe Biden is too old to run. And people have been saying that for a while. There's been a bunch of people behind the scenes trying to get something to change. And I thought afterwards it would be pretty clear. But it looks like they're doubling down, and frustrating. We've got one candidate that lied halfway, almost the whole way through the debate, and the other candidate that had a really hard time making it through the debate. And that can't be the best America has to offer. And so, listen, I mean, the markets, the yield curve sold off pretty aggressively. It steepened. I think the markets see some certainty, but I think there's probably more uncertainty. Because we'll see if Biden actually lasts to the convention. There's
CNN fact check Biden, and there were at least, I think there were 40 lies, Mike. So I mean that's a nice talking point, but there were at least 40.
Listen, it was the worst debate.
So it's one guy who lied, and it's another guy who has no idea what's going on, but he's still lying. So
it was the worst debate in presidential history. Right. And that's, we're not in a good place.
Mike, but let's just go back, though. You've been a donor, I believe, to Biden. I remember you came on the air a couple months ago and talked about going to a lunch with a bunch of folks. I think it was actually an effort to try to find somebody to replace Biden. I don't recall exactly where things stood. My question to you now, though, is do you believe there seems to be a doubling down, and at least those folks around the Biden camp are looking at the donations and the big headline that just came out last night and this morning about how many donations were made in the aftermath of the debate and saying, this is our guy. My question to you is, from the donor class perspective, to the degree you think it has any influence over the future nominee, do you believe that there's a crowd of people that are going to this president and saying, we're not giving you money, we're not voting for you? What's going to happen here?
I know there is. There is a bunch of donors that are furious, that are trying to use all their levers of pressure they can. Listen, it's interesting. People isolate themselves. It's his wife. It's a small group of people around him. It's time for Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and other senior Democrats to start speaking out and putting pressure on him, because otherwise we're going to lose. It doesn't feel like a smart strategy when 72% of the American public says, we think you're too old to run for president. That's not 72% of Republicans. That's 72% of the electoral base.
So, Mike, were you just willing to go along with it before Thursday, or?
No, Joe, I have been.
Okay, you haven't wanted him for a while, but you've been giving money to him.
I have not given Joe Biden any money on this in this 4 years. I gave him money last time, and I've given money to other. Listen, this term I've given money to Democrats and Republicans, right? I mean, I need to support the crypto industry as well as the rest of my beliefs.
That's where I was going to go with it. As a guy in the crypto business, one of the things that's been fascinating is to see former President Trump come out quite publicly as an advocate for crypto regulation, and all sorts of things, even in the past couple months. Has that switched your view of him?
Get with the program.
It's certainly not.
Get with the program. You're a businessman. You're a businessman.
Oh, just let's.
Yeah.
Mike.
Like I'm not a single issue voter, and I do fundamentally believe crypto should be bipartisan and needs to be bipartisan. We can't have one party that likes us and the other party that doesn't. And I would tell you that most Democrats, outside of Elizabeth Warren and a small group of people, are pretty pro-innovation and pro-crypto. And so it's been unbelievably frustrating. That said, that's all shifting. And you can, listen, no matter who wins the next election, we're going to get positive crypto legislation. I know that.
When you look at where things stand right now with Bitcoin ETFs, we've shown now a video of Peter Thiel, who is an outspoken bull on Bitcoin for quite some time. Last week when I spoke to him in Aspen, he suggested maybe this is sort of a range of where things are. Now, of course, he got in a lot earlier, but I'm curious your reaction to that.
Listen, I said this last time I was on your show. I think we were going to be in a 55, 73 range until we got some new news. It takes a while for things to digest. It was a huge move up. But until the government actually stops spending like drunken sailors, and, you know, I've never seen Donald Trump want to balance a budget. You know, he grew government spending just as wildly as Joe Biden. I mean, these have been the two worst presidents in terms of increasing debt in the history of our country. And we still have populism on both sides. Until that changes, Bitcoin as a core holding makes all the sense in the world to me.
How's Bojangles doing? We always ask you about that. So many restaurant chains they're closing, Mike. I mean, are wage pressures getting to you yet, or inflation pressures?
It hasn't. COVID actually was an interesting time for restaurants because so many people switched to drive-through, and that's changed the dynamic of all these quick serve restaurants. But it's growing well. It's adding stores. Sales were up. EBITDA is up, and so haven't seen again, where we are, you haven't seen the California minimum wage stuff, right?
Yeah,
or North Carolina, right. Georgia, South Carolina, and so haven't seen the same impact.
Love fast food.
Mike, more broadly, in terms of how you think this market, the sort of macro piece of it, where you think we really are, where you think we're going, how the election will affect that. By the way, how the elections in Europe may affect all of this.
Yeah, listen, it's a scary time for the world, right? I mean, we literally lost the center in France. We're losing the center everywhere. I think the COVID response was so powerful, and it created this inflation mix that has just people off sides. And you're seeing that plus immigration issues really rattling what had been a status quo for years. And it makes investing more difficult. Right? Most macro guys aren't having a great year. It's interesting. And you would have thought there's so much happening in macro they would be. Right? The economy stays stronger longer than people thought it would. In my mind, that's a lot because of all the government money that keeps getting poured in. And so I do think we're starting to see the economy slow down slowly here in the U.S. The Fed probably ends up cutting rates. I think the small leadership in stocks isn't over, right? That great markets end with less and less and less leadership, and we're seeing that. And I don't know where it stops. It could go a lot further. That's how great markets end, right? And so the story around AI is so powerful. You might see the next 6 months, 9 months, the same 5 stocks you keep talking about. And so it's a harder time to invest than most. Equities look like the yield curve looks like it's finally starting to steepen. Currencies have been more difficult. And so, sometimes there's clarity in what you see. And this is a world where there's not nearly as much clarity as we normally have.
Mike, it might not be age. I'm still thinking about your ageist 72-year-old comment, and thinking about a video I saw of Mick Jagger. He was just doing a concert, I think, over the weekend. He's the same age as Biden. I'm telling you, he's doing Satisfaction. He was doing stuff that my back would be. I'd be in traction if I was doing this stuff.
I remember having lunch with Alan Greenspan when he left the Fed that first day. He was 84 years old.
Yeah.
I talked to Stan Druckenmiller the next day. I said, Stan, what was impressive about that lunch? he was like that he was smarter than all of us.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He was so sharp at 84.
Buffett, there's still, you know, it's not the what year it is. It's the odometer, I think, or something. I don't know. I don't know the analogy to use.
But broadly, the further you get, the further you're away from the bulk of the young population. And like again, not Trump nor Biden mentioned AI in that debate. AI is the single most important technology shift for the next 20 years. And to not be all over it, to have an idea about it, understand how it works, to play with ChatGPT or Perplexity, makes no sense at all. We can't have a president that doesn't know how to use ChatGPT.
To be fair, in the debate, they weren't asked about it. You get 2 minutes to answer a question on foreign relations. You may not actually work in AI, but I hear your point.
Do you think either of them is using ChatGPT?
No, but I don't think the debate is the indication of that.
They don't have college papers to write, which is all they're good for at this point. It's just garbage in, garbage out. I've tried to use it. Useless. Bah humbug. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Coming up, how much could that?
Is Mike on a boat or an airplane?
I'm not. You never know with him.
He's moving around a lot.
Yeah, there was a lot of moving.
It could be if you're just on a desk. Sometime if you're on a desk.
Could have been on a desk, or he could have been on a great big frickin' yacht if he wanted to. How much could
for him?
How much could that huge auto dealership hack skew important monthly auto data? We're going to get into that. And talk about what the industry needs to better protect itself with former Ford CEO Mark Field. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC.
Peacock.
Some big storylines shaping up around June auto sales. Phil LeBeau joins us now with more, and then we can talk to Mark Fields. Phil?
Absolutely. And before you get to Mark Fields, let's talk about what's expected in terms of June sales, or Q2 sales, I should say. And when you look at June, you're looking at 15.8 to 16 million as a pace of sales. And we're giving you a bit of a wide range here, 16.1 being on the high end. What's the CDK hack impact? I've talked to some dealers who have said, yeah, it really slowed down business. I've talked with others who have said, this is wildly overstated. So we'll see what kind of an impact it may have in terms of total sales. Incentives, they are rising. And when you look at overall pace of sales, we're likely going to be up close to that, up 3% relative to last year, and back to that 2019, getting close to those 2019 sales numbers, those pre-pandemic sales numbers. And then for General Motors, we will hear from them today. General Motors, the sales are expected to be up 1.2% versus the second quarter of last year. And Tesla, might be today, might be tomorrow. Sometime we will get the Q2 sales numbers from Tesla. The estimate is for 436,000 vehicles to be delivered in the quarter. That would be a 6.5% decline. By the way, the China numbers have already come out, and they were down 24.2% in June for Tesla. And as you take a look at shares of Tesla, remember, we usually find out once they report deliveries when they're going to be also reporting their Q2 financials, which are expected later this month. And then, guys, the big reveal that everybody is focused on, August 8th, that's when we will get details from Elon Musk regarding his plans for a robo-taxi. Guys, I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Phil, thank you. For more on this, we want to bring in Mark Fields. He is the former Ford president and CEO. He's also a CNBC contributor, and he serves on the boards of both Hertz and Qualcomm. Mark, let's run through a few things, right? First of all, what do you think about the health of the consumer right now when it comes to the car business?
Well, I think the health of the consumer is still relatively good. But, you know, Becky, what you're seeing is issues around high interest rates, issues around affordability. And that's why, you know, when we look at the first half numbers of this year, it's going to be up slightly versus last year. And yet you have to have some small impact from the CDK issue. But if you step back and look at the broader market, you know, it's slow growth for this year. As prices start coming down, as affordability increases, you'll see higher sales. But I think that the consumer right now, you're getting a normalization. The payments, monthly payments for car payments are stabilizing. Interest rates, discount rates from the automakers are kind of normalizing post-COVID. So relatively okay, but the industry has slow growth, and that's not a bad thing when you think about the overall state of the industry.
If interest rates don't come down and you don't get any more flexibility in terms of those loan rates, will that be a problem for automakers that have been kind of counting on it?
Well, it will be a problem. As you heard from Phil, if you look at inventory levels, they're up about 50% versus last year. And they're about normal levels right now, Becky, about 3 million units. And that's about normal for this time of year. So if you see consumers, you know, not really kind of stepping up, the automaker is going to face a very important decision. They're either going to have to layer in more discounts to move those units and keep their plants running, or they're going to have to take the difficult decision of maybe reducing production, taking some shifts off, et cetera, which has, you know, much bigger impact on the automakers and the economy. So I think this will play out over the next couple of months to see what direction the consumers take, and then importantly, what directions and actions do the automakers take.
Hey, Mark, the CDK issue, this software company that so many of the auto sales companies use, how big of a deal is that? Just in terms of, I can't believe that they're still trying to get things back up and running. Hopefully in the next few days that will happen. But the idea that this could take down so many of them.
Well, this system, it affects about 50% of the dealers here in the U.S. And I saw a piece of data the other day that said the software that goes through CDK here in the U.S. represents about 2.6% of the GDP. So, as you know, the auto industry has a big impact on the GDP, but this system is the heart of these dealerships. It allows them to make their sales, track their service, do their financials. And so, we'll see as the numbers come out, but I think overall you'll see the impact in June probably in the neighborhood of plus or minus around 100,000 units. And to put that in perspective, that's about 7% versus last year's June number. So it'll have an impact, but it'll be rebounded very quickly in July as the dealers kind of catch up and record their past sales and their service. I think the interesting thing, Becky, is when you think about the Federal Reserve, this will have some impact on the GDP in the second quarter. Not huge, but it'll definitely have an impact in the June numbers. And they're going to have to take that into account as they think about what they're going to do when and if they're going to move on interest rates. But it'll have an impact, but will be quickly rebounded in July.
That's interesting. Yeah, for the Fed to be thinking about that too. It's big enough for them to have to consider. Mark, we saw that Tesla's numbers, Phil pointed out, the Tesla sales numbers in China were down 24% year over year, down 2.2% on the month. What are you anticipating with Tesla? We saw that stock up by about 6% yesterday ahead of this, and maybe down by 1.8% this morning.
Well, as Phil said, when you look at the China numbers, China is the biggest market for Tesla. And when you're down 24% in one of the months of the quarter, it's just math, which basically says, versus last year, I think they're going to come in and they're going to show lower deliveries than last year. It'll be up from the fourth quarter of 2023. I think the things everybody's going to be watching are not only those sales numbers, but also what's happening with the margins. But overarching, I think Phil nailed it. The whole investor base and then potential investors in the market are looking towards that August 8th presentation on what are they going to do about the robo-taxis and about a much more affordable EV that Musk has been talking about. So I think they're all looking towards that. We'll get through earnings. They'll get through earnings. There'll be some kind of impact, but it's really about August 8th.
Mark, thanks for your time today.
Thanks, Becky.
Up next, some top stocks to watch ahead of the opening bell. We'll be right back.
Get yours today.
Welcome back to Squawk. Dom Chu back with some more morning movers right now. Dom.
All right, so Andrew, let's check on shares of Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk. Both companies are the target of an op-ed piece penned by President Joe Biden and Senator Bernie Sanders in USA Today, calling out prices for both Eli Lilly's Mounjaro and Novo Nordisk's Wegovy and Ozempic as being too expensive. Lilly shares are down, you can see they're about 2.5%, Novo Nordisk down about 3.5%. Also now, shares of Pure Storage, which are down 5%, this is about 30,000 shares of volume, due in large part to analysts at UBS who've downgraded that stock, the data storage and management company, to a sell rating from a prior neutral, saying that after a big run in the stock this year by about 83%, that the valuation isn't justified given increased competition in the industry. By the way, for more on that and other calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribe to Zer Andrew, get more detail and analysis of those top calls. I'll send things back over to you guys.
Okay, thank you for that, Dom. Final check on the markets right now. Dow off about 118 points. NASDAQ still about a half an hour to go, but would open down about 112 points. The S&P 500 would open off about 25 points. We can show you treasuries real quick. You're looking at the 10-year note sitting at just at about, 4.436. The 2-year at 4.737. Make sure you join us tomorrow, one day before the big day, Independence Day. Make sure you join us tomorrow.
Bonjour.
Squawk on the Street begins right now.
Global markets paying close attention to the ECB Central Banking Summit in Central Portugal. Coming up, don't miss Fed Chair Powell, ECB President Lagarde, and Brazil's central bank chief. They are all with our own, we like to say right here, Sarah Eisen, who will be conducting the affairs for that conversation. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber with Leslie Picker and Wilfred Frost. We are live from Post 9 at the New York Stock Exchange. Jim and Carl have the morning off. Let's give you a look at futures as we get ready to begin trading 1/2 hour from now. And you can see we are looking for a down open at this point. We'll also keep an eye, of course, on the bond market. We begin, though, with the world central bankers. They are gathering at that ECB annual forum. It is in Portugal, as it was last year. Sarah Eisen will be moderating. It's a panel that has Jay Powell, Christine Lagarde, the governor of Brazil's national bank. Last year, I think it was Japan's national bank. This year, Brazil. And we, of course, will bring you live coverage of that event
Does this Sarah hour. get to pick the extra central banker to bolt on?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, look, let's be honest. Most of the questions are going to go to Powell, then to Lagarde. You know, I don't know. But it adds a great diversity to it. Didn't you want to add that to your trip, David?
Which one? The to Central Portugal? You know, thankfully I was there about a year ago, so I did get to see it, but I'm not the central banker interviewer at this network. I didn't think.
No, but you're a big fan of all areas in Europe.
I am indeed.
No, but I mean, good timing as always for something like this that Sarah's booked. The 2.5% inflation coming in from the eurozone this morning, down from 2.6% in May. It was in line with expectations. The service inflation ticking up to 4.1%, and that's why the headline's crossing from the speech part of what Lagarde has been saying, that they're in no rush to cut interest rates from here. Interesting couple of similarities and one key difference to the US. The similarities, unemployment remains low across Europe, 6.4%, which is very low for the Eurozone, and also that service inflation remains sticky, similar to here. Both of those factors, of course, suggesting there's no immediate need for a cut. The big difference from the US is that they have already, of course, cut once, 3.75% the rate, having cut 25 bips in June. Altogether, you can see why Lagarde's headline from her speech is, we're not in a rush to add an extra cut from here.
Yeah.
How do you extrapolate that inflation data based on kind of the actual activity of cutting? I mean, is there any way to draw a correlation there, or is it something still in wait and see?
So there's one similarity between the Eurozone and the UK, which is that we're about 6 months behind the US, getting to those sort of really attractive inflation readings a little bit later in the US, and probably now going to follow suit of the US, which is we're going to see things tick up again, not to the highs of 10, 11% that we saw 18 months ago, but going to tick up again from here. And the difference that you've seen with the ECB compared to both the UK and the US is that they did pull the trigger last month on a little bit of a cut when you did get those attractive readings. The question mark from here, which you guys have had for the last 6 months, the UK will have, and the ECB will have too, is if you didn't cut at all or didn't cut much when the readings were very low and falling, are you really going to cut when they're ticking back up again? And obviously that's why expectations for the number of cuts has been pushed back so much, and what we'll see from here if they do materialize.
Speaking of yields, of course, we always keep a close eye on the 10-year, and that has moved up a little bit.
20 basis points.
20 basis
in 2
points.
days or something?
And I don't know if you've been picking this up, Leslie, in your calls, but I have had people starting to talk for the first time in a real way about the election.
Yes.
Obviously following the debate performance by President Biden and the growing belief that that has certainly made things easier perhaps for a Trump victory,
Yes.
and then looking at what that would look like in terms of potential for tariffs, significant trade restrictions, maybe even more tax cuts. Nobody really talking about less spending in some ways, and so maybe that's playing out a bit in the bond market. Unclear, and perhaps that is one of the reasons why we're at least seeing the futures under some pressure. This after what was not a bad day yesterday.
No, that's exactly what I've been picking up on from the investor community as well, is this real focus on the presidential election following the debate, what that means for the deficit in particular, and what that means for the 10-year. And I think that's partially responsible for that 20 basis point move we saw just in 2 days of that 10-year yield ticking higher. I think the focus has been kind of on what Trump would mean for bond yields. There doesn't seem to necessarily be a clear consensus, but the one certainty that is out there in the macro environment does seem to be that the election will encompass more spending. And with all this talk about, Biden being the presumptive Democratic nominee, will they ultimately replace him? No one's talking about what all of these potential replacements would mean for deficit spending, although presumably that is also more of the same. So all in all, regardless of the outcome, you're looking at a higher deficit and additional spending in this environment where I believe, and Wilfred would be a better person to speak on this, it's kind of ubiquitous across the world right now with so many elections taking place and so much political uncertainty. And I'm looking forward to Lagarde's comments as it pertains to what's going on in Europe and the election.
What I think is going to be really interesting after all of these elections, whether it's the French getting to next week, UK come Friday, US come November, is whether there's a reality check once we're out of campaign mode. No one's campaigning in this world today where politicians can get away with not necessarily nailing down precisely what their policies will be, and they kind of don't speak the truth all the time. No one's going to say, oh, I'm going to massively hike taxes and cut spending. There probably will be a bit of a reality check for all of these countries in the coming years, whether it's forced on them by the markets, like Liz Truss experienced in the most pronounced way. If it's not quite as quick as that, it's over time. So we'll see what happens on that. I think the really interesting swing factor on the US, and it goes straight to the big elephant in the room on the markets and Nvidia, is trade relations with China. I mean, there was a big difference when Trump came in the first time, where nobody had really talked about tariffs and being tough on China, whereas you could even argue the Biden administration's been much tougher on China than Trump was, who was kind of more talk and less action. And might things actually not necessarily ease under Donald Trump, but not get tighter still than they already are? And that equation at the moment is really helping Nvidia. They've got the perfect scenario of demand is off the charts and supply is constrained in a way that, yeah, they're way ahead of the rest in terms of innovation, but there's also protectionism on that particular subsector like there's no tomorrow. So it would be interesting to see, in fact, if that changes in a way that the market's not currently expected. Sort of most people think, oh, Trump's obviously going to be tougher on China. I also think Europe's interesting to watch on China at the moment, kind of following the US's lead. Could that ease a little bit? So we'll see. Just in terms of yesterday, David, you said wasn't a bad day yesterday. It was a really strong afternoon with no clear kind of reason or catalyst why after a soft morning, and another record close for the Nasdaq. Of course, you get those when you're up and around these levels, but not something to sort of ignore altogether.
No. And back to the budget, I mean, it will be interesting to see if we continue to have some sort of focus on it in the bond markets. So as we approach perhaps as soon as next year, I guess interest costs exceeding those of allocations towards defense, which
I think we're
students
there,
of history, we're very close. The students of history will say is always a bad sign for an empire, ultimately. And they'll go back. They'll go back to Rome. They'll go back. You can go back to all of it.
Empire's a good word to use.
I mean, you guys had it as well
after the SCOTUS decision yesterday. I mean, Empire's an interesting word to use as we also approach July 4th. All sorts of great reasons to use that word at the moment. Interesting though, in terms of the outlook on the debt, the US has 38% of its debt pile coming up in the next 3 years, which is pretty high. I mean, again, is it not attractive on that measure in France or Germany?
Yeah,
for
at a
refinance.
much higher rate. Yeah.
So there might be a forced decision in terms of spending once we get past elections.
Yeah, I think we're already at $1 trillion a year in debt payments. Breaking news on Tesla. Let's get to Phil LeBeau.
Got the Q2 delivery numbers for Tesla, and these are better than expected. Remember, the street was expecting about 436,000 vehicles delivered worldwide in the second quarter. Tesla delivering 443,956 vehicles in the second quarter. 95% of them, as it usually is, Model 3 and Model Y. And so this is much better than was expected. Production coming in at 411,000 vehicles. 410,831 to be exact. So again, the reason you're seeing shares move higher, this is a better than expected number for the second quarter. Earlier today, we got Tesla's China numbers, and that had a few people a little bit nervous. Remember, China is the world's largest EV market, and therefore you want to watch it closely because it's such a big part of Tesla's overall sales around the world. In June, sales totaled 71,007 vehicles, down 24% year over year. For the second quarter, Tesla is in China a little over 200,000 vehicles delivered. And I want to show you where Tesla is relative to BYD, because BYD's Q1 sales of electric vehicles, we're not talking hybrids, pure electric vehicles, so you can compare those with Tesla. They came in at 426,000 vehicles. So Tesla still remains #1 worldwide. And there you see VW, GM, and Geely as well. And in terms of annual sales, I'll be curious what this does to the estimate of what analysts are expecting for the full year. Right now, it's come down to 1.82 million vehicles expected to be delivered this year by Tesla. For a point of reference, it was 1.81 million last year. So essentially flat. Do analysts now say, okay, maybe we're starting to see some momentum here. Maybe we raise the full year delivery estimate. Now, as you take a look at shares of Tesla, a couple of important dates to keep in mind. July 23rd. After the bell, that's when we will get the Q2 results, and we'll see what kind of impact pricing in China has had on those Q2 results. And then on August 8th, this is the one that so many are focused on. This is when Elon Musk, he talks about the robotaxi. What's the plan? Do they show us a vehicle? Do they give us a timeline in terms of robotaxi being deployed? Geofenced areas all over the place. Tons of questions surrounding what they're going to say about the robotaxi. That comes up on August 8th. But again, guys, for Q2, better than expected deliveries from Tesla.
Just quickly, Phil, better than expected by 4,000 or so, and obviously still marks another quarter
8,000, yeah.
8,000. My maths is off, or our estimates on the bottom of the screen are off a little bit. But talk me through that outlook. Even with a better quarter, even with perhaps things improving a little bit in the second half of the year, yet we're still stepping back, talking about flat year over year. I mean, do people think that that's a temporary?
If we come in at 1.82, it would be flat year over year. That is correct.
Well, whether it's 1.83 or 4, or we're not talking about growth.
Roughly speaking.
Do people think that that's a 1 or 2 year issue, or are they just happy to price in the stock where it is and it being X growth?
Well, look, in terms of the stock, there's no way to tell exactly what the mindset is on the Tesla investor, because so many of them now are trying to pivot to other focuses or other focal points in terms of why they believe the stock is undervalued. Energy storage is a great example. As Tesla continues to rapidly increase its energy storage deployments, people are saying that's what you should be focused on, not on vehicles. But make no mistake, vehicle deliveries is still what people generally focus on when they're looking at Tesla. And Wilf, to get back to your question, yeah, it's going to be flat year over year. This is why Elon Musk is pivoting, as he mentioned at the end of Q1, to a lower priced model. Now, how much lower priced will it be than the current Model 3? That remains to be seen. What can they do? I mean, they made an announcement saying, oh, by early next year, maybe even late this year, which nobody's really buying into, you will start to see us produce and roll out a lower priced model. Are you tweaking the Model 3? How much lower priced can you get? They know. Tesla knows. The world is focused on a lower priced vehicle. They are not focused on the Cybertruck. That is a niche vehicle. And that's the issue, is that Tesla spent so much time on the Cybertruck when so much focus should have been, many believe, on a lower priced vehicle being developed.
Phil, real quick, the BYD numbers, give them to me again. Those were worldwide deliveries for BYD. What were they?
Yeah, 426 for the second quarter. So
okay,
and that's pure electric vehicles, David. Remember, BYD also makes a ton of hybrids. Pure electric 426, Tesla 444.
Got it. Interesting. Phil, thank you. Phil LeBeau. Well, coming up, Paramount is this morning's top performer on the S&P 500. We'll give you the latest on that company's. Yeah, it's a saga. No doubt about that. Also ahead, Sarah Eisen's big interview from the ECB Forum in Portugal is coming up.
I'm here in Sintra, Portugal today for the annual ECB Forum, where I'm about to sit down on stage with the head of the Federal Reserve, the European Central Bank, and the Bank of Brazil. The key question on investors' mind: what does the policy path look like from here? Now that inflation has come off of those super high rates, but not yet at desired targets, is it time for the central banks to start exiting the tight policy? We've seen all these central banks moving at different speeds. The question is, what comes next? We've got a lot to talk about. We'll bring it to you live on Squawk on the Street.
Dave. All right, welcome back. I was away for a little while. It was so nice not talking about Paramount, but here we are talking about it yet again this morning. The stock is going to be up. This on reports that Barry Diller and IAC, the company he controls, taking a look at the idea of purchasing National Amusements, which, as our viewers know, given how often I've talked about it, has the control stake in Paramount, some 77% of the A shares. I can confirm, as others have, that in fact they are talking to National Amusements. They've signed some NDAs, they're in the data room, and the hope, as I understand it, is they can either make a decision in the relative near term as to whether they want to try to move forward and mount some sort of a bid that would probably have to exceed $2 billion. Remember, of course, when Skydance and Redbird thought they had their deal, they were originally paying as much as, I think it was 2.3 or more. Got to look through my voluminous notes here to find the exact number because it's not coming right to mind. They reduced it a bit. They didn't get there. That lady, Sherry Redstone, ultimately rejecting that transaction, but not the idea perhaps of selling control of National Amusements, particularly given so many of the different pressures she may be under, and it may be under. What would Diller do if he were to take over? I mean, anybody can guess, but of course, you'd expect that he would, once the deal closed, replace management. I think there is this general sense that a over-the-air broadcast network such as CBS is underutilized, still has more value. I was hearing that as well under the previous potential bids from Skydance and Redbird. So there is that. There's the idea that, hey, you get better at making successful programs, and that helps. One thing you wouldn't get, though, is synergy. There was some synergy, at least, the hopes for cost synergies of some kind with Skydance being put into Paramount. Certainly, one would imagine, and this is not happening, that Warner Brothers Discovery were to buy the whole thing, you'd be huge synergies. Here, you don't have any synergies. So you've got to figure out a plan for a company that has been, many would say, mismanaged for a long period of time to get it back. That said, even with that so-called mismanagement, at least in the view of some, there is still viewed a great deal of value potentially there, but how you actually go about increasing that stock price. And again, you're not talking about anybody getting a premium here for this stock, right? The B shares, none. This is simply a control stake, once again, that would be purchased by an outsider.
For Redstone, based on your reporting, is it purely about price, or is she looking for kind of the next strategy?
She owns 33 million B shares, and it had been my belief the last time around, remember, she was the one that asked the special committee to be formed to take a look at the Skydance deal because she was in support of it, in part because she seemed to support that plan for the best overall future health of the company that she is obviously the control shareholder in, and that her father helped created and put together. At this point, it seems like she just wants the biggest dollar number she can get, is my sense. That said, Mr. Diller has a history with Paramount. He was a young man when he ran it many years ago. He competed with Sherry's father to buy it and ultimately lost back in 93, 94. The first story I ever covered at CNBC, by the way, Wilfred. Wow. And there is.
Can we dig up the tapes?
There is that. I think they were real tape. I think they got burned up somewhere. There are other things going on here as well, though. Listen, the prospect again of a Trump presidency, the lack of potential M&A regulation that would come along with that, allowing for a lot more consolidation, can't be underestimated in terms of what that might allow people to start thinking about doing if that were to happen. And then finally, you've also got these talks that CNBC.com reported on yesterday between Warner Brothers Discovery and Paramount about basically putting Paramount Plus into Max, into HBO, or Max, it's not called HBO, and giving some sort of economic stake to Paramount and having it be a global offering. So there's that as well.
So I was going to ask a little bit about Warner, because you mentioned them there. Clearly, we don't know how close the Diller deal is, that the Skydance deal got pretty close.
Yes.
Where then was the trigger to bring in some of these more bigger traditional media players that we've always wondered, they'll wait to see what's happening, but they won't want to miss out on one of these deals?
Well, I think if you're Warner Brothers Discovery, despite what would be the presence of enormous potential cost synergies, billions of them, it's the antitrust concern. You're simply not going to be, either you're going to fight a year and a half, at which point you're going to watch a lot of that value start to evaporate over that period of time. So when you close the deal, the synergies that were available to you are no longer anywhere near what they were. And I think that's the case for our parent company as well. These are tough deals to imagine doing.
We got 7 minutes. Good morning, retail traders.
In the administration.
But Warner's restricted for.
Looks like support did hit my SPY right here. 542.47, so we should get to 544.58. If that was right at the bell and we got a hammer, Jimmy would have jumped in that trade. So definitely hit support. Good morning, YouTubers. Go get my water going.
That and the Skydance people believe that as well.
But how much of the messiness of this whole situation is deterrent?
To try and consolidate one party to try and challenge the national rally. A lot of inside baseball, but the point is, looks like we're probably on a path to a hung parliament, which may be one of the better outcomes for the markets.
Okay. Gridlock is good in France too. Yes, it crosses boundaries, that maximum of investing, right? So Jeff, all right, thinking about the overall performance, we're in a little bit of a rut right now, given some election uncertainty. Maybe we'll deal with some of that of our own here domestically. So should that all kind of normalize by the end of the year and still have international stocks outperforming, you think?
That's what my thought is, and the reason for that is, in general, what we're seeing is, this recovery in earnings growth outside the U.S. Generally, that has much more of an impact than politics do on the trajectory of markets and the relative performance. So I think if we continue to see this stronger earnings growth, like we're expected to see here in the third quarter, stronger earnings growth in the Europe Stock 600 Index and the S&P 500, that continues in the fourth quarter and into the first and second quarter of next year, as analysts are expecting, that's the backdrop you need to see those international stocks continue to outperform even through the political volatility.
Got it. Hey, one more you got for us, which is a check-in on cardboard boxes, baby, which is our favorite China indicator, right?
Yeah, that's right. So just taking a look at what the picture is here in terms of shipping demand. So we've seen a pickup in cardboard box demand. There's more manufacturing activity going on right now. Inventories are being restocked, but we are seeing shipping costs begin to rise. So what we're seeing here is now the cost to ship one of those 40-foot container units from Shanghai to the U.S. or to Europe is back on the rise again. It's actually halfway back to its pandemic peak when there were all those shipping problems around the world. So this is kind of a sleeper issue. I don't see a lot of people talking about this, but shipping costs go into darn near everything we buy. And it's only about 1% of cost, but it's rising very rapidly. And this could be a little bit of a concern for inflation if this continues, if it doesn't reverse here as we get into the fall.
Okay. All right. So it's picking up in a pretty big way. I mean, that's a pretty dramatic shift from 9 months ago, right?
Yeah, it's up 300% from where we started the year. So again, it's a small portion of overall costs, but rising at this kind of a pace, it could begin to be a stubborn issue for inflation as we look out, particularly for the Fed. Some of this really tied into some of these
3 more minutes.
Bottlenecks in terms of
3 more minutes to go.
It's getting a little bit better, but overall, we're just looking at some real issues here as it relates to shipping costs and really
Tesla booyah.
We are seeing a pretty strong return of manufactured goods being shipped around the world. So supporting the manufacturing recovery, but at the same time, maybe supporting more stubborn inflation.
And if it's coming from China, they're like the only area right now that has no desire to slow things down. So if it's stemming from China, that's probably going to continue because they're the ones that are doing the opposite of everyone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And they're not consuming it domestically, so they're looking to ship those goods overseas. And there's no sign that that's going to turn around anytime soon.
All right, great stuff. Thank you, Mr.
Man, that is good stuff.
Thanks, Al.
Yeah, good man. Jeff Kleintop, Chief Global Investment Strategist. Charles Schwab with some good charts there. We come back, opening bells. 3 minutes away. Stocks, not doing much. 1/3%. Bustle out front. We'll see what happens.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
first started flying and we would experience turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous, then I'm not going to be nervous. Financially, I'm the flight attendant in that situation. The relief that comes over people once they know they've got a guide to help them through, I definitely feel privileged to be in that position.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network.
Schwabitz. Schwab. Okay, we got Tesla on the breakout. So 215 was my new support level. Now it's going to be a little higher than that. 218 for now. And then we got SPY. SPX looks scalpable over the SPY. Let me see here. SPX. Today's the 2nd. So the 40, 54, 75s. Or the 5480s. Kind of missed it. $470 to $410, but I didn't take it. So an alert on this previous candle right here, a little bit above it. Right there on that wick. SPY's breaking out. 544.86. What I had yesterday, 544.86. There goes the SPX. Shit. Just wait. Still ain't got to the 200 yet. Tesla did hit support, that 218 I mentioned. We got 3 white soldiers right here. So it could stop right there at that first one. Oh, God. Jim, still waiting. Think we can get this cheaper. I mean, now would be time to get one at 380. But I'm gonna wait. I mean, that'll be a bottom line support right there. Should grab one. Might get it at 380. Fuck. That'd have been it. That would have been it right there. 380 to 480 to 490. Oh my. Damn. Oh. 560. 70, 80. There it is, $200 in 2 minutes. Oh, please stop. Well, I missed that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay. Good job. I had the right one. Now we're above the 63. Lily's down 26 bucks. Oh, there we go. Some more. 730. Bam. $8.30. Beautiful. AMD good new highs. AMD. Beautiful SPY. Beautiful SPX. I'm smelling 1,000. Is that it? Just got an alert. Bearish trend. We got support here on the SPX. If it ain't the 200, and this is on the 1 minute though. NVIDIA new high. Meta's getting close to 500. Ooh, we did hit 500 this morning. Meta. With Netflix. Carvana pulled back, and we got Apple. Where's Apple? Nice bounce on AMD. $5. VWAP on the SPY is at 544.38. Now we're kind of double topping with a lower high. We got a hammer reverse. We get a sharp, I'm seeing the option of getting a sharp knife and then catching it. Or catching it on a breakout. I think it's TSLL's up. That's with Tesla. We got PayPal up $1.17. What else? Not much on there. Boeing at resistance. Watch it up. SPX and SPY. See if I get a sharp knife and a knife catch. VWAP here on the SPY. Let's see here. I gotta get my call ready. Watching the SPY. July 3rd. Now, this is going to be a low volume week. So, the 546s. $8.54. One on the left is the SPX, and one on the right is a SPY. Still waiting. There's 106, 104. I want to see if we get to the VWAP and hold that. If we don't, then we're more bearish. If I was to buy any, it'd be pretty soon if it dipped down there again. These are the 546 SPY, correct, for the third. Now they're at 99 cents. 95. Okay. I'm about to hit my support right here. $92. What should I do? 108. Boom. Very nice. Right to support. I mean, that's just beautiful. SMCI. Beautiful. That's just beautiful. I'm about to fall asleep. I better wake up.
Is Oliver, and as you mentioned, at 8.1 million, basically little change.
Watching this trade, getting ready to jump in it.
Do anything, let's be real.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the S&Ps here also in reaction to very muted 55.30-ish right now, kind of hanging out right around unchanged, somewhat limited. It seemed like the real reaction came earlier in response to Powell's comments.
Yeah, right, bigger move there.
Yeah, at the ECB forum, but just kind of looking through this number here a little bit. Quits 3.5 million. Separations quits 3.5 million. Basically, again, discharges 1.7 million. Little change there, and just kind of again sorting through. So probably not the major market mover here, but in line with what we've been seeing, right? An economy which continues to slow a little bit, but not necessarily crater, and I think that's going to be favorable for the market.
Yeah.
You can see some of the declines off that 10 million mark again.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Here's the
I
thing.
hit the
last
VWAP, but I just didn't
two
see it.
prints, You know, were more of a meaningful drop than this is a bounce back. No, I mean, this is a nice number, right? It's nice to be back above 8 million. But it seems clear
Yeah,
that the 9 million
okay.
above days are past us long now,
Yeah.
right? You know, like because
10. Tom said earlier it was 11 million where we had topped out.
well, we were at the high, sure, but that was years ago. I'm saying, like, you know, coming into this year, being able to maintain that 9 million and then dropping off the last two readings here now were not this one. The two prior were a lot more dramatic than this one. This one, I think, is to your point, not going to be a big market mover. This is just kind of our new regime, 8 million basically.
Yeah. But again, a lot of people are focused on the quits, right? Little change as well, 3.5 million. Over the year, quits were down by 550,000. Quit rate 2.2% in May, the 7th month in a row. You know, Oliver, that's where the focus is right now in terms of some of these job openings. Are people leaving some of their existing positions, thinking there's better conditions out there somewhere else? Or
Yeah.
in
Well,
this instance,
grass is greener.
Yeah, the grass doesn't appear to be greener for
Yeah.
550,000
It's
people,
been,
right?
No, it's certainly that is a good one. That is probably the most interesting part of the data, right? Which is that people are kind of like, all right, I got a job, I'm happy with this right now. Maybe it's not worth the risk
Which
to
was
jump.
very different when we were at 9, 10,
Totally.
11.
Yeah. So I think that's a good way to describe the difference between like 8 million range and the 9 to 10. 9 to 10, people are like, oh, let's see what else is out there.
Looking around.
Yeah, 8 million is like,
feeling pretty good where I'm at.
Yeah, pretty good where I'm at.
And to that point, the market's feeling pretty good where we're at right now here as well, 55.33. But getting to those comments from Powell earlier, because that did.
Yeah, let's go back to that, because the market's tried to move on that, and they're holding it.
Yeah, and they are holding it. The dollar came off, yields came off. Powell said that we are seeing solid growth, strong labor conditions. He talked about how labor markets, if they unexpectedly weaken, that would cause us to react. He was kind of walking a fine line from what I heard. He was sort of, kind of providing that market appeasing sort of balance type commentary. In fact, he used that word multiple times. He talked about risks of cutting too soon and too late. Again, he talked about, and so did Christine Lagarde for that matter. I was listening to both of them kind of go back and forth and volley that sort of idea of one risk versus the other. But again, also really leaning on and stressing data-supported decisions, right? And how that is the, current trend. I feel like that's nothing new though, right? I mean, when was that not the case? But they both, and especially Christine Lagarde talking about how inflation is headed in the right direction. I mean, we saw that with the numbers Friday. I think we're seeing that with investors in market enthusiasm right now. 10-year yields kind of hanging out in a bit of a range. And one could argue even so the dollar focusing what appears to be more on like European elections and some of the situations playing out abroad rather than like really kind of getting too focused on the Fed right now. And then lastly, I would just argue, and we were talking about, earlier on the Future Show this morning, really about how the dollar and the yields have had a very level-headed approach towards all of it. It's been us.
Dollar has been your guiding
How'd
light
the
there,
hell
right?
did I get
Because the
there
dollar
today?
firmed up and yields caught up. And
Yeah,
now people were wondering the last couple of days, what's going on with the yields? It's like just it caught up to the dollar because we can't cut, and everybody else is. But on the margin, when Powell says now return, I wonder if that word now is what folks are kind of like latching onto this morning. And again, we're reaching here, okay? We're reaching because basically everything he said is what he's already said for the most part.
Yeah, well, that was kind of
But he did say that thing where he goes, now prices show signs of resuming disinflation trend. I don't know, maybe like the word now, because it suggests something's different's changed. But no, I think to your point, it's more the same. Market's looking for something today, have an excuse to rally.
Market's kind of similar pattern that we've seen over the last few weeks. I feel like the big data points come on a Friday, and so we've been kind of forced to sort of spin our wheels and create this narrative around some of the other smaller releases throughout the week. But again, another week where, much like last week, PCE, I feel like it was the week before, I can't remember what it was on Friday, but the non-farm payroll
inflation jobs
is going to be the important component. So
tomorrow could get busy.
Possibly, but yeah, I think the market right now, again, still just sort of reflecting Powell's comments, the balance.
Good balance.
The confident in the Fed's ability to stay the course ultimately and get us to our goal.
September is getting solidified. It really does seem like, right? So, all right. Tomorrow ISM services, that could be fun. Durable goods too, but employment on Friday definitely becomes interesting. We are now in a I'm happy with my job economy. Pierce, let's talk some earnings. We're going to do a couple stock trades here. Take a look at a few specifics. On the calendar this week is Constellation Brands. Booze, weed, you name it, they got it.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, we've got them coming in with earnings coming out tomorrow before the market. Expected move right now is up or down about $9.92. Expectations looking at earnings at $3.46. That would be up almost 19% year over year. Revenue $2.67 billion. That would be up about 6.3%. It's worth noting that Constellation's beaten earnings estimates in 7 of their past 8 quarters. Segment-wise, the beer revenue is expected to come in around $2.27 billion. Wine and spirits about $0.4 billion. And this has been kind of a rocky chart for investors to deal with. I mean, if we look at the 12-month low at 227.50, back in October, the high at 274 back then. And part of it is last year, the alcohol beverage market faced a lot of...
Okay, we're back at the double top.
Economic uncertainty. The beer business was really the one that delivered. That was up 9% for Constellation, 7% shipment growth as well in fiscal 2024. And of course, Modelo, Pacifico, Corona, those are all names that really push that forward. But there are a lot of headwinds, and they kind of continue for all of these beer makers. Raw material, packaging, logistic costs, high inflation. These elevated expenses continue to squeeze those margins. The good news for investors is there is some volume uptick that we've seen, higher prices that also offset some of those rising costs and some of that weakness we've seen in the wine and spirits business. And in the high-end market, if we look at Modelo specifically, that continues to be a really good brand, continues to help some of this wine and spirits category that's falling flat. And I think if you look back at the Q4 report in April, the market was relatively optimistic about that forecast for 2025.
All right. So it's been a pretty volatile year, basically to nowhere, the last 52 weeks. Seems like there's just some competing trends. Some of their items are in vogue, others are not.
Jimmy's watching real close right here.
Now that we're like fully kind of recovered in the services economy, it seems like it's hard to predict any major uplift generally based on what we're seeing economically. So it's hard to figure out like what the super bull case would be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, beer revenue has been on the rise. Saw it rise 11% for Constellation.
Okay, we're about to hit one of my sports.
Growth, which is how many products are sold on the retail level. That was
Boom.
0.9%. Modelo, especially, 14% depletion growth. Pacifico, 22%. So those numbers have been really good. But wine and spirits have been down, down 6% in the quarter. Operating margin getting slightly better. Some of the cost savings are coming into play. But nonetheless, these companies are dealing with a lot of competition in an area where beers are becoming more popular. Legalized marijuana becoming more popular as well. And although you look at a company like Constellation, which has their connection to Canopy, they're kind of getting away from that connection. We saw back in April, they kind of moved their common shares to non-voting, non-participating shares. They're really eliminating their impact to their equity and their earnings when it comes to Canopy. So not necessarily that they're fully away from that market, but that market is certainly hurting some of the sales. And some point to the fact that it could hurt beer sales the most, which is really the category that's been holding these names up.
Okay. All right. None of them are great right now. That much is clear. But at least, Stars kind of seems like the way to play it because Diageo's just been getting destroyed. Down like 28%. Charts of Sam and Bud are pretty rough, and it seems like Sam in particular hasn't really had a product that a trend that's been favorable. Yeah, Bud had a nice rally and then gave it back up. So for the year, still Constellation Brands pretty solid. So we'll look at the earnings in the morning. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that. Let's bring in Alan Nuttman. Let's talk about the trading session so far. Let's talk a little tech, too. He's a chief market strategist at bullseyeoption.com. Just the man we need on a day in need of some energy, Alan. So I give you permission. Fire away, sir.
I'm just going to ask you questions.
No, that's not allowed.
No. So
gotta keep the traffic flowing in the right direction here.
All right, but what stock did we talk about incessantly that nobody liked? And who's the leader on the board today, my friend?
Getting close.
There you go. Look at that
That's
breakout.
true, yeah. Last time.
Look at that breakout.
No, you're right. We talked about that last time.
Right, so that's an amazing bottom, just like Apple had, where it made new lows but not new highs and implied volatility. That was a sign of a sentiment shift, that all the short sellers have run out of strength. And guess what? You saw money flow into that stock in long accumulation, and boom, we're off to the races again. I mean, we rallied from under 150 to 225. I said breakout above 200, and this is for real. And now, how are the shorts feeling about Tesla today?
That's what I tweeted this morning. The Elon haters are squirming. Because I feel like they got in their own head, about everything. And then they voted to keep his pay package. He's the guy who's been running the business forever. They got it to where it is. I mean, shipping hundreds of thousands of electric vehicles. I mean, they're like in a world of their own. So
you don't have to like Elon, but you can argue with success.
Sure.
There's a reason that he was the richest man in the world. How he got there and the subsidies and yada yada. That's one thing, but it's about scoreboard, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. The S&P, it's halftime for the year, and the S&P's up 15%, and the Nasdaq's up 18%. So where's my friend Ben? I mean, you can hate the game, but you can't hate the results. And, the market's just momentum market, new all-time highs again yesterday.
Yeah. Well, your friend Ben just left the studio, but yeah, that's exactly how he's been describing it for months, is that it's like the Goldilocks, ignoring anything negative, going with the positive. So, yeah.
Right.
The move generally, I to come back to kind of the strategy of picking stuff that's been down to then catch up.
Wrecked my support, but I didn't take it.
The last 2 weeks, basically, the NVIDIA trades kind of stalled out, and a lot of folks have been looking for like value, cyclical stuff to work, but I don't really think that's the way to think about it. I think it's kind of been more in your realm, which has been just look at stuff in the categories that are winning, but haven't been winning.
No, we got an
the market still hasn't rotated.
we got
into, like,
definitely
other
a
stuff. It still is like
trend down here. Could see 5464.
Yes and no. But the sectors we've talked about here recently is
Can't handle too much of him. Okay. Spies back at the VWAP. says we got a bullish trend going on.
We're going to talk some biotech also, trying to mix some of the growth themes together in a conversation about what's been working, but recently on a little bit of a momentum pause. Eli Lilly down 3.3% today, but the Ozempic trades and the weight loss markets have been about as good as anything in AI.
That's right. LLY. I'm waiting for my trade. Oh, that's Sally. Yeah, that could be a setup. Hit my support that I called out yesterday. Close to it. I'm watching SPY here too.
Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Let's talk some momentum trades as the big tech's AI rally has been only matched by pharma's weight loss initiatives. Joining us, Julia Angelis is an investment manager at Bailey Gifford. Julia, thanks for being here with us this morning. Our AI trade's been a little bit more sluggish the last couple weeks. Let's start the momentum conversation there. Any reason to be worried?
So we are long-term investors, so I wouldn't be able to comment on any momentum developments, but those are highly volatile stocks, and they have been recently volatile because of the uncertainty involved in the future. But those are really exciting technologies and companies, and happy to go further. But yeah, So it's a really long-term opportunity rather than thinking about what happens over the next week or two.
I've been hearing people say it's like just the third inning, you know, it's the beginning, it's the start of the party in AI. Is that the right way to describe it, or is that a little extreme? I mean, we've had trillions of dollars moving around.
I would say we've been looking at application of AI in healthcare for a very long time. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen yesterday. It didn't happen with introduction of ChatGPT. So actually, AI as a technology to accelerate drug development has been there for more than a decade.
Well.
But what happened recently that the actually computing power keeps increasing, algorithms gets better, and more importantly, we have more data that we can apply to AI. Therefore, we can see the acceleration in the development. But at the same time, you also have to be cautious not to add too much hype, because it still involves humans. We need still to run clinical trials, still need to run some laboratory experiments to combine
got
the
another
wet lab
alert.
with actually what AI is producing. So I would say
I think I'm waiting for my alerts to kick me off.
Overhype it. We still need to see drugs developed by AI taking to the market.
Okay. The healthcare trade connected to AI doesn't seem to have been getting as much attention.
No, it hasn't.
It's really focused on these lofty valuations in semiconductors and big tech.
Okay, we've hit the VWAP again.
The healthcare trade's been a little bit more contained. Are they cheaper?
So yeah, we
That's
see actually
gonna be our
exciting
pivot
opportunities
point.
in healthcare space, but valuations have been really brought down by the current environment, because many of those companies, their
They're at
revenues are still
87,
growing in the
86
future. You
cents.
still need
The
to take drugs with regulatory
546s,
approval, but also prove they have a product.
83.
So the market really rewards that generates revenues, and there where you see a discrepancy, the companies can
And
actually
this would be it.
demonstrate strong clinical results and the potential for the product. They are rewarded, but those with a long duration, which a bit more uncertain,
Now
they have
25.
been penalized. But over time, as they progress, the market should catch up and reward these companies.
Okay. The healthcare obesity trade fitting in with AI, I mean, that sounds like it would be the perfect narrative combination right now. Do any of the leaders have potential to work in any new tech, like those that have already been spearheading, Eli Lilly, Novo, etc.?
So what we see currently in the market is it's not really driven by AI. So drugs like GLP-1, what many people know as Ozempic by brand, or Manjaro. So those drugs has been developed on very old technologies and kind of old approach to science. But what we are seeing now, the next generation of drugs and the way we discover new metabolic pathways, how we can actually treat obesity in novel ways, they apply more data and apply more
Very nice.
artificial intelligence to study those pathways. So yeah, there are companies out there that are much more at the earlier stage, but they're applying next generation tool to discover new biology, how we can approach obesity in the future.
Okay. Yeah, that's going to be one heck of a marketing campaign when you've got your first AI-powered weight loss drug. Okay.
86
so
to $1.02.
about how to kind of fit these together for investors. Do we buy
But I wasn't in that one either.
or are these such specific trades that one needs to be like active in this realm?
That was second, third VWAP
We're
touch.
very selective in
Maybe
terms
the
of
fourth.
companies we choose to back, so I wouldn't just say go and get the basket. But I think there are a few exceptional companies out there that are extremely doing well and have a potential to also to enter the space and do well. Obviously, Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly, the leaders in the space. They come from diabetes, really focus on this particular comorbidity of obesity and really make a massive progress in addressing diabetes, but also developing obesity portfolio on the back of it. So those companies will remain relevant for sure, and it likely also dominate the industry over the next 5-10 years. But what is interesting is the rise of their other companies entering the space and the new ones. For example, another Danish company called Zealand Pharma. So they recently raised $1 billion on the back of a very exciting trial results, which actually offers a new way of approaching obesity, which is not the GLP-1 type of approach, which has its advantages and disadvantages, but entirely new way where actually offers a quality weight loss. So very exciting, and there are more players out there which you can look for, which actually could provide the future growth opportunity and investment upside.
Okay. Some of these, I guess the last question, Julia, is will any of these companies' systems be disruptive if a faster moving startup uses new technology and AI tools to kind of discover maybe a different path? I think about like one example, a company I know you follow, Exact Sciences, and their process for identifying cancer. The stock's been getting hit for like months now, and I'm curious if any of those companies that haven't hit the holy grail yet but are searching, if they haven't found it yet, do they have to speed up?
So absolutely, the new technologies could disrupt, but it takes time to bring a drug to the market. So for the time being, those who are already on the market and have very successful drugs, they're in good place. But also importantly, these companies who are leading the space, they also remain vigilant, and they're not just resting on their laurels and do nothing. So they continue investing in the new generation of technologies.
Tesla 228.
As I say, the space is going to not just be dominated by 2 companies. There are going to be many more players, and that's why it's just so exciting to look at the space.
Right.
And this applies to any area in healthcare. So obesity is one case, Exact as a diagnostic space is another space. So it applies to every single area in healthcare.
Great stuff. Thanks, Julia, for the analysis. Excellent deep dive. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Julia Angelis is investment manager at Bailey Gifford. All right, with some good stocks and ideas in there, alongside the secular conversation, maybe potential combo, an AI developed weight loss drug. Whew, that'd be fire. All right, coming up, TriMasters got some analyst notes out for us. A couple price target hikes on 2 big retail winners, Costco and Walmart. But continuing our discussion around some of the price complications at McDonald's, price target cut at Mickey D's.
I was born on the south side of Chicago.
We just hit my resistance on
Now I'm working
Tesla on the Fibonacci.
help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're going to always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market.
I'm gonna have to say 2:30.
On the Schwab Network.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends. All that research sounds exhausting.
288.76.
So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab Invest.
Schwab.
40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Maybe dear dear dear.
Talk some charts and some retail, as we've got 2 price target hikes and a cut across some consumer businesses this morning. Jenny Hort and Rick Ducat looking at the charts. All right, McDonald's with the negative, and then Walmart, Costco with the positive. Let's start with Mickey D's. Let's get the negative one out of the way here, because Walmart and Costco have been beasts. McDonald's has been a little bit more tricky.
Well, amazingly enough, out of this whole group, though, there's not a single, even bear, not a single underperform or sell equal rating among this entire group. I was shocked to see that. I mean, with McDonald's, especially because they've had some major bad PR overseas. They also have had all these protests as a result, pricing increases. Their CFO has said prices
for their most staple items are up around 200% on average, and you definitely notice that. I feel like maybe just living in the city, I assume everything's expensive, but McDonald's is not as cheap as it used to be.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not. But Guggenheim lowering its price target to actually a street low of $2.80. The previous low I saw was $2.85. That's from $3.15, but it kept a buy rating, which is what was so odd to me. Have some conviction here, but they
You're
said
stubborn.
yes.
315.
And then, and cut it all the way down to $2.80. And they also did remove this name as a best idea designation, as they did cut also their second quarter same-store sales growth estimates to around 0.2%. They noted that whether comps are down 1 or 2% in the U.S.,
My tea going.
important that whether McDonald's can move the needle on its near-term sales with increased urgency over the next 6 months. All of this, I think I agree with, but then interesting to keep a buy. So you say basically, hold on, wait and see.
Boy, not a great day for this analyst. What's your best idea? McDonald's. I always think about his reference that scene from Billions when he gets everybody in the room.
Well,
acts and he says, "Give me your best
Spy
idea."
broke resistance.
Get out. That's kind of like how I feel about this one's all right, your best idea is McDonald's, $350.
No, but they removed that designation.
I know. Then they say it's $315, it doesn't make it to a $300, and then they go, all right, that's not our best idea anymore. We're going to cut it down to $280, which is still a massive rally from here. So it's
I would agree. I would also say maybe it wasn't your best idea at $315 for the last several months.
So kind of a failure of the best idea, not to be harsh. All right, Rick, chart, desperately holding on.
Well, if this is the best idea, we've got to go back to the drawing board, I think, here, because the chart does not look very good right now here. You can see that, and just for perspective, too, 280 would be a 13% increase, by the way, from where we are now.
Pretty sizable move.
Yeah, definitely. And, when we look at the chart, we can see that from the point we were at the yearly lows near 245, we pretty much went straight up into the yearly highs of 302. We had about a 55% increase. So things were looking pretty nice for a while based on that. But the move faded pretty much completely here. We're knocking on the door of those yearly lows once again. Kind of curiously, the recent price actions like an M shape, kind of like the golden arches, basically. We had that rally, then a subsequent decline, then another rally, and then another decline back to the same area. And the lows come in near that green dashed line near about 251 or so, perilously close to breaking through it all the way here. We've tested it to the downside, but managed to recover so far here. So, be on the lookout if we do keep moving lower here.
It's yummy.
We're breaking through support. Our RSI, our measure of momentum,
Yummy,
there,
yummy, yummy.
The trend line is getting invalidated as well. So it's not looking like a very good picture here for the bulls right at this moment here. Now, it wouldn't be terrible unless we start making new 52-week lows. That area near 245 would be the kind of last line of defense for the bulls there. So be on the lookout if we start to make our way just a little bit lower, only like $4 lower than where we are now here. So if we were to move lower, you can see our standard deviation channels there. We would have our -2 channel coming in near our orange line there, which would be roughly around 240 or so. That could be an area of support to watch. To the upside, we had our supportive level near 251. That now becomes a resistance point to break through. But ultimately, that red line near 263, that would be us making a higher high than during.
Looks interesting.
That would be something to watch for.
Seems like it's like slim chance this thing has just been eroding in front of our eyes now for almost 3 quarters. So just a really consistent downtrend and looks pretty soft. Looks like 540 kind of being the next area to hope that maybe it can hold. All right, Walmart and Costco, very different story here. Very similar looking charts in terms of trajectory, but return different. Costco up almost more than twice what Walmart is over the last 52 weeks. Costco's just a beast, Jenny.
It is a beast, and I mean,
God, it's fun to go to, isn't it?
See, I don't have a car, so I feel like I'm not meant for Costco at this point in my life, but I want to be a Costco person so badly. Just
Uber XL, hon.
I need a car. How do you get to Costco? You get it delivered, don't you?
Oh, I just take a scooter and then I pile it on top of my back like the Grinch when he steals all the presents.
Yeah, see, that would be the end of me. But okay, Steeple, $900 price target from $850 with a buy rating. I mean, this name is so very much loved by analysts, but the street high is $975. 575, low is 675. So the average is like 850, which I guess would put this analyst considerably above, obviously, the average. But even 850, I mean, is like the average. That doesn't imply pretty much any upside from where we're currently trading at around 848. So the one concern I will say that when it comes to Costco specifically is, even though this analyst out of Stifel did mention that this U.S. scanner data shows that Amazon, Costco, Walmart are accelerating their grocery share gains, and Amazon right now has 11, Costco has around 12%, while overall we do see Sam's, and including Walmart, account for around 40% of that category growth now from 2020 through 2023. So I think that the Walmart is still so dominant, but the argument with Costco specifically is right now it's expensive. I mean, it trades at a forward PE of 49 times versus the diversified retailers, which is like 37 times. Consumer discretionary is like 33 times. You compare that to then Walmart, which we'll get to next, but that thing trades at 27 times. And so that just goes to show, like, I guess it depends on obviously your conviction in like Costco's growth versus Walmart's growth, but I think the argument's been made that right now it's a bit maybe overstretched or just like fair value to current levels.
It's more expensive than Nvidia.
Right.
Costco right now, forward earnings pace is more expensive than Nvidia.
That speaks to everything.
So, I don't know. Maybe this analyst not being super bullish.
And like Microsoft, I believe too, right?
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I think it should be. Yeah, definitely. Microsoft can afford it.
That's wild.
All right, Costco's pretty expensive, Rick, but I mean, look, you got a pay to play, baby. Great chart. If you want access to it, you got to pay up.
I guess that would be my counterpoint. You know, it's something we say often. Just because something's high doesn't mean it can't go higher. You guys could be absolutely right about your discussions about the fundamentals, but it can still go up for a while. And you know, when I look at the chart, though, I'm wondering if perhaps we are in for a bit of a slowdown right now, because you can see we've had a very strong rally going off those lows. You guys are right, we're up like 61% during the past year or so. However, once we hit those highs near 873, we've kind of backed off a little bit and are moving more sideways now. You can see that we are touching on our yellow 21-day exponential moving average today. This is a place where traders might be looking for some support here. These moving averages are support during uptrends, resistance during downtrends here. You can also see we've got a bit of a volume node developing near current prices. You can see that there's a spike in that blue bar graph on the right side of the screen. That's our volume profile step.
Yeah, there's been a little two-way trade for about a month now around this 850 level.
Yeah, definitely. So volume profile is nice because it highlights these key areas where prices spent a lot of times here. So they become like support and resistance areas or congestion points for us to work through. We're kind of in the thick of that area right now here. So be on the lookout if we start to advance or decline beyond this area here. RSI trailing off a little bit here, trending downward, but still above the 50 midline. Haven't quite been able to invalidate that downward trend line as well on this momentum indicator. But when we look at our standard deviation channels, once again here, we have our blue linear regression line. To the upside, one standard deviation from that line of best fit here, that provides us with a potential resistance area coming in right near 937 at this time here. To the downside, we've got our recent lows, which are right on top of that 21-day EMA near about 840 or so. Then below that, our blue line, our linear regression line. That's another area where you might expect to find some support there. That comes in right around 830 or so.
All right, so Costco's pretty well supported, but has been exhibiting a little bit of slowing of momentum. Maybe it has something to do with how expensive it is. All right, Walmart. Trading at $67.50 right now. Chart looks pretty similar, I think. What's the main differences here, Jenny? What do we need to think about?
The main difference is I think that you could argue that Walmart's actually pretty cheap. I mean, it's been
half as much as Costco.
It is, and when you look at it on a year-to-date, I mean that's ridiculous in itself. But when you look at it on a year-to-date basis, their performances are identical, just like you said. Over the last 12 months is really where they differ, but Walmart's had a really nice year. They've had really nice earnings, and they've been able to assure the investors and customers, frankly, that they're committed to keeping their costs low. I've always said that they offer to me like the widest range of prices, and they've done a great job like targeting now some of these more high-income consumers that are now willing to trade down and continue to use Walmart because they're enjoying their experiences, frankly. So I think that that's a win, that they're gaining access to like every type of consumer with their various marketing strategies. And Stifel $71 price target from 69. They did have a hold rating though, and I think that this is just speaks to, I mean, they're actually in the minority camp because the 40 analysts that cover this name, 37 have buys, there's 3 holds and no outright bears, and the average price target $73 a share, which implies about 7% upside. So this analyst is a little bit below the average, but I think that right now you could just make the argument that maybe as far as like the category growth and we're seeing like market share right now really come in from like an Amazon Whole Foods as well as Costco as well as, I mean, like these various other boutique grocers, because grocery is still the most important, I think, aspect to Walmart here.
Yeah, but everything else too, when folks want to go buy stuff to feel good, shopping therapy, but don't have as much as they did, go to Walmart, you know?
I know.
For half the price of Costco's valuation, kind of seems like a better deal. It's like the Walmart deal.
They also just announced these new digital shelves where instead of like their paper labels, they're going to have a digital system, which to me sounds like a wonderful thing as an employee, but everyone's worried then, well, will they just be able to constantly influx the overall prices? Is it like a tool to utilize like price basically?
Oh, I see, to get more like live.
Or to like target like it like during like busy peak hours where they like.
Right, doesn't talk that some places might do that.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, all right. Rick, chart-wise, what do we got?
You know, it's very similar looking in terms of the price action to our last chart, Costco here. If I had to pick one, I would say this one's maybe holding up a little bit better though here, because you can see Costco was kind of drifting sideways beyond its upward channel. This chart, we've hung on to our upward trend line in white there. We also still are above our 21-day EMA here. So when we look at RSI as well, we can see that on our last chart, RSI was much more steep to the downside. You can see that this one is a more modest slope to the downside. We're holding up a little bit better here. So, you know, based on those things, it would still be kind of a similar read though overall here, because we're quite close to testing the support in the form of our trend line and our 21-day EMA. We don't have quite as strong of a volume node, which would represent a supportive area that we're within now here, but we do have a similar recent low point to watch near 66.55, our recent high point near 69.04 here. So if we were to examine our next chart and take a look at our standard deviation channels here, and this is a study that I think can be helpful in trying to assess where you might find potential resistance when something is making new highs here. If we were to keep moving to the upside, you can see that orange line there comes in near 73.37 or so. That would be 2 standard deviations above our blue linear.
Okay, now we got our pull back.
Yeah, that would be a pretty.
We're already like halfway there.
Yeah, you know, and I'm not saying that's going
This
to
has to hold here.
I'm saying if we do move up, if we do take out those highs, that would be a place to start looking for some consolidation that would represent an extreme price level relative to our recent history here.
Love that. All right, nice. So some things
Tesla hit
in terms of when
Randy's target at 231.
perhaps. Okay. Walmart, little change to the upside. Thanks, Jenny. Thanks, Rick. Nice charts. When we come back, little market meetup, a little discussion about the session underway, which is still mixed for stocks, but there are a few interesting nuggets. First,
Nuggets.
Nvidia's down 2%. Tesla's up 9%.
Damn.
Someone check when the last time there was a 11 percentage point spread between Nvidia in favor of Tesla. So the big cap tech trade's a little bit mixed. Also, Bitcoin's pretty soft right now. BTC slipping 2.5%. Stocks are firm. Not a lot of drama in the dollar, bonds, anywhere else. Keeping an eye on it. We'll be right back.
market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go, at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Kind of a slow Tuesday before a holiday, but kind of not too, as we got some interesting moves going on this morning. Caroline Woods joins us alongside Mr. Kevin Hinks here in the studio. Caroline's at the desk in New York. Caroline, let's talk Tesla first. I mean, 9% up on a day where Nvidia's down and the tech complex is not exactly roaring. I mean, what a move. Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, and it just was adding to those gains. So yeah, Tesla obviously was a beat in terms of the Q2 delivery numbers. The expectation was for 435,000. The whisper was for more like 420,000, and then Tesla came out with 440,000. So still a decline of 4.8% from the year ago period, but 14.8% higher than the first quarter of 2024. So seeing an improvement similar to what we saw with those Chinese EV makers yesterday, and Wall Street very much rewarding Tesla. I think it's important to note, though, as we've talked about so much, Tesla has really been beaten down. It's chipping away at those gains, or at those losses, but still down about 8% year to date. So compared that to some of the other, the broader tech stocks, or some of the outperformers, it really has been underperforming. But no, it's certainly positive news for Tesla. Obviously, as we talked about yesterday, the real big main event, Dan Ives called this the appetizer before the big dinner, which is that August 8th robo-taxi event, and I think there's some bullishness heading into that. We know analysts are mixed, both sides of the spectrum, but the bulls are
Heck
really
yeah, they
putting
are.
their hats on that, and there's definitely some bullishness after these numbers too, beating the consensus estimate and certainly beating that whisper number.
All right. These data, the appetizer for more, according to Mr. Dan Ives. I don't know. A little pedestrian of a term for a man who dresses as fancy as Dan Ives. I would think he would go with the amuse-bouche.
Amuse-bouche. Comes before the appetizer, though.
Oh, is that? Okay. So this is the second phase. So does he know that then? That this is the second phase?
You're going to have to test his French.
Appetizer for the appetizer. What do you think, Kevin Hinks? 9%? Breakout $70 move for Tesla in like 3 months? That's a pretty good appetizer.
The last 2 days and the short period of time before that, there's been kind of a tone change in Tesla. Despite the article still coming out generally negative about this stock, it was able to put up a number that was a beat when, think what Caroline said, the expectations were 436, but the whisper was lower, which means the street was leaning to the downside for this number. It came in on the upside, and that kind of stables the ship ahead of August 8th, because I think that's going to be a lot more speculation going on there too. But it's a good day for Tesla. And remember, some of the people were saying, well, it's flat. Year over year, it's flat in terms of the total cars, 1.8 million. Yeah, but the stock's down a ton. So it should recover some if they're holding flat because the expectations were for it was going to be down.
I agree. That's today.
Yes.
August, the pressure's definitely building for them now to show something better than what they already have in a substantial way for self-driving. But I also agree, as I said several times, that it seemed to have been unfairly not participating in the AI narrative for months when they're the ones that are implementing AI more imminently than anything else.
Yeah. He's been kind of a quiet player in AI, and the narrative about EVs was heavy, right? That they were demand was shrinking and overall sales were going down. Well, overall sales stable.
Right.
That's not what the stock.
Everybody's like, what are the great implications of AI going to be? Imagine how about self-driving cars? They're already doing that. It may not be full, but you can relax in your Tesla if you've got self-driving. All right, so let's talk about the move overall today in the session. NVIDIA a little sluggish, Caroline, but tomorrow's kind of the big day today. We didn't do too much on our data. We moved a little bit on Powell earlier. That was kind of about it.
Yeah, a few things there. I think with NVIDIA, we saw NVIDIA lower yesterday too and then saw a turnaround, so you never really know with NVIDIA, but yes, definitely an underperformer today, down about 2%. I will say though, Morgan Stanley just boosted their price target on NVIDIA to 144. Certainly not the highest on the street, but sees it getting back to that 140 high and even a little bit higher than that, saying that we aren't pounding the table at these levels given the sharp appreciation since the last earnings report, but this remains the most compelling narrative in AI semis in terms of the semi space. So, still bullishness on the street despite the fact that NVIDIA is lower today. Let's see how the rest of the day shapes out. Tomorrow's data, it's, there's data. I think Friday is really the Friday jobs report is going to be what's key in terms of what
Fibonacci's tell me 245 for Tesla.
I think,
Long.
basically kind of just maintained the narrative that inflation is coming down, but they're not ready to cut rates yet. It's interesting that the CME FedWatch tool is pricing in basically 2 cuts this year, even though the Fed was saying 1 cut. And he was asked, a year from now, where do you see headline inflation for PCE? And he said mid-2s to 2s. So basically where we are, at least in terms of the last PCE report. So he said he needs to see sustainable inflation sustainably come lower. So, not any huge news out of there, but certainly not ready to cut yet. I will say the narrative around the cuts, though, is shifting. It's more that the bulls don't necessarily think that the Fed needs to cut to maintain their bullishness. In fact, they're more concerned about why the Fed would be cutting, and that could actually impede on their bullishness a bit because of the fact that
We don't understand, Caroline.
it could be because the economy is weakening and inflation not actually being a target.
Yeah, that's where the bond rallies are not as obviously stock positive. But today, it seems like we're rallying around his language, which stocks generally like.
There was a lot of great comments and topics in this. The one thing I personally liked, Christine Lagarde and Jerome Powell versus the emerging market of Brazil, and them going back and forth with their different experiences. Then the other one, they were talking about the R-star, which is the rate of rates that is neither restrictive,
neutral.
And how and what is it? How we get there? Obviously, they're not going to say it, but it's an interesting topic for them to cover.
Yeah, especially when they're coming at it from different perspectives right now. Where Christine Lagarde's already moved. Well, we might in September, but still might. But it's a very high probable. All right, thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Kevin. See you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Morning Trade Live. We'll see you this afternoon, 2 p.m. Central Time. Market on close.
Very interesting.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade.
We've held resistance levels, a little higher highs.
Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
A lot of contracts today scalping Tesla.
Each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge.
And shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin H. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
And ready for me.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
A young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once a client knew that she was her, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday.
Tesla's at the 63. Oh, excuse me. Oh boy. Just had me some soup, homemade soup, barley. This is real good.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market, from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Doo-doo.
Good morning. We are 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. We're watching for any records. Of course, we saw the NASDAQ closing at a record yesterday. We've seen the S&P hitting some records over the past couple of days, and oil is at 2-month highs. So a lot to watch ahead of that.
A lot of records, huh, baby?
So today's show, 360 Spotlight, focusing on the Fed. We'll dive into some of the recent commentary we're hearing from Chair Powell and others, and preview the jobs report that is due out on Friday. The disruptor today, PayPal, after an upgrade. Our 360 round focusing on oil and gas ahead of this July 4th holiday, hurricanes, Middle East tensions, and the like. There's a look at the S&P right now. It's up about 3 points at 54.77. The NASDAQ up 0.25%. The Dow pulls back slightly. And the Russell is up just 2 points. As I mentioned, oil crossed $84, and that was really 2-month highs that we'd seen. Right now, 83.17, down slightly. 23.35 for gold, down $3.5. 12.22 for the VIX. US dollar 105.43, and Bitcoin 62,235, down 2.2%. In the meantime, we continue to look at some of the top moving stocks and stories. And Jenny Horn's with us, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, taking a look at those delivery numbers. Tesla, Rivian, in focus. Some of the thoughts and chatter now.
Yeah, and clearly beating expectations here. I think that's hugely why we're seeing, the rally today in Tesla has been amazing, because now we're up, I mean, like 15% this week, adding to its 6% gain we saw yesterday just ahead of these numbers. And I was actually a little bit concerned, given the strength in yesterday's session, that we were going to be in a difficult position into this report. Shares were down about 1.7% pre-market ahead of these numbers. I was watching the intraday activity here because I was so curious, like, what the expectations were. Obviously, there was a concern we'd missed, but thankfully, we are seeing the fact that this was the first delivery beat in now 4 quarters, and the margin of the beat was the widest we've seen since the fourth quarter of 2021. So they did produce around 411,000 vehicles versus the 457 roughly thousand expected. They did deliver around 444,000 vehicles. That was down 4.7% from last year, but was around 2% above the consensus of around 436,000 vehicles and marked about a 15% sequential improvement from the first quarter. We did also see that specifically in terms of their Model Y and 3 vehicles. They produced around 386,000 units, delivered around 422,000, while they produced and delivered around 24,000 and 21,000 respectively of their other models in the same quarter. They deployed around 9.4 gigawatts of energy storage products also. That was their highest quarterly deployment to date. Mind you, now we have some other catalysts coming up. They do report actually their second quarter results July 23rd. So that will be here now before we know it. So that's like, I think, the next major near-term catalyst. But I mentioned some of this morning's weakness, and I think that was on the back of their overall sales in China, specifically to their EVs. They tumbled 24% from a year ago, and we're down 2% from last month. So I think it's encouraging to see that, obviously, for second quarter, things are looking better than what the street had been bracing for. And even some of the analysts' remarks I saw yesterday heading into these numbers were well below even the estimated 436,000 units. So clearly a number that was able to please, and the shares have really taken off ever since. We're up 8.5% on the session. Best performer in the S&P 500 today.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the 1 month. Rivian is up 34% 1 month. Tesla up 28% 1 month as these deliveries beat for both of them. It's pretty unbelievable to see the move that we've been seeing. Thank you so much, Jenny Horn, market correspondent. Appreciate that. Let's get some insights in the news shaping the markets. For that, we welcome in Dana Diorio with us, co-CIO at InvestNet PMC. Thank you for being with us. So as we kick off this back half of the year, there's a lot to watch this week. Of course, we got PCE for inflation. What do you have your eyes on, and how are you feeling about the market?
Well, of course, we do have the comments from Jerome Powell, and I think those are going to be parsed pretty closely. You know, the funny thing about it, of course, being that he didn't really say anything different than he's been saying all along, right? That we need to wait out inflation. We did, have some good indicators on inflation, obviously, recently, and we want to see that continue. That's going to be the key point. I think unemployment being tame really empowers the Fed to kind of keep rates where they are until and unless they're really confident about inflation. And I think that's what Powell's telling us. So, those are the two big metrics, right? Where does the jobs report come in? Where do we go in terms of inflation? But I would just caution the market around, over leading into, one good inflation report, right? It's just, that shouldn't be enough for the Fed to kind of take its hand off the tiller, and it doesn't sound from Powell's comments like it will be.
Interesting. We have consumer discretionary real estate, utilities leading the way. I mean, when we think about leaders, when energy and tech are leading the way, the market feels very strong. When it's utilities or real estate, those are sometimes more defensive plays. So, that Jay Powell came out today. He said inflation's going in the right direction, to your point, Dana, but really saying we need to see more before we cut. So this continues to mean this higher for longer. I don't think it means necessarily a rate hike. He didn't say that, but it does mean you're not going to see a cut in the next meeting. When do you think they will have their first cut, and how many will follow after?
Yeah, that is the name of the game, and I think, of course, there's this divergence in sort of what the dot plot is saying and the market over the course of this year, and that kind of, we saw some convergence and maybe moving a little away again. I would say, look, 1 to 2, which is nothing revelatory. I think that's pretty much what the expectation set has been revolving around. I think a big question is, does the Fed cut before the election? Do we get that first cut in September? And or maybe it's just just, you know, an
It's number 4 tops on the SPY.
that there's an intention to cut, which to some extent has a similar impact on markets.
So I think he's going to tell us something here in a second.
The Fed typically does cut in re-election years. Now, Powell took pains to talk about the fact that, you know, their mandate has nothing to do with it. They have to really stay out of politics. And I think if you look at what's going on in the economy right now, you look at how well the market is doing, how tame inflation is, it's hard to make a case for cutting early. It really is. Now, there are plenty of people who will say, oh, we're behind actually on the
Early?
because this is a long, we've got a
Come
long
on,
left
girl.
at this point from the end of the
In 3 years.
cycle. But the market is giving us largely robust signs. And so cutting at this point, considering the fact that inflation can rise, coming waves, you know, it might seem a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah. So with the risk-on market, we're staying away technically from the safeties of utilities and real estate. We're not necessarily seeing that today, but you do think there's a risk-on market that then starts to lead us towards more growth and time. Nvidia is pulling back a little bit today. What names or types of stocks do you think could work here in this back half of the year?
Yeah, I think if we keep that risk-on environment, of course, you know, there's you said it best just now, right? There's going to be that continued push into growth stocks. And the funny thing is, a lot of these big tech stocks and big communication stocks have become, you know, a proxy for defensive. So even in market times when, you know, there's concern in the market, we've seen money going towards these names that you would say, well, these are growth stocks, but in fact, they're very well capitalized growth stocks that are highly concentrated, very top-heavy market, and so we've seen some of that too. But digging more into sectors and toward what you're talking about, I think you said it right. Something like utilities, consumer staples versus consumer discretionary. These are indicators kind of you know, if your expectation in the second half of the year is that there could be more turmoil, that we could give back some of the great gains. I mean, 15%. First half of the year for the S&P, great performance, right, historically. You know, but re-election years do tend to be up in general. The question is, you know, do we keep just continuing the increase, or do we pull back a little bit in the second half of the year? So if you think that the pullback is more likely, I think you're going to move more towards those defensive. Whereas, you know, right now, it's hard not to argue that we're in a risk-on period, in which case, you know, yes, growth, yes, tech. And, you know, let's face it, there's also a lot of, you know, questioning around who's going to win this election, and then therefore who makes out better. You know, financials got a big bump after the debate.
So finally, it certainly sounds like you think the momentum is still to the upside. An election year historically does a little better, so it doesn't sound like you're particularly worried or bearish. There's a lot of cash on the sidelines. We know you were looking at small caps, looking at a little bit of everything. I mean, what's the final piece of advice for folks?
Well, I do think your point about cash on the sidelines is an important one. Look, you know, we work with retail investors, and, you know, they're largely doing a comparison of something like, say, putting their money into a 60-40 in the market versus maybe a CD, right, or a cash rate. And so they're earning that now, and they're finally getting a return on their cash, and they're enjoying that. And that's good, and for shorter-term money, it's fantastic, right, to be finally out of these years and years of financial repression. But what I would say is, if it's long-term money and you're trying to time when to get in, I mean, just look at what happened last year, look at what happened in the first half of this year. Don't get in the market now because you think it's going to be a great second half. Get in because you have long-term money that has the potential to earn higher returns in, you know, a more balanced portfolio. Thinking that, you know, wow, I'm really happy with this cash return, but if you're putting money in there that really belongs in more of an equity positioning, you're obviously missing out on a lot of return, and that matters over time, as we know, compounding in the portfolio over the years.
All right, thank you, Dana Doria, co-CIO at Investnet PMC. Thank you for being with us. Coming up next, Trading 360, we have the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will go through the technicals. Dan Deming of KKM Financial will take us through the trades for Palo Alto, Arista, and Ford. Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein will take us through the charts, here to take us through the trades. Managing partner over at KKM is Dan Deming. Thank you for being here. So let's get some thoughts, Dan, big picture.
Overall, Nicole, impressive once again today. I think big picture is as we're moving into the second half of the year, and we've had a very strong start to the year. And, you know, big rotation in the market the last couple of weeks of June, but now it does appear that at least yesterday and leading into today, we're seeing tech reposition itself and back into that leadership role after some mean reversion. And I think, you know, just the general trends and the buying pressure in this market, once again, I mean, heavy selling to start the morning, and we're back to unchanged and looking to go positive. And it just feels like there's buyers on any dips right now, and the momentum continues to favor the upside.
You know, as we look, I was just looking, Apple and IBM, to your point, Amazon are some of the leaders on the Dow Jones Industrial Average today. So tell me a little bit about Palo Alto and where that fits into a trade here today.
Sure. Yeah, this is a stock that we have highlighted in the past as well. It's certainly well positioned in several of our portfolios, and this is, you know, really, I consider it the leader in the cybersecurity space. There are other participants there, but overall, when you look at just the general performance of this stock over the last 3+ years, couple that with the trends in place right now and the fact that they are continuing to move into the AI space and their cybersecurity solutions, you know, I think that they're still the most efficient and strongest player in the space, and I think they're going to continue to benefit from the general trends. So I think that you're going to see this stock continue to maintain this upward momentum after some very disappointing earnings announcements early in the year, particularly February. We are seeing the stock get back on its feet now, and again, resetting above some expectations, but the general trends continue, I think, to favor the upside.
Yeah, well, D.A. Davidson recently put coverage on this with the buy and a $380 target. It's at $339 and change today. Ben, some of your thoughts on the chart, please.
Yeah, hey Nicole, Dan, the stock is getting back on its feet, right? And the trend has been to the upside. We just got through a key level on the bigger picture, so there's some momentum building higher here as well. We'll talk about that in a second, and that 325 level, which was important, and we're holding above that convincingly right now, recently up to 345, 346. Take a look at the chart. You can see I started off with a 5-minute look at some of the recent price activity and the rally we've seen off the lows from last week down around 316. So added $30 on basically. This is just a look at a couple areas where the market kind of went into that consolidation phase versus that high conviction vertical phase to the upside, and then again it kind of in a wash, rinse, repeat fashion type transitions from one to the next, and we can establish on a 5-minute candle chart over the last 4 trading days or so, values moving higher from 322 to 337. Taking a step back, looking at a 60-minute candle chart, similar pattern, right? Bottom left, top right, value moving higher. Again, in this instance, I've got 4 areas that my eye was drawn to. Currently consolidating again around this 337 level, and sort of the line in the sand in terms of this trend up right now looks to me like around 305. The bulls would not want to see us take out that key level. Kind of brings the idea that value's forming higher into question, but no indication that we've rejected this level as of yet. Again, we are balancing here. Take a look. I mentioned how that 325-ish area was key. We've gone from a 5-minute candle chart to an
Mr. Frankenstein
now into a weekly candle. So we've added quite a bit of time on throughout this look at some of the rally we've seen in all 3 time frames. Very bullish. Take a look. I mentioned 325 is significant. We've now gotten through the middle of this range that we've been in basically since the end of last year, which again, as I always say, opens up a door for a retest.
Almost done with lunch.
Around 380. Well,
had an early one.
Up off the 2015 low around 40 to just shy of 381 back in February. And again, a balance forming here, but above 325 is a win for the bulls here.
Yeah, and I saw also Baird put a 360. They raised their target 360 up from 340. So there is some positive tone around this name. Dan, final thoughts on Palo Alto?
Yeah, Nicole. Yeah, I think the general trends still favor this stock, and what I'm looking at from a trade example standpoint is buying a call spread here, basically at the money, the August 340, 380 call spread, and then selling the 310 put to finance the cost of some of that call spread. It allows you to put that spread on for about $7.50 here at around the 340 mark, and again you get to capture some upside here. And as Ben pointed out, I think you're right, the bears, or I should say the bulls, don't want to see it dip below 310, but I think if we get down there, Ben, by August expiration, that's a spot where I wouldn't mind picking up the stock if we do see some weakness. So that's why I think selling that put down there, it does open up the bottom end of this trade from a risk standpoint, but again, that's the level where I wouldn't mind getting long the stock outright if we do see some weakness. But if we continue to go higher, then capture the upside.
Right, understood. All right, next up, Aristonet, which is really a really nice chart, right? It just starts on the left and basically moves right up to some new highs. 1 year up 120%. Why are you looking at this one today, Dan?
Well, this one does not get the coverage it deserves, and that's why I'm highlighting it, because you have NVIDIA, you have Broadcom really kind of, taking a big the focus off this space, but Arista has been there from really the get-go and continues to benefit from all the trends that are in place. And when you look at it just from a valuation standpoint, even at these lofty levels, they're still generating cash. It's still a very efficiently run company, and they have the solutions in the cloud computing that will lend itself to the growth in AI. So those are the factors I think that continue to benefit the stock.
Yeah, so you're thinking about some of the ideas, and let's do a little charting too. Ben, some of your thoughts on the technicals.
Yeah, let's get into them here. I've got 3 separate time frames queued up for us, and you're going to see a similar pattern across all of them. We're talking bottom left, top right. Dan's talking about trend, and it's easily identifiable on this chart. You can see going back a few weeks here, we were down around that 280, 290 level. Look at the move up through 300, and look at the areas of consolidation that we've formed, again, along the way up. A 5-minute candle chart highlights 3 areas, 295, 332, and currently near the upper extreme of this 350 area. Wouldn't surprise me to see something a little bit more overlapping and rotational kind of occur here, and a little bit dust settling. But another big move up here, again, across multiple time frames. As I mentioned, we're now going from a 5-minute candle chart here to a 4-hour, so all the way back to the lows that we saw back in end of April, beginning of May. If you remember, stock was down around 240. Here you can see again 4 areas where we've consolidated, balancing around 350 right now, but as long as we hold above 332, looks like we're still on that trajectory to the upside. One more chart here. Again, I mentioned multiple time frames. You're going to see a similar pattern playing out. Here it is, a well-defined trend up off that 2022 low. That was down around 90 bucks, if you remember, to recently just shy of 364. Now, in this time frame, this daily, you can see, look at these big green candles. You can see how we're actually in a vertical phase here right now. So this is a high conviction phase with energy, conviction, and participation. The bulls are going to be looking for something a little bit more sideways to form at a higher level, right? They want to see something, establish some value at this upper level here. So basically, this would be a continuation of the pattern that they have been seeing, but simply put, yeah, bottom left, top right across multiple time frames here, and I think the charts stack up to the fundamental narrative Dan laid out.
Yeah, I mean, stack up is a key phrase. I mean, it's pretty unbelievable, this trend up, right? I mean, it's just like, forget it. All right, so let's move on to Ford then. You have a final thought on Aristonet, and then you get to Ford, please, Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Arista, I think, again, I think the benefits in the trend, and the trade example for today is really a short-term example as to capture this momentum, but then also take some of the risk out of it. So it's just a straight call spread, trade example in July. 17 days to expiration, and it's buying the July 360, 380 call spread. Do that about $6.80 to capture further upside. And again, define your risk though, because it is on such a tear. I do like the idea of risk definition as far as a trade example in this name.
All right, and next up we have Ford, which 1 year down 15%, but it's been sort of sideways for a long time. Dan, what are you thinking about this one?
Yeah, well, I think that just the general trends here, I mean, GM certainly has outpaced Ford year to date. There's no question about that. But I do think that as the evolution of the auto industry continues, and just the way that Ford is set up, not only from a technical standpoint, from a fundamental standpoint, that I do think that we are going to see a move back towards those highs, I believe, in April, if I remember correctly, which is up around $14. So, I think that it's still got some further upside here in the next couple of months, and I've got a trade example to try to capture the move from $13 to $14.
Yeah, it did have that little bit of a pop in April, it's true. Ben will show us the charts.
Yeah, another one that's building momentum short term here, Nicole, the longer term chart. I'm going to default to Dan on this one because it's not my cup of tea. It's a bit of a mess, simply put, but I like the idea here that Dan's looking for 13, 14 right now on some of the short-term momentum we're seeing because it's present. You can see that on the 5-minute candle chart. Just over the last few days, going back to last week, 11, 12, and the increments that we've stopped and paused. Now, coming off this 13, 12.95 high earlier today, with some energy off that level, but kind of right back into this range that we're forming around 1280. So taking a step back here, you're going to see a bit of a bearish pattern when we get into that longer term look at price activity going back to 2022, but a consolidation area, a range that's been forming again around this 13 level. Look, we're just kind of getting into that right now. So get through 13. There's some room to the upside here, still within this range, still within this bearish pattern. So something for both sides, I guess, the bulls and the bears, while we establish this sort of horizontal consolidation pattern. Again, this is extremely mature, but building momentum through 13 ultimately does open up a door for a retest of that upper extreme. I want to show you one more chart because speaking of recent and current momentum to the upside, and again, I don't want to look too much at these longer term charts here because they are kind of messy, but this one shows again that lift through the 50-day moving average, which oftentimes does build momentum. Here's that April high you guys were just referencing up into that $14 level. Take that out. You're talking levels not seen since June, July of last year. So again, momentum to the upside here. This recent run through the 50-day moving average, it's encouraging for the bulls to say the least, even though we're still within that longer term, that wider range.
Right, understood. Final thoughts, Dan?
Yeah, I think Ben pointed out, all the aspects that I looked at as far as from a technical standpoint, and, there has been some insider buying here in the last couple of weeks as well, and they still got generating a lot of cash. They got good cash flow, so the stock is fundamentally sound.
Bounce on SPY there.
I think, looking at just the general trends coming off these levels, and it does appear to me now if it breaks through 13, that it'll make a run to 14. So I'm looking at a trade example here where it's
kind of funny.
August call spread, buying the 13 call, selling 2 of the 14 calls. So I'm not looking for a complete runaway. But again, you can
very
just lowers
interesting.
the break-even point on this. You can do that for about 13 cents. And again, you get the capture. I think, if we continue to see this momentum higher and we continue to see GM and just the auto industry,
Somebody made a statement.
continue to gain traction, no pun intended, but at the same time, we'll, I think we could see it go up to 14 here in the next 45 days and then be able to capture a big chunk of that move higher.
All right, Dan Deming, great to see you. Have a safe
Thanks,
trip.
Nicole.
KKM Financial. Ben Lichtenstein on the charts there. Thank you both for being here for the Big Three today. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight all things that.
Oh, now the new goal is.
Speaking today, we're hearing more about some of his thoughts.
The new goal. Goolsbee says the goal is to get inflation down without stressing the labor market. So that's exactly what we heard the opposite of. That's good. I mean, that's what they think. It's a change of heart.
Trading and sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Yabba dabba you, YouTubers. How's SPY doing? Right now, it's at a double top. So I think it really needs to.
Young lady who was mid-30s.
We've got a short week.
Recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came.
So psychologically,
I watched my mother go through being a single mom.
Jimmy's thinking that it doesn't really want to break this double top, but that last buy on the SPY caught my eye. Oh, there it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. $142. The 546s from a buck to 142. Paper tray, of course. Oh. So that last little candle said something to me. Now we're boing. Bad. Well, that's a pretty one.
Longer rates in the near term.
I mean, where do we think of, when we think about the inversion of the yield curve, that always means recession. What is this telling us now as far as how our economy will fare?
Well, this 2s10s inversion has been the longest it's ever been, and it's been clearly wrong about recession. We've heard recession in 23, wasn't close. We continue to hear recession from time to time. We see an economic slowdown. We don't see a recession. It's told us absolutely nothing. It's told us, in my opinion, the Fed has kept short-term rates too high and probably has to reduce them. It should reduce them before they get into other trouble. But as far as there are things that are affecting the long end. One is Trump in the debate, and then of course the Supreme Court decision yesterday helps Trump.
Yeah.
So that's one. So it improves Trump's predicted odds for winning. Number two is the Japanese yen is just getting trashed day in, day out.
Yes.
And that's not good. And the third, and I think we talked about it this morning, was higher oil prices. So you get three things that are not good for the long end of treasuries. And we saw a rally this morning, and under Powell, it improved, but as I looked at it before I sat down, it looked like the long end had pretty much given up its gains. And we expect to see the steepener continue. That's a trade that both Goldman, Morgan Stanley, and Barclays have recommended. We've recommended it as well because
Yep.
it fits the narrative that's going out there.
So as I look at these, I start to think, I mean, the yen, which basically is at 38-year lows, Bank of Japan was looking at that. They might even step in.
I see it right around
Some stuff about that this morning.
547.
You'll know better than me, but you know, almost that has been the case. I wonder if that can be somewhat repaired. Oil, which cost $84, you know, may fluctuate based on
547.
hurricanes, geopolitical issues, and demand. The Trump card, I don't know how much that's changing. As you said, you know, after the debate,
546, yes.
maybe things leaned a little more his way.
I see it, Yoko.
So what does that mean for bond investors? I mean, you talk about, you're a fixed income guy. What do you tell those folks who are investing in bonds? They like the safety of bonds. What do you tell them?
I'm going to tell them the same thing I've been telling you now for almost 2 years. Stay in the short end of treasuries.
Yeah.
Why go out for duration risk and get
I see
10-year
it.
treasuries at 445 when you can get 6-month bills at 538? And then the more stubborn the Fed is, the longer you're going to get that 538 on T-bills. You're taking no duration risk. You're taking no credit risk. You know, on Bloomberg Real Yield,
we hit that.
I mentioned in another program, they were talking last week about how you need to buy corporate bonds. You know, corporate bonds, the index yields 543. I just told you, 6-month T-bills yield 538. Why take the duration risk and the credit risk? And as I look at returns for the year so far, the first 6 months of the year, the Bloomberg Ag Index,
Perfect.
which is the Bloomberg U.S. Ag Index, was down 0.3%. The Bloomberg Ag Index was down 3%, and the corporate index was flat. Meanwhile, you had equities up 15%. Why do you want to be in long treasuries?
Right.
Stay in T-bills.
Stay in the short term.
Yes, for now.
I mean, you certainly made the case. I mean, why have that credit risk? Why have that duration risk when really you can go for something 6 months and make a pretty good return?
Absolutely.
Right? Big picture. What are some of the moving parts here? We got PCE last Friday. This week we'll get payroll, you know, non-farm payrolls. I saw JOLTS ticked up a little bit month over month. Is that a moving part in your mind? Is there anything there that could sort of...
Sure. I mean, there's a range of expectations for the unemployment number on Friday. Once again, it's going to be on one of the lowest liquidity days of the year.
Right.
Because everyone's taking a 5-day weekend.
Right.
So, you know, people will look at it. I'll be looking at it from Maine, but, you know, it's going to be hard to trade. But nonetheless, I think that under 170, I think breeds some concerns. I mean, Daly has talked, Fed Governor Daly has talked about it, Powell's talked about it. They're a little bit concerned about the inflection point of employment. And we'll also be looking at the labor percentages, and it looks like they're going to come down.
Yeah.
So we potentially could have a weaker number and a better number. On the other hand, because of the immigration aspect of which one report can grab and the other report can't, we might have another blowout number. In which case, it's lights out for the long end of the treasury market. We'll then get 10 years above 450. We'll be in a 450, 470 range. Probably test 470, potentially test 502, and probably similar for the long run.
Yeah. And,
What?
all right, well, we'll have to leave it there, but I did think it was interesting how you talked about Jan Hatzius pushing for more cuts, Bank of America, you know,
There are
basically
two markets. There's
noting...
the short end and the long end.
Yeah,
They're
noting
very
the
different.
strength we've been seeing. So thank you for all of that. And wherever you are, everybody will all be paying attention to the jobs report. Andrew Brenner of Nat Alliance Securities, thank you very much. Coming up next, the disruptors. We're focusing on PayPal after an upgrade. We'll be right back.
Huh. Well. Here we are at SPY, looking good. Second touch at resistance. And it's now, oh man, 11:39. Dookie.
Of course, it's taking over America. The Biden administration taking a stand that we want to hear more about that. But they certainly have been in demand. Let's hear more about what's the developments today.
Yes, still very much in demand, but Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly shares both under pressure today, both really big outperformers this year due in large part to those diabetes and weight loss drugs. But President Biden is demanding price cuts on some of those blockbuster drugs from these drug companies. In an editorial with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders in the USA Today, Biden and Sanders say the drug makers are charging unconscionably high prices that are above those being paid in other countries, saying there is no rational reason why Americans for decades have been forced to pay by far the highest prices in the world for the prescription drugs they need. And they specifically call out Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly for their GLP-1 diabetes and weight loss drugs, noting Novo Nordisk's Ozempic and Wegovy, which of course we talk a lot about, can be several times higher than prices in Canada, Germany, and Denmark for the exact same drugs. And then also call out Eli Lilly, saying they're charging roughly $1,100 a month for Mounjaro. And they point to this study from Yale University that found these drugs could be profitably manufactured for less than $5 a month, or $57 per year. So they're really examining those profit margins. And they say if the prices of these drugs aren't substantially reduced, it actually has potential to bankrupt the American healthcare system. But they also really drive home and say if pharmaceutical companies refuse to substantially lower prescription drug prices in our country and end their greed, we will do everything within our power to end it for them. So really taking a stand against these names. Now, Novo Nordisk is down about 2% today, still up 38% year to date. Eli Lilly, which of course has Mounjaro, is up 54% year to date, down about 2% today as well. So under pressure, but still really outperforming year to date.
Mounjaro 1,100, Ozempic's 1,100 for 1 month, from what I understand. So it is costly. I mean, if you're doing this for some time, if you have diabetes, if you're going to have this for the long term, how could you possibly afford that? At the same time, I'm not a drug maker, so I don't know, their costs and how they do this. All right.
But why would it be so much cheaper in other countries than here, too, is the big question. Same drugs.
Caroline Woods, thank you so much. Good to see you. Now let's turn our attention over to our disruptor, George Sellis, Senior Markets Correspondent here, taking a look at PayPal. Now, Susquehanna upgrading this name. Tell us a little bit about this story, George.
Well, I think if you look at PayPal, Nicole, this is a stock that's actually it's settled down quite a bit in the past few years. There's been a multi-year multiple compression with PayPal, and it really has to do with the fact that they have been growing the number of users. They actually have about 435, more than 435 million active users across their platforms, which include, their Venmo platform, their traditional small and medium-sized business platform. But ideally speaking, profit margins have really been challenged. But Susquehanna actually sees, because of the competitive aspects of the business, margin improvement going forward for PayPal. They actually upgraded the stock to a positive from neutral with a $71 price target. It looks like PayPal is really going to work on internal profit management, especially when it comes down to the multiple business units. They have Zettle, which is their payment processing solutions technology business, Zoom, which is essentially their international transfers business. So they're actually looking at some operational efficiencies based upon management guiding principles for efficiencies, as well as the fact that they're starting to grow their brand internationally much more than they have in the past. There has been some challenges with PayPal, especially in the last year, as Apple Pay has become a bigger player in this particular space, and Alipay, which is Alibaba's Chinese presence, also has been growing. But nonetheless, PayPal itself was
That's
a growth story. If you
interesting.
look at the last 5 years, the stock really hasn't done anything. It's made a huge parabolic move, especially in 2021 when the stock was over $300, and since then it's been just drifting downward. And this is really a story of compression of multiples, competition that has increased, but while at the same time, PayPal has expanded its operations, including Braintree, which is mobile web payments, like I said, Zoom, and of course Zettle, which is their payment technologies platform as well. So they've been expanding their business, but it's been costly, and effectively it's really hurt shareholders in the past few years.
Look, half of the PayPal analysts, as you mentioned, are back to being bullish on PayPal for the first time since January. So it does show a bit of a shift and obviously some confidence to see this trend, and as to Susquehanna as well. So let's hear about an example trade, George.
Sure. Yeah, just
536.84.
If you look at PayPal's free cash flow margins, especially in the past 3 quarters, they haven't been improving. So that isn't always the case, but it does suggest that net income margins will improve. And I think this is why the analysts are becoming a little bit more constructively bullish on this name, especially as the multiples are compressed to the low teens on a forward basis. So with that said, if you look at the chart going back about a year, it's drifting closer towards February levels around $56. And that's essentially when they reported their Q4 earnings for 2023. So I think that $56 area may be an area of support the stock may settle into. So with that said, with the stock still in that trading range, maybe hitting those levels of support, we're going to put on a neutral to bullish trade, and we're just going to sell some cash secured puts going out to the August monthlies and selling effectively the 57.50 put. Now, the delta on that put's around 36. So basically has a 64% probability that the stock will expire above the 57.50. But with that said, you can actually earn $2.50 a credit per share, or $250 a contract. So effectively, the cost basis
how'd that
on the
happen?
shares, if you're assigned at $55, is below that 56 support area. And effectively, all we need to have the stock do is stay above 57.50.
Very bad.
And we essentially retain that $2.50 of max profit that we earn by selling this position.
All right, thank you for that. George Sillis, great to see you. Appreciate it. Good luck there at PayPal today. Coming up next, our 360 round, we're looking at oil and gas. Obviously, oil crossing $84, 2-month highs. Gas has ticked higher week over week. What do we need to know as the summer driving season is upon us here? It's July 4th weekend. We'll be right back.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the
Well, I just added PayPal to the watch list. We're right under the 200 right now, under 59.55. Well, it's on the 1 hour, so if that breaks, we'll go higher, but I'm going to keep it on here. I had this here trend line on here already, 57.89. Uh-oh. Set that at. Okay, SPX flagging again. Beautiful. Today, Tesla is leader of the pack. And we got Siri up. AMC, both of them are memes. We got GME up 41 cents. It's a meme. All three of them. Watching them close. Just added PayPal. So I'm curious about this one. We got Apple. Stair-stepping Apple. We got double top on 3 weeks, maybe a month. Inverse head and shoulders, 2 of them. So that's a respectable. We can, continue the breakout. Actually, we had a new high. 220.34. Oh my gosh. Yep, that's damn. It hurts. I had dim. I bet you that things. Oh yeah. Yep, them things looking good. Yep, that's looking real good on SPY. Fat cats are at lunch, eating steak now.
I would say probably more likely near term to see it trade back into the 70s. I seriously doubt the 60s. But again, that's a near term call. Long term, I do agree that, in particularly if there's a change of administration in November, that SPR is going to get refilled, and we're going to see positive pressure on oil prices. And actually, that's a very important point because the world, most of the world, looks at the IEA data of inventories, which look pretty normal, because they include almost 300 million barrels that's been released from the SPR over the last couple of years. If you take that out, which I think is fair, especially if you do agree with what Ellen just said, and I do, I think that should be some great points there, particularly about the need for heavy crude in the U.S. So yes, I think that you're going to see dramatic upward pressure on oil prices, particularly after we get past November. So I'd be an oil bull, but with just a footnote that I think there's weakness near term possible.
Yeah, yeah. And Ellen made a good point about the different grades of oil, right? We don't produce that all here at home. By the way, barrels, to your point, might, tamper with Mexico's oil production. That's something that you mentioned, Ellen, so we'll watch for that too. Ellen Wald, David Hay, thank you both very much. This as oil has cost $84, highest in a couple months. Thanks for being with me. I'm Nicole Fedelides here, Trading 360. Keep it right here. Fast Market is next.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was heard, we were able to help her.
That makes you laugh.
Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Oh my God. It is you, Johnny. Okay, we got the VWAP on SPY. Perfect.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay.
Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rand.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do side jobs, installing windows, charging something like $100.
Very bad. You can't do that to me no more. That looks like the spot right there at the 200 for sure. I gotta raise this up a little bit. That'll get me ready. We're gonna go lower, but Tesla. So I can't vote against it. I just got to wait for it. I don't want to create bad karma. But you could raise it up to about the yin yang. I will. Get this minor adjustment right there. Perfect. Perfect. Right now, I reset my alert at 225.65. $225.65 ain't much. These are for the 19th. Uh-oh. Damn. Took my eye off a SPY. SPY about hit my support. Watch SPY here. Riding dude. I'm going to take a look at it. That was Apple. Damn, I got too many set up. Bad mistake. $5.46. Okie dokie. So far, it's a tight spread. Watch it. Come on now. It's one of them days where I want to jump in. And then I know if I do jump in, it's going to be, oh my gosh, I should have waited just one more. But I've missed 3 trades now. See? Oh. Oh yeah. It's gonna that. This here's the 9. Now I'm gonna look at this in a different time frame. But my gut's telling me to wait. And we're about to touch it. There, we did. 98 cents. There's the 200 SMA now. Ethel. Ethel. We're at the 200 here. Oh shit. Jim, are we really? Yes. Prove it. Copy. going on here? Tesla 320. So SPY hit the 200 SMA. Right now we're squeezing. So I'm going to mark that 200 SMA with a different something. It's right about there. We'll make that we'll make it a 200 SMA color. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Now to go to the 2 minute. So see, now I can't use my 63. So I have to use pattern, candlestick pattern. Let me think. 3 minute. Now 3 minute could work. SPY on the 3 minute. We got 3 black crows with, I could have been faked out right there. Jumped in the trade and then go, oh! Think I might have a chance here on the 3 minute, or if I was in the 1 minute. I'm still thinking if I have a chance, I got to break the 9. But I know it's coming. Oh, I got a chance. I got a chance on 1 minute. 5 minute. I got a chance. Yeah. 5 minute. After I'd studied my candlesticks, I think I'd be able to jump in these trades on 5 minute. I'd probably be a little bit more relaxed and have a bigger watch list. But if I want to hurry up and get in and out of a trade, that'd be my 1 minute. I screwed it up today. God. That could have been a nice trade. $1,000. easily this morning. Well, I don't pass them up too often, but that one today I did. Cockroach. How dare you? How dare you? You see, I have mine in different time frames. Every one of these means something to me. And the one that I really started to rely on was the yearly. The yearly candlestick. Oh, that was the weekly. Okay, we're at 106. Pay attention. The 546s. Now this is off the 200 SMA. This is called a squeeze. Boom. Now what is that, Jimmy? Don't tell nobody, but that's called the 63 EMA. What? 63 EMA. I'm going to draw that in there. Boom. Uh-oh. Stop it. This here's the 200 SMA. We don't want it to go there. This is the 21 EMA. This is the 9 EMA. So I know if it comes back down here, it'll be a double bottom off the 200. This is the, what was this? This was the 200 SMA of something, I can't remember now. Oh God, that's getting ugly.
Hold camp for those. So it seems like based on the analyst ratings that CrowdStrike is still very much the favorite with the majority in the buy camp there. But again, we kind of have to wait and see as it encroaches.
So this was the 200, the 9, the 21, and the 63. So now we broke above the body of that candle stays above that 21, and that's going to be another 15 to 20 cents. 10 cents maybe. But this body has to stay above the 21. And right now it's not. But it can. Like now, change. Change. Can last forever. Oh, perfect. Dragonfly. Oh! I just got shot. Oh, damn, Jim. What did I just do? That sucked. I could almost give it to it. I'm going to. I ain't going to give up yet. We do have another hour, though. So they could be calling their... Hey, Jim, you sit by the computer? Yeah, doing the old squeeze and tease on this one here. Yeah, act like we're selling off and buy it up, and we'll break to 63 before I get back from lunch. Still got another hour, man. Try to keep it above that 200. Still too early. It's only 12:24 Eastern time. I mean, they're right in the middle of their meals. Three-quarters of the way done. Okay, what time? Shit. Jim's a little nervous. I wouldn't be too worried yet. Here it come.
But it's down to about $1.80 right now, Kev. But if you collect 220, 402.20 to the upside, that would be a fresh all-time high if it gets above there, Kevin. But it's still staying risk defined in case we do get another pop.
Easy to do the math when it's such a big strike. You just add that premium on there, and there's your break even. But this is, remember, you're looking at an all-time high in this name of $394.64. You've got to go, $6 higher than that, almost $7 higher than that before you breach the break even on this name. So
how dare you?
It's July 19th, so it's only 17 days, 2.5 weeks. This is a pretty slow week. The stock is down today, so yeah. What Kevin's doing here, he's fading the stock's ability to get to 402.
Yeah, and when we sell out of the money verticals for directional bias KG, we look at probabilities of finishing out of the money. We're nearly 75% probability that short 400 strike that you sell in this strategy is out of the money. So there's your trade-off, right? When you're only collecting roughly $220 credit on this one, and you've got basically $780 in risk on this one. Those are the trade-offs, right?
Yeah, definitely. And once again, trying to maximize or minimize the risk that is out there for this trade as well. I mean, the risk
Get ready
reward,
to
I mean,
squeeze.
it's a little bit lofty if we do see reversal and the stock does break higher. And that can happen. And, you have to also acknowledge that as well. Tech has been able to kind of gather itself and move. Rising tides are moving all boats here. But once again, looking at that note, looking at the technicals, trying to capitalize on theta decay here and being able to maybe say it might not be able to hit that particular level, or at least that 402 break even point here at the time of expiration. So yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah, stock's up 50%, as Caroline mentioned, so far this year, Kevin. 163% from year ago levels. And I think one of the key ones, and especially in this particular sector, cybersecurity, that when a stock falls, we saw it a quarter and a half ago with Palo Alto. We've seen it repeatedly in Fortinet. Now, they don't deal with the bigger customers like CrowdStrike and Palo Alto do, but Fortinet reports earnings on the 1st of August. That could be a potential catalyst, and this avoids it.
I mean, if you look at the chart on this name, it does sell off. It doesn't go straight up. It does sell off, but boy, does it recover when it sells off in a hurry.
Yeah, and Fortinet has caused those problems because they report first in that particular sector, but this trade does not gather that earnings event because
That's 209.
the expiration is 17 days away.
Now we're at the 63, and
Right,
we
great
break
stuff.
that.
Listen,
Oh boy.
Corresponding here, breaking down markets and
Hold down the hatches here.
We're coming up after the break. Kevin and I are going to be joined by
Richard.
Swan from Likefolio for a look at sentiment data on Constellation Brands.
Richard.
The Beer and Spirit stock has risen a modest 5% so far this year. They report earnings tomorrow morning. Stick around.
What'd you think about that one?
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's market on close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis.
Something needs to happen here,
including
man.
over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I remember
115.
when I first started flying, and we would
Claire,
experience
please.
turbulence, I would watch the flight attendants.
No.
If I'm nervous, then I'm not going to be.
Please. This was the night that her and I went out on a date on a private jet. And she was holding my hand right here, and she said, "Jimmy, just look up at the stars and hold my hand. If I'm not nervous, you don't need to be nervous." And I pissed my pants. And I told her, "Ma'am, it's too late." Ouch. Boom, boom. So we broke the 63. Dun, dun, dun.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab
Bring
Network.
it.
It's time for cash tags. For that, let's bring in our next guest. That's Landon Swan, co-founder at Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Landon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, so we're talking booze into the long holiday here. You look at a chart of STZ, Landon, and it's choppy, right? It moves on earnings typically. It's a competitive space at this point, but it seems like maybe the brands that they have within their portfolio may be doing a lot better than some of the
It
other.
does, don't it?
They are. They really are. And they've got a very.
I might have to turn that light out.
And actually, their CEO just came on or just talked about on their last report about how maybe they're kind of spreading their efforts a little too thin. And I think there's pros and cons to this strategy. First of all, you are potentially spreading your resources too thin when you have as many brands as they do, but also you're able to test out a lot of different things, and then when you find the winners, you hammer them. And I think that's what he kind of alluded to. He said that they're going to really focus on the winners, and they've got a lot of them. I mean, Modelo has overtaken Bud Light as the #1 beer in the United States, and you can argue whether or not that was all Modelo or if it was Bud Light just fumbling on the 2-yard line with their marketing last year. But either way, I mean, I think that they've got a huge winner there, and they're really cranking the lever. Ahead of, in the beer category, ahead of Independence Day, they had a poll that showed that 75% of alcohol drinkers planned on buying beer. It's actually the highest June for beer ordering in over 3 years. So this is, all boding well for Constellation Brands Modelo. And what's interesting is that beer is not their biggest category. Wine and spirits are. And so last year, beer was up 9% on revenue. Wine and spirits were down 6%. I think a lot of that has to do with, again, that spreading of it too thin. But now that they're focusing in on some of these winners, that they've realized that they've got to get some of these, their wine and spirits division doing better. The beer's doing fantastic. And once they do that, I think that, because they have that operational objective, I think that they're going to figure this out and hopefully create a couple of Modelos in the wine and spirits category and let maybe some of the others not die off, but just don't put as many resources in the breadth of their portfolio. I love the direction that they're going, and right now the stock, like you said, is a little bit choppy. I think on a weekly chart, you could argue there's a
problem here.
Potentially hitting that neckline if you're into that kind of thing.
50 got in the way.
Overall, though, it's not at highs. It's kind of in the middle of a range, and I do like how they've been executing. I think they've positioned themselves really well in this market.
You mentioned.
So we need to SPY to break out here.
Extremely well. Wine and spirits is doing somewhat poorly, and their company's broken up into 3 sections: in corporate operations, which is basically what they say is it's all things not beer or wine and spirits, is everything else they lump into like.
You quit slobbering on yourself, guy.
Money. So two of the 3 are struggling in terms of their growth, but beer continues to bail this company out. How long can that go on, Lyndon? And put on your CEO hat. What do you change? They've got their brands. Do they acquire more? Do they thin out?
Do I want to change a 50 to 100?
I think the key is focus. I mean,
200.
You can have 50 or 100 brands, but in the end, you're going to have a few that drive everything. And it's not an atypical business concept, is to have a lot of products, see which ones work, and then focus. And the key here is, are they doing that second part? If they just continue to, just spread it real thin, it's not going to work over the long term. But I think that in that last call, he talked specifically about this, which is why, it's kind of got me excited. This chart that we're looking at here is the Modelo chart. You can see exactly when Bud Light did their marketing fiasco that drove people into other beers. And now we're at that sustained increase, right? So there was a spike, they checked it out, they tried all these other beers, and now Modelo is higher than they were prior to Bud Light's fumble. So that's on the beer side. On what you're talking about, though, with strategy, you just got to find the ones that work. You got to create a couple of wine Modelos, if you will, a couple of spirit Modelos, where you got your big winner, and that's the resources that you pump in.
I thought I heard something here. I'll be right with you.
Gaining a lot of prime real estate when it comes to purchasing space. 80% of beer is purchased off premise as opposed to bars.
Somebody fixed it.
And they're doing a great job of gobbling up that real estate really strong. And you can see, how well they're performing against some of these. I mean, Clemson beat them, but they're doing well. Bud Light Anheuser is getting crushed, and so that eventually probably will turn around. But they need to continue to hold that lead in beer and then find a couple of winners.
Now, where am I here?
Just hammer them in wine and spirits.
Yeah, Landon,
thought the cops coming to the door here for a second.
Chart. I mean, you had Coors in there. TAP is a ticker symbol. That stock's just getting hammered, down 18% this year, near 52-week lows. When you look at this space and its competition, it's people's taste changing at this point. But when you look at Constellation, do you guys still have positive data on this one that says you got to buy it here, or, it's choppy during earnings events, and I think that's one of the keys when we talk about these names and we look at example trades.
Yeah, I think there's always great opportunity on earnings, especially with names that move a lot. I mean, you can really position yourself well. The way that you guys set up these trades with risk-defined positions is really smart. That's the way to trade earnings. I think that right now Constellation Brands is a slightly bullish lean. If the stock were selling off a little bit more like Coors, then it'd be a little bit better. Incidentally, yeah, I do like Coors here at the price it's at because they're a lot more beer focused, and everything that we've got is saying that beer is doing extremely well. That I think is probably a little bit better of a buy than STZ right now. But as far as STZ goes, it's definitely strong, and they recognize the strength of beer. They added $950 million of investment into brewing capacity to get their beer so they could brew more beer, get those Modelos out the door, and even with that increase in capital expenditures, which I believe is 23%, they're still showing a $1.5 billion free cash flow. So they're a fundamentally sound company. They're very strong. They've got one rock star over here in the category. They've got to find the other.
I'm going to watch it.
And I think you give them a year, they're going to do that because it is a focus. It's something that they talked about. I think that's really important. It's not just me theorizing on what the CEO should do. He says this is what we're going to do. So I'm bullish here.
Landon, real quick, one more small question. The phenomenon that your data is showing with Budweiser versus other brands, is that still going on? It's been like a year. Is Budweiser still showing weakness like that?
It is still showing weakness, and I've seen a lot of their marketing efforts. I think I saw them on UFC and some other things, getting back to like the core audience, getting away from what the mistakes that they made. But it's going to take a while. I mean, the problem is that people are fairly loyal, and this was a switch event where people decided, I'm going to try something else. They found other beers that they like, and now they're loyal to that beer. And so Bud Light's got to win them back over time, and I think they will. I think that they see the data.
Come on, guy.
And they've got to, slowly win those people back, and not make any more mistakes. But yeah, it's definitely a thing. I mean, it was a huge moment.
I don't believe you.
Actually, the largest sentiment decrease in the history of Folio data. We've never seen a move like that. In fact, if I remember correctly, it was mid-70s to mid-20s, basically within a week. And that has
546 are at 112.
In that time, I mean, that was months long. During that time, people tried other beers. They found their other brands, and now it's a slow crawl back for Bud Light. So that they opened the window for other companies like Coors and Constellation Brands, and they've jumped right in and took advantage.
They sure did.
Yeah, Bud drinkers hold grudges.
Not going to look good on a resume, Tom.
Not at all. All right, great stuff. As always, Landon, appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder at Folio. I'm partial. I like their Pacifico brand.
I'm Pacifico too.
Yeah.
I like Pacifico.
But I like Modelo. I'd go get a Modelo ahead.
All of them are fine. All their brands are fine. But you're right. If you give me a choice, I'd take Pacifico too.
Yeah. I tweeted something out. So go vote on that. That unprofessional.
Does it count? Did I just vote?
Yeah, you can actually click on something on Twitter. Kevin, you got an example trade for us. Option market pricing in about a plus or minus $9 move in the shares either way.
So, in full disclosure, I have no idea where the stock is going on earnings.
Okay.
We're not analysts. We don't have price targets or anything. What do I want to do?
So if I was looking at the hour,
money in either direction. And so what I do in this case, I look at
I'd say we need to hold where we are right now on the SPY.
Volatility dispersion, 57 to 42. Tom, I don't know the direction, so I looked at something in paper money, the double calendar, Tom.
I mean, right here.
When I look at a double calendar like this and a stock that's fairly expensive, $250, I could do that for under $1. It's pretty solid value.
545.63.
So does that mean I'm going to be successful? No, it doesn't. So I bought the July 12th and sold the July 5th. Those are the two expirations. And then I bought the 265 call calendar and the 245 put calendar, Tom. About $20 wide. The expected move is about 9 and change, right around $9.
Crowd's
now.
going wild here at Sports Arena.
So I'm basically playing for a $10 move in either direction, or actually less.
He can talk. Talking about STZ. I guess I should look at it, but I'm looking out. I'm also watching it because I'm in this one. Belake it. So it can go either way. It can come down, hit the 200. I'm looking at different time frames, trying to. Some of them I don't like. This one I like. 3 minute. Yep, I'd say, okay. 3 minute, we got a break. And I'm going to say we got a channel we got to break. If we can break this, 545.92, we will go higher. Or you listen to Chicken Train and get out right now while you're in the heat. Nobody else is thinking about it. Hey Jim, man, I got a doctor's appointment. I got these STZs. What do you mean? Yeah, this guy was talking about this STZ, you know. I want to go check it out. The doctor. Should I sell? Only if you're in the heat of it. You will guarantee to get out right now if you do, buddy. Oh, thank you. STZ. I gotta get back in here, but STZ. Okay, 90-day, 4 hour. Yeah, he's stuck in it. We could drop another $4. Okay. And the weekly. We drop, oh yeah, we can drop more. To 252. Another $4 on that one. That's on the weekly. And then on the daily, we have to hold here on the daily. Or we get back down to 250. That's where I'd put my money on it. In fact, I'm going to do that. This is Schwab pump. Pump. This is on the daily, 200. On daily. Okay. So that's STZ. I just want to see if we get down to the 200 on this. There's PTL's the other one they read it on the other day on. yesterday. So we got the 200 with a SPY. We're getting ready to do something here, Randy. I don't think it's going to be much. Okay, crowd's going wild here. 114. 115. How'd you do that? If we break this resistance, how did I get that? I gotta think about how I got this, but I think I need to jot them down from now on. Definitely. $545.92. So you could probably sell here if you like. We could do it on a 2-minute. That could be a shoulder line. But no, we broke the shoulder line. Barely. But that could be a shoulder line. And being above that right shoulder could be a continuation on the 2-minute. What I've got in it down here, I've got in it right there. Maybe a little lower. I would definitely on the 1-minute. And over 3-minute, there's definitely resistance on that side, but not on this side. I think I might have took that right in here. Maybe. But if I'm used to trading on the 3-minute, and I hit that 63 for 9 minutes, I'd probably be on it. And then a 5-minute. I would probably jump on that trade. Might have. On the 5-minute. So my lowest entry would have been definitely on the 1-minute. If I'd been lucky to get that 200, which I was, but not as lucky as it could have been. And here. Blag it. The green one's the 50. Oh, the professor's on. Grandpa.
For the revenue breakdown. Now, I think CrowdStrike may have a little bit better technologies. Just looking at, from an observational standpoint, that Palo Alto seems to be able to secure a lot of these government contracts, and I think that poses sort of a lesser risk when it comes down to the variability in billings.
PANW. They really like that one.
Private sector billings growth contract. I think enterprise spending has come down, but you could also make the case that cybersecurity is critical spending, so it's always going to be nearly the last that gets cut back. But nonetheless,
Spot 116.
What I noticed is when they took that tax credit, they deployed about $400 million in additional expenses for R&D. So they weren't shy about using that money for R&D. I think, again, that took away from some of the appreciation or recovery in the shares. But I think looking at Palo Alto, it looks relatively stable, considering if you look at the earnings growth for the company, it's over 27%, but you have to consider valuation. At 61 times, it's slightly higher than 2 times its earnings growth. So, one would say with decelerating revenue trends now around 18% versus 22% last year.
546.32, Yoko.
Locked in for value, and you can actually see it's sort of stuck in this trading range.
Magnificent.
The last few days.
Yeah, and that build-up that they're doing as far as CapEx spend and research and development, a lot of that based on AI working into their platforms and then machine learning also. All right, great stuff as always. Thanks to George Tillis, senior markets correspondent.
I want 546.32 and I want it now.
Because you looked at a strategy where you wanted to move in Constellation Brands post earnings, right? You've got that event risk. Well, I looked at.
Do you understand? Oh no. Don't fake me out. This is going to get bad here.
Need it now. It's my money and I need it now.
It's my money and I need it now.
It's my money and I need it now. It's my money and I need it now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
My money and I need it now. Blanket. It's taking a little too long for us to execute this here break line of 545.92. If we can do it, I'm going to get my target. Now I think I've got enough here to get me to pay for my beach house tonight. But if it bounced up to 32, I would be able to have probably a nice dinner to go along with it. So I'm expecting to break it. We don't want a good grade. $546.83. Oh, really? My second-hand man says 546.83. I'm saying 546.32 first. And I'm going to okay, what turned into a honeymoon suite might change to bachelor's room if it doesn't break it. I'm going to get up real fast. The crowd's going wild on YouTube. We drew a buck. Now they're 113. Fat Cats will be back in approximately 20 minutes, 26 minutes. Break it. Break it. I'm just right out of the money. 546, July 3rd. And they got to break it. Come on, yeah. Meta.
Course, on the individual stock movers, we'll kick things off with upvote and downvote. We will chart and trade those upvoted names. And for FOMO today, we are looking at the latest with the Ozempic trade, as Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly were called out by President Joe Biden as well as Bernie Sanders over lowering their prices, and so shares are lower subsequently. But we'll also look at Citi downgrading now two home builders that have underperformed, Lennar and D.R. Horton.
Woo!
And we'll end things out with Paramount, as we did see Barry Diller's IAC is now exploring a potential bid for the company in the latest saga between these various investors that are right now trying to snag up Paramount, of course. So lots to get through today,
Okay.
Alex, and various different topics, because it does
117, 118, blink it.
of the overall market right now.
Yeah, we're lucky we got George Tillis on the case, because he's the only one I think that can make sense
Now,
of what's going on with
now we're talking about champagne.
that company. So I just outsource it to George. He gets me up to speed, and we're good to go. Let's do upvote, downvote, though.
Yeah.
Not endorsements, not recommendations. We got a fun theme
Nice
here. And of course,
tenderloin
our
steak.
mover of the day is Tesla. So let's start there, Jenny. A little bit of an autos theme here today with all the deliveries coming through for the month. Tesla, though, you don't even need to know the numbers. You just know they're good, because look at this response.
I mean, my goodness, look at this response. So we're
Yoko,
what's also amazing is Tesla
I want
quietly
546.32 and I want it now.
2 months.
15% in 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. Now it's up like 65%, we'll call it, from its 52-week low, which was made just...
I want it right now. Oh, what's going on? Oh, yeah, man. Perfect. Bake it. Oh, 1-2, huh? Woo. Come on. I'd say if we get 546.32, we get 546 point what? 86? Oh, 546.21. You had to undercut me. You just undercut me. That ain't right. I seen that. That's an uppercut. Or that's a low blow is what it is. You got me with a low blow. Ugh. There's 32. I'll take it. $1.33, my friend. Now that will get me into the shift. I love it. And that's called bingo. Bingo. Excellent. Yippers. That's a pretty thing. Well, you've seen how I piddle around today. Damn. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, 150. Randy. Oh, yeah. Randy. Not fair. Can you imagine that? Just 2 minutes later. Jeez. Well, that makes your man want to cry. 163. It's 200. Yeah. 200 more bucks. Man, you know what that could have got me? That could have got me the best seat. It'd been 600 bucks. That could have got me into the nicest room at the resort, plus the treatment. Treated like a king. I thought I was going to get a yabba dabba doo out of that one, Mike. Yeah.
should have been maybe in it in like earlier this year. But hey, I guess Uber has still been able to somewhat claw back some of its overall weakness. It's recovering ever so slightly. But we will be diving more into, I'd say, two of the arguably biggest stories of the day, that being Rivian as well as Tesla, with those strong second quarter delivery numbers. We'll be looking at the technicals as well as some example trades of both those names. Stick around. Next Gen Investing will be right back.
Do do do. There's a spy, baby. Well.
Trading day with me, Oliver Rennick.
Oliver.
Biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's market on close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It has been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Schwabus. Schwab. Well, I'm just thinking about it.
Welcome back tonight.
No, I missed some good trades today. And finally, I waited for the right one. And got it. I mean, if I'd just waited another 3 minutes, I could have really upgraded my $600.
In recent days here. Now, if we backtrack a little bit, we can see that the recent price action since shortly after our last earnings event, kind of triangular here. So we had this situation of two competing trend lines.
I want this guy's job.
The highs, one going across the lows, converging into this central point here. Oftentimes, we look for this because low volatility can be a precursor to high volatility. It means that things could be getting primed up for a breakout. It did play out
this
to the
commercial
upside
again.
In this case here, we've enjoyed some nice appreciation in our price action here. Now we're at another interesting point today. You can see starting all the way back over there at our yearly
Nvidia
high
broke
on the
resistance.
screen, we had a downward slope.
Overhead resistance.
Connecting those subsequent highs from back near November or so, November, December, around that
Nvidia.
time. We're breaking above that point today. We're pushing above this white dashed line, this trend line here, a big green candle that's still pretty close to the highs of the day to kind of cap off what's been a strong rally that took us above all three of our moving averages that we follow, as well as the previous highs that we had at our light green line there that represented the gap that formed 2 earnings ago. We had a gap downward, that was the pre-gap low point, and then a subsequent high point. We're pushing above it with some vigor here. Notice as well, strong volume.
Jimmy sees something.
Is recording volume spikes at least 50%
Mike,
greater than the 50-day simple
on the 1 hour
average of volume here. So strong volume on a strong move up shows conviction on the part of traders. There could be some legs behind this.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean,
There could be some legs behind Tesla. They're finally catching on. These guys ain't bad, but CNBC, oh my God. I'm looking at 126 for NVIDIA, the next resistance level. Let me repeat that again. This goes to my co-pilot, Mike. At one time, I was his mentor. But then he got educated. The new resistance is just right above 126.
Checkmate.
126 is your strike? Oh. Mine's above it. 6 cents. 126.06. Jim. What's the matter, you? We're going to do it to the penny here. $126.16. Now, if anybody wants to bet on this bet, you can go in there to the collections part where it says vacation and put your betting money in there. You're funny, Jimmy. Resistance. Okay, might have to check this one out here for a long. We got two options. So I'll give you number 3. One option right there. 124.18 has to break before I take the trade. Or we hold this one. This is on the 1 hour. Or we hold this support right here, 122.96. So I go to the 1 minute. We could easily come back down. Or we could easily break the 123. Well, right now we're too close for me to jump into the trade. So let's get that straight. I'm gonna check my SPY out. What are you doing? So yeah, Nvidia's at a critical stage right here. It would have to break 123.36 before I jump in it for calls to scalp. Tesla, and then we got PayPal. We just added PayPal. SPY says it's going up. I don't know about that. You got your 83. Yoko. Friggin', oh, Mike. Friggin'? Your daddy used to use that a lot. Friggin', can't you get it right? LLY at the same spot in the last 3 hours. That friggin' pisses me off. Friggin' right. How the frick did it get like this? This is frickin' ugly. What is it? It's a frickin' cup and handle with nothing in it. With an inverse head and shoulders on the bottom. Look at the 2 hours that handle, frickin' handle. Did you like that? Woo! Okay, we need this to go the other way. We did hit our resistance levels, Yoko. Yoko's pretty good with his resistance levels. I'm going to have to give her that much. I mean, him that much. Careful with the longs here. Fat cats are back from lunch. There's going to be some businesses. Now, this is going to be a long, we got tomorrow. The market's closed on Thursday. Now, you know, back in the day, these were holiday. Everybody was out. Everybody was gone. Everybody was gone. The market was real slow. But now we have retail traders with nothing to do. It's a lot more busier than it used to be. But it's still going to be slow, still going to be low volume. market-wise. You know what the hell you're talking about, Jim? I think I do. Do you see what I saw there, Lily? Did you just happen to see what I saw? I saw the 21 EMA on the daily get touched today with a hammer above the 9 EMA right now. That's very respectful. So I might have to take everything back that I said about that big old cup and handle today. The odds of it squeezing are a lot better now. Unless something bad happened to it. That's my opinion. Lord, Lord. Oh, yeah. Do-do. Well, we're at resistance levels. I think we both can say we hit our targets. Oh, yeah. I think we're coming down. I have 2 opportunities. 3. Stoppage at 54.84, 54.81.35, or 54.74.78. I'm going to go in there and get my tea water ready. Set one alert right here above the 63. Yep, perfect. And I'm going to do the SPX. See if I can get a sell on it. Special. What? Oh, what was it? 900 what? Oh gosh. My 5480s went up pretty nice today. The calls. Sure did. Man. Ouch. So we could do the 5490s if I wanted this thing to break out, but I don't. But I want to wait. 5490s. That's what I'm looking at them. It'd have been a little treat right there, about 40, 50, 60 bucks. Let's get the put. Straddle. Or the strangle. I'd have made 50 bucks right there. But then it dropped real fast. So if I didn't get out, I'd be down. Wow. $240 puts. And I'd be out right now. 260, 265, 270. Yeah, that's nice. 240 to 275. The 5480 puts. Five of them. See, first support would be right here on top of this peak. So we could come down and hit that. And that's just natural. That's a pennant flag. Or not a pennant, but an expansion pattern. So it can easily just come down here and bounce off that 63. Right now it has to hold. This has to hold. $240 to $270 on the put. Now they're back down, see, $235. Now they're at 220. Are we going to break out or are we going to pull back? If I felt froggy, I'd buy 5 right here at 230. There's my 220. She broke out. Lily broke out. Mike, you're Lily. Lily approval. Lily. on SPY. SPY wants to get to our resistance level so bad. Still has plenty of time to get there. But, there's always a but. Is it too much of a stretch? 547.09. Oh, this is General Borchwolf. We have enemy lines right at 547.09 latitude. I think we're going to try to bust through it here by the end of the day. Do we have the collateral? Do we have the men to do it? We do? And let's debt. Debt. You would think it would. But right now, Alzheimer's is a sore subject. Is that right, Brandon? You're probably right, Jim. I should have listened to you, but I wanted to be president. Uh-oh. Something's going to happen here. I don't think this is a fake out. I want 547.09, Bioko, and I want it now. You only got 18 more cents to go. This means everything to me. Break it. I'm gonna put
count
this
to
up.
3 and trade with me, but count to 4 to make much more.
Exactly. Here it comes. It's on its way. You can do it. 547.09. $547.09. $547.09. Come on, you cowards. Don't jump ship yet. How dare you? New high. Oh, this is going to get good. I'm going to catch. Oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh. A dad. Bingo, baby. A 137%er. Damn. Woo! I nailed it. I can have cheesecake tonight. Yes, James, that was a good shot. 182, my friend. What? How dare you? I just got through a curveball. Mike has the goal to say we're going to 5,517 today. Be able to be sure to bookmark that because it could happen. All-timers. $547.16. Yoko says, watch the 1, 2, 3 on the spy. Man. They're looking real good now. If I'd had them from the very beginning, I think I would be up good $830. Well, well, well. I hit my 547.09. That really made my day. But I can't be a fool because we can go higher. But I waited all day for that. The wait paid off there, Mike. What do you got to say about that? Oh. Uh-oh. Now they're at 194. I mean, that was $300 right there, but man, that could have been like 960. Yoko, you got a new resistance on the SPY that I missed out on? Because I'm pretty upset right now. That was uncalled for. $12 That makes no sense. Well, well. I would have made $1,000 on that trade. I'm a market maker, Mike. I know it. Thank you very much. I pulled right up to a pivot point. Do you see it? 5-day, 1 minute. I'm going to call it at $904.86 on Lily. 904.86. Okay. Yeah. Jim's vacation package. The more we raise, the better place I get to go. Oh. But it has to be a 3-nighter. Lily breaking out. And SPY broke resistance. So again, I shoot myself in the foot. Chartist Artist is talking about charts. Or it was.
Independence Day and
Nicole.
then Friday back to work. Means cookouts, retail sales. Let's get the pulse of the consumer. That will be one of our conversations on the show today. Also, Kevin Horner's with us. He's standing by for Technical Tuesday. A look at the S&P 500, Honeywell, and Broadcom. And our panel is ready to look at those airlines, the outlook, the forecast for summer air travel that's been looking pretty good. In the meantime, here's a look at stocks right now. We have the Nasdaq closed at a record yesterday. The S&P's been bumping up against highs recently, though not today. And so any big moves could be new highs again. In the meantime, the S&P's at 54.94. The Nasdaq's up 0.75%. The Dow Jones
Oh, I know what I
Industrial
gotta do.
average is up
I'll be right back.
0.1%. By the way, the markets certainly have improved throughout this day. The Russell down fractionally. Oil and gold go to the downside. Oil crossed $84 a barrel. That was a 2-month high. Gold 23.33.
Well, not too bad of a trade.
11.94, 11.94 on the VIX. Below 12. I haven't said that. I don't think anytime soon.
SPY.
It shows you the tepidness. They're just sort of chilling out right now. Bitcoin 62,425, down 2% as the dollar's 105.46. So that is the big picture overall. I'd like to continue this conversation on what's going on, and Kevin Green's with me, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. As we look at the macro view, we've heard from Powell. We got that PCE, some jolts, right? Some more job openings, and the VIX.
These are at 206.
Some of your thoughts. What do you want
From that 200 all the way up there, 100%er.
What are your thoughts?
Well, Nicole, as you talked about, even though it's a shortened week, we have a lot of economic data and a lot of Fed commentary coming out here.
That
today.
really
Let's
hurts.
talk about the JOLTS number here first that we had this morning. That actually came in a lot hotter than what the market expected. That came in at 8.14 million. Market was expecting 7.96 million. And so we did see a little bit of a hot print. But if you look at the revision from last month, we actually did see around a 10,000 job adjustment to the downside. So it kind of evened itself out. We didn't see a huge reaction for the market when we started off the day today, but we are continuing to get a lot of economic data. We had Chairman Powell once again kind of signaling the fact that the disinflationary narrative is really on the right trend, and they want to continue to see the data like we've seen over the last couple of weeks continue. That would actually give them a basis to be able to cut rates earlier than what they may expect at this point in time. And they did, and he did also acknowledge the fact that an unexpected weakening within the labor market could actually create a reaction or cause a reaction from the Fed. So acknowledging that there's really two type of risks that are out there right now: inflation and then also the labor market. And we did see a decent little pop after that commentary. Now we have more economic data coming out later this week from the EDP employment change report that we're going to have that tomorrow morning. We have the Challenger job cut data coming out, as well as the jobless claim information coming out tomorrow as well. And then last but not least, we have the jobs report on Friday, and that'll really solidify the fact that if we are seeing weakness in the market or in the labor market, we can kind of pinpoint where that weakness is really coming from. So a lot going on right now this week, and as you kind of talked about it, markets are looking pretty well. The S&P 500, if it can close this at this level, it would actually be new all-time high. So a nice little recovery from this compression that we've seen over the last couple of trading sessions.
Yeah, I knew we were getting close to those highs again. So if we could, because we've been creeping higher throughout this day. So if we close here or higher, another record. We have our own fireworks going on in the markets. Tell me a little bit about Tesla and Rivian. I mean, when I looked, I know the deliveries were good news, but I looked at the 1 month, Kevin, and I said, wow, Tesla's up 28% in 1 month. Let me check out Rivian. Rivian's up 34% in 1 month. Those are some big moves.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of optimism around these names, especially the last couple of weeks here. And not only just because of the delivery data that we had today, but also just some of the news when you're talking about VW and Rivian potentially doing a partnership. And then also just the commentary around the robo-taxi when it comes to Tesla. So a lot of buyers are starting to step into this name. Now, we had the Tesla numbers for production, and they were better than the street's expectations. In fact, this is the first major beat that we have seen, or the biggest beat that we've seen versus expectations for over 2 years when it comes to Tesla. Their deliveries came in at 443,956 vehicles. The street was looking for 439,000. And for production, we came in at 410,831 vehicles. But Nicole, the bright spot in this report, not only just when you talk about the production of vehicles here, but is actually their energy storage business. That's something to not overlook at this point if we are seeing the growth rates like we just saw. In this report, they actually deployed 9.4 gigawatt hours of energy storage products in Q2. In Q1, it was at 4 gigawatt hours. So they had a 135% increase within this business as far as what they have been able to deploy on a quarter-over-quarter basis. And it's the fastest segment or growing segment within Tesla's umbrella of products here. Now, it's one that doesn't get a lot of love, but if you look at it, Q1, that segment actually generated around $1.63 billion. And we see that same type of trend with this quarter-over-quarter growth, Nicole. That could actually move the needle and have them beat both top and bottom line if we are seeing the numbers come in line for estimates when it comes to the car business, and if it does exceed on the energy storage and generation business. So I thought that was actually very interesting. We also had some really decent numbers when it came to Rivian as well. They delivered over 13,790 vehicles, produced over 9,612 vehicles, and then we also had a news report that came out that says Volkswagen and Rivian will looks to actually significantly expand their partnership, and also talking about collaborating on the hardware side. And so that's kind of another nugget and the reason why we actually saw Rivian catch a nice little boost here today, close to trading at session highs here. Let's see if it's going to be able to hold into the close here.
Yeah, that's exciting stuff with Volkswagen. That I definitely heard that too. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Kevin Hinks. Not Kevin Hinks, Kevin Green. Great to see you. Thank you, Kevin Green. Have a beautiful day. In the meantime, let's get a look at the bigger picture. Gavin Finn's with us, CEO at K-On Interactive. Thank you for being here. So you're watching some of the spending habits, B2B, Fortune 500 companies. What are you seeing and hearing?
Hi, Nicole. It's great to see you. What's going on in the B2B space is very similar in terms of the macro forces that are driving the B2C space that we heard about. And actually, it turns out that there's some key factors, macro factors, that are affecting most one of them is uncertainty that's driven by the global geopolitical situation. It's driven by the financial situation. There's also uncertainty that's in the labor markets today. There's a lot of concern about the labor markets overheating again. And of course, there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty locally in different regions with respect to elections that are taking place and what that means for tax policy, for fiscal policy, and for regulatory regimes. So most big B2B companies are being relatively cautious at the moment, with a number of exceptions in some key industries.
And the inflation picture, we heard from Jay Powell today talking about inflation going in the right direction, and it has made progress, to use his words. So you are seeing the progress, but they need more confidence that it is in fact going in the right direction before they cut. In fact, we've heard from Goolsby, we've heard from a few of them, they just don't want to see it pop up again, so they're afraid to cut. Your thoughts?
That's an uncertainty factor that's driving a lot of decisions at the larger B2B Fortune 1000 companies. The inflation factor is one that drives to these companies very specifically their investment opportunities, because the cost of money is a big factor in their long-term investment decisions. So as they look at the inflation decisions that the Fed is using, those decisions are driven towards interest rate reductions, and the faster that those interest rates come down, the better these executives feel about making long-term investments. So there's a ripple effect. That uncertainty around how long it's going to take is actually slowing down a lot of investments in infrastructure in
Yeah.
data centers and other major investment decisions that these companies are making, and they're waiting anxiously for the Fed to make their rate cut decision.
Yeah, because you said you're seeing some pressure, including biotech, life sciences, manufacturing, and industrial. On the other side, is there a bifurcation? Is there a divergence? Are there some areas that seem to be doing so much better? I mean, even when we see spending on the consumer, sometimes the upper echelons is still spending while those who are in the middle class or different socioeconomic brackets, they're not spending the same way. Are you seeing that a little bit?
Definitely. The sectors that are spending more right now are the sectors that are being driven by these new technologies, the AI-driven factors. So, for example, if you think about the big infrastructure companies, IT infrastructure companies,
right,
they are seeing a lot of increased expenditures in servers and in storage systems, and a major growth area right now is data centers.
Yeah,
and these
for
data
sure.
centers are being driven by new investments in these AI chips. One of the runoff effects that you're seeing from that, however, is as the data centers get expanded and more get built, there's a tremendous requirement for new energy sources. They're very energy intensive.
Sure.
And the more AI that's used, the more that ratio of energy utilization goes up.
That's right.
So it's actually a little bit of a compounding factor as energy prices go up and demand for these new data centers and other sources of technology, infrastructure go up.
Gotta get some more
That
water.
actually has a ripple
I'll
effect.
be right
so
back.
that there's an increased
Yeah.
cost in the energy utilization as well.
And we thought EVs were the problem, right? I mean, 2 years ago we were saying, how are we going to plug in all these EVs? It's going to challenge the grid. Who knew? AI and making all these chips and the data centers and the energy that's needed to do that, really dwarfs what we knew for EVs, from what I understand. You can correct me if I'm wrong. When you're over at Kaon Interactive, are you talking to the Fortune 500 folks in the C-suite? What is it that you're doing there? Because you certainly have your finger to the pulse, right? So what is it that you're doing there so that we can learn from your experiences?
What we do is we help these big companies plan for the future by creating platforms that allow them to adapt and change. Think about how fast things change these days. And the way that large B2B companies used to invest is they would think about the pace of change being cycles of 10, 15, 25 years. Now it's 3 years, 2 years. So creating a digital infrastructure that allows them to change rapidly gives them the ability to use innovation as a strategy rather than to react to it. Think about the following scenario. You might have a company like Toyota or any other big manufacturing company that's automating lots of tasks. There's a process that is supposed to deliver a product. That process is broken down into tasks. Those tasks require skills. So as we automate those tasks, workers need upgraded skills. Toyota, in fact, created one plant where they eliminated all of the people on the floor, and it was all done through automation. What they found was they were able to see short-term productivity, but it stopped. It never got better. And the reason there was nobody in the plant to help identify areas for improvement. So they brought workers back in.
That's interesting.
But
Back
those
to the
workers,
hybrid model.
correct. And
So
they're
what does that
doing-
mean for unemployment going forward?
Well, what it means is that people have to think about different kinds of work. The skills training that's required is completely different. In fact, if you think about what these digital infrastructures do is they help us create reusable and repurposable skills so that we can actually build digital applications that change over time, and it's not those brick and mortar skills that might become obsolete due to these automation technologies. Think about some of these chip
We have to stay
factories.
nimble, right?
We do. The chip factories sometimes take 3 to 5 years to build.
Yeah.
They can be obsolete by the time they're built.
Yeah, and some of these things were very ready. I'm going to let you go here, Gatlin, but I think about how COVID just walloped companies and they got pushed right into the digital age. They were half ready, not ready, some were very ready, but now the ball started rolling and we're on. I can see it, you see it. Gavin Finn,
Spies would have been a good payday today, but the SPX is yay.
Thank you, Nicole. Great.
2:30.
Next options corner,
I've been-
Tom White is standing by. He's going to highlight some unusual options activity that he's seeing on
I was
the
in
day.
for
And
a
investors
buck.
are looking to trade on recent news of PayPal, Norwegian Cruise Line, and on Semi. Stay with us. We'll be right back here on Schwab Network.
The SPXs are at $4 now. Boom. Damn. Just got to think bullish every day, no matter how bad it looks in the morning. I mean, I called these out at 85 cents this morning. These SPXs.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
5480s. Unbelievable. 380 on these ones, and now they're at, oh God, 1700. Double bottom right here in the morning. Hit perfect call.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
5 of them. So I've been 6 grand
I'm Nicole Petalides,
on that one.
New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with us. We're watching for records. We're watching for activity.
SPX.
In fact, options activity, unusual activity, and that's where Options Corner comes in each day. Tom White is with us, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, where he's combing through some of the trades that he's seeing. And it's funny, you are starting to see something bearish on PayPal. At the same time, I was reading that more than half the analysts have now turned bullish on PayPal for the first time since January. So I'm really interested to hear more about this one today, Tom.
Yeah, and this comes, Nicole, the bearish activity I saw comes on the back of an upgrade today out of Susquehanna. They kept their price target at 71 bucks, but they said that things are starting to look better down the line. So maybe not an immediate impact on this this upgrade to positive from neutral by this analyst. Now, you have to remember they just got the new CEO that came from Intuit. He's trying to reset the business a little bit, have them focus more on the Venmo aspect of their business as they try to fight off competitors in this space, including Cash App that is offered from Block at this point. But if you take a look at their active users, it's about 427 million that they reported last quarter. Now that's flattened out, so they've still got growth of about 15% year over year as far as revenue goes, but that growth of a number of members that are using their platforms has kind of plateaued just above 400 million, and that's up from 305 million that they saw just in 2019. So the growth has really stopped, but they've got the new CEO in place. He's trying to make some changes. The upgrade today, consumer-facing improvement, should increase its value proposition. That's maybe the bull case, but I think a lot of people have pushed their expectations later and later, right? Because the stock's still down 4% this year. They report earnings on the 29th of this month also. So that might be a catalyst to see how the new CEO is doing. But we did see some bearish activity in here, and this is in a short-term position in the July 12th weekly cycle. So 10 days to expiration. Trader bought over 6,000 of the 58 strike puts. They paid an average debit of about 65 cents, so didn't pay a lot of option premium on these because it's a short-term position. So that break even at 57.35 over the next 10 days, that's only about 2% below the current share price. The stock's up about 1.5% today on the back of that upgrade, but as I mentioned, still down 4%. But somebody thinking maybe this little bounce today isn't really going to play out. Put volumes about double normal daily average volume that we've seen over the last 5 trading sessions. So yeah, there's been a lot of call activity in here today too, Nicole. But this trade that kind of stuck out to me was somebody still taking a bearish view over the next week and a half.
Yeah, and I saw even just on June 25th that 35% of those trades, the options trades, were actually bullish, 58% bearish. So, I mean, we've certainly seen volatility, and they're not too far out of the money, but they need this move today plus a little to the downside to really make this work. But very interesting. Okay, so that's PayPal. We're also watching Norwegian Cruise Line, which I know that everybody's booking and getting a frenzy on traveling. Where do we stand in the options world for this trade?
Well, yeah, all the cruise lines have had pretty good reports over the last 4 or 5 quarters based on that demand for cruises. If you look at the revenue, that continues to expand on a quarter-by-quarter basis. They're at record levels for bookings at $3.8 billion. They're fully booked through 2024, and the advanced bookings are starting to ramp up a little bit. There was a note last week that came out and said some of these sales pricing has started to soften just a bit, but this is basically their slow season. The stocks, all the cruise lines sold off yesterday based on that Category 5 hurricane that's down in the Caribbean, Hurricane Beryl, forcing the cruise lines to reroute at this point. And then also you've got crude oil prices. They hit 2-month highs today earlier on in the session, Nicole. That's going to maybe hurt margins a little bit as we've seen crude rally over the last month and a half from about $72 a barrel, and it hit $84 a barrel today. So those are the headwinds. But now you switch it over to the record pricing for its ticket sales that it saw in the first quarter. Demand for cruises is so strong that ticket sales surged 13% year over year in the first quarter. So you're seeing a lot of bullish sentiment or optimism for this particular sector. Norwegian Cruise Lines still down about 11% so far this year. Royal Caribbean just off all-time highs. Carnival Cruise Lines after their earnings last week, that's starting to make some inroads to the upside. But everything looks good, Nicole, because every demand is there. Occupancy bookings are at over 100% levels at this point, but it's surprising to see this stock down 11%. But somebody thinking that we're going to see a rally here because we saw a call buyer out in the July 5th weekly series.
MCLH.
3 days to expiration, really short-term positioning. Trader bought over 10,000 of the 18 strike calls, paid an average debit of about 15 cents on those. So really inexpensive because there's only 3 days left till expiration. But that break even of $18.15 over the next 3 days, it's only about 4% above the current share price in there. And you saw that massive pullback yesterday due to the hurricane. Will it rebound into
July
the end of the week? This trader thinks so.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's not that far away from 1755, but there's not much time to get there.
Yeah.
And so, especially on light volume, sometimes light volume actually causes more volatility, right?
Yeah,
So
definitely.
maybe that will help.
There's not a lot of depth in the markets right now due to a lot of people maybe being out of the office, starting the 4th of July holidays. So, that causes a little bit more beta in the market.
It's not in too bad of a spot.
Options or the individual stocks, so you got to keep
it'd be a lot nicer down here.
Yeah, so that might help that person. How about on semi? This one you're taking a
Another
look at.
80 cents.
Some thoughts here.
Yeah, stock's up 4% today, Nicole. I'm scouring everything. I'm wondering why is this stock up 4%? But then you had a lot of the automotive companies reporting results for the quarter,
July
for the month.
12.
GM was up marginally. Tesla, we saw the reaction in the stock there as they beat
July
the lowered
5th,
estimates as
$18
far as
strike.
deliveries
Ugh.
goes. And that fits right into the narrative of On Semi. They're in the industrial and automotive space. That's the big area where they've made most of their revenue, right, in the past. But what On Semi's done recently,
$18 strike.
the power and sensor chips for the automotive
I don't know
and
if I'd
industrial
do that.
markets are tied to
July
vehicle
5th.
electrification, safety, sustainable electrical energy grids,
That's
industrial
nothing.
automation, 5G, cloud infrastructure. So they're pivoting away from just being, automotive and industrial a little bit and starting to invest in areas
I'm at a
like
support
intelligent
line.
power
I
and
mean,
sensing.
for some
We all
reason.
know the big ramp up in need for energy, power, and efficient systems due to AI moving forward. That fits into the narrative on semi. But I think the stock's up a little bit today on the back of some of these delivery numbers for the automakers, as those are a few of their key customers within the space. But we did see some bullish activity in here also in the July 75 strike calls that expire this Friday. So more short-term positioning in this one. I think it's people just taking shots on really cheap options at this point, expecting a little bit more volatility here to the upside. But trader bought over 25,000 of those 75 strike calls that expire this Friday. Average debit of only 13 cents. So not a lot of option premium in these. So that break even for this trader where he's profitable, 75.13 over the next 3 days. That's about 4% above the current share price in there. Call volume, though, 11 times normal daily average volume, which isn't surprising. On Semi typically doesn't trade a ton of options on a daily basis, but when you see a stock up 4%, usually have the speculators coming out, and that's what I think this trader is doing.
Yeah, understood. And to your point, also, we've had a lot of news when we talk about electric, vehicles like Rivian and Volkswagen and Tesla and more deliveries, and maybe that factors in as well. Great, exciting stuff today with PayPal, Norwegian, and On Semi. Thank you for all of that on Options Corner today. Tom White, appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up, it's July 4th weekend. It's upon us. So it means cookouts, family, friends, maybe some shopping like Amazon Prime Day. So what are consumers spending on over this type of holiday and for the rest of the summer? We'll be right back.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number
New
one
high on the
Educator.
SPY.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl. No problem. So,
Schwab. New high on the SPY. Meta up $4 and 30 some cents. QQQ up $4. And the IWM. Where are you? You're not on my list. Uh-oh. That's not good. Sorry. Sorry. But I can't find you. There it is. She's on the list now. Flat, 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 flat. Disney. Disney hit my support, I think, today. Jim, you don't want to look at that chart. Yes. We definitely triggered my support. I have a 96.21 low. Nicole's on. I gotta hear what she's got to say. It's very important.
The analyst action comes as Citi predicts a slowing housing market with softening in permits, starts, sales, and prices. A research note also pointed to a rise in inventory of new and existing homes despite high interest rates. I read today in New York, they said it's now a buyer's market. Pharmaceutical giants Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly also in the red for the day. Strong critique from President Biden in USA Today op-ed. The president, along with Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, criticizing these companies for the prices for these anti-obesity
You
and
people charge way too much.
medications, saying U.S. prices versus those for similar drugs overseas, drugs like Ozempic, Wegovy, Mounjaro, right? It's more expensive here. Shares of Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, both hitting new highs last month, but pulling back. Of course, the weight loss drug market has been very strong. But now there's some tough talk on the greediness of these companies. That's what they're saying. And let's turn our attention over to 4th of July, Independence Day. So we have 2 days away, basically. The holiday comes. Are you shopping? Are you getting together with friends? How will you be spending your money? Katie Thomas, lead at Carney Consumer Institute, is joining us. So when we think about July 4th, what are we thinking about and how the consumer behaves?
Yeah, Nicole, so I think you actually touched on it in your last segment, which one of the top things we're watching this week is travel, of course. So AAA was already predicting record high travel this season. You're seeing some similar numbers come in from the airlines, and that is because of the timing of the holidays. So the Thursday actually provides a lot of favorability of I can take Friday and make it a 4-day weekend. We have some folks that have already had out last weekend. So one of the biggest pieces of advice I'd give people is get to the airport early. But some other tailwinds are gas prices are lower. So if you're wanting to travel, to a local getaway to visit friends and family within the greater area, you can do that a little bit more affordably. And so we're seeing people, travel all over just to really embrace the flexibility of the holiday.
Yeah, I think, to your point, though, some people left from last week and they were talking about this stint from last weekend through Monday of next week, that we're seeing record travelers, right?
Yeah, exactly. So record numbers there, but also we'll see that flow through with some of the traditional spend as well. So despite, the feeling of tightening wallets, we do hear from consumers across the board throughout the year and frankly around the world, they like to spend on holidays. They like these once a year celebrations. It's a chance to get together with family and friends, and it's not necessarily when they're going to be the most frugal. Now, the good news is a lot of things work in their favor. What you need for a traditional 4th of July barbecue, you can price shop, right? So you can compare prices across different retailers. You can think about, okay, I'm going to spend on the burgers and the meat, but maybe I'll find a more affordable buns and other options, or spend on the alcohol.
Yeah, honey. Right now, how about spending a little bit of money on Chewy? 24.30, pulled back to my support level. Now I'm going to go ahead and see if my pump will make this stock move. I'm going to stock to it, and I'm going to post a picture of Mike. Excuse me. Let me think here. I got a dog picture.
You're pushing your luck, little man.
I know I got a dog picture in here somewhere. Woo! You're good, Jim. Okay. So I put a $sign with capital letters of CHWY, and I'm going to type in 2430 support. And then I'm going to put a picture of my dog, ex-dog, Beppy. Taking a piss by a fire hydrant. Okay, right now we're at 2465, and the experiment will be the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena today. This is bigger than Evel Knievel. Chewy, 2430 support. Picture of my dog pissing on a fire hydrant. 1, 2. And the price now is $24.65. Boom! There's been an experiment. We're up 5 cents, 6 cents. We're up 6 cents. Okay, you're supposed to move up. The word's getting out right now. Woo! Oh, you're funny, Jim. We had 19 views. I'm on a world record. Oh, you're funny. La 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 la. Crowd's going wild here. I think that'd be just one strategy. So he owns a stake of Chewy and a stake of GME. Hold both of them while they're, I think, at support, and just sit on it if you have that kind of money. Sit on it for 3 years. I bet you it doubles way before that. Apple. Beautiful call on Apple. I called the bottom on that one. Yeah, I can almost cry. July 5th strike at 207. I sold these suckers. See what there are today. Well, right now they're at $5.25. I had 5 of these. That'd be $1,500. Apple. Okay, the crowd's going wild here at the sports arena. Oh. Mike says the SPX is going to break 5,500. Oh my God. That's close. Okay, you've got 16 minutes to power hour, or what? You got 19. So you're going to get a pullback here, or are we going to run it out? That's the question. That's the question. Uh-oh. The crowd is going wild. Mr. Frankenstein.
2.5 weeks. The level really fit on the lows for the last 2 weeks, allowing the 20-day moving average to get caught up with things from a technical basis. What a lot of traders are noting is this nice little consolidation where we've had very limited give back, Nicole. I mean, the fact that we haven't tested the 20-day stands out to short-term traders, and I'm sure they're looking for a new high close today. We are through the high. Previous high close is 54.87 about 2 weeks ago, and now we're in the zone of closing not just at a new all-time high on a closing basis, but taking out the 5,500 level, eliminating that psychological hurdle, so to speak. And if we were just going to talk about it from a technical basis, being a 2-week consolidation, nice and tight. If we incorporate the spike high that we got last week on Friday, from which we retreated, we've got about a 75 point range, and we might be able to target, say, 55, 75 up to maybe 5,600 on a breakout and close over 5,500. I think bulls are considering that. Again, obviously the fact that we've not given anything back in the midst of this consolidation, yeah, we love new highs, but even a pause in the midst of new highs and little to no give back, I think bulls are feeling relatively energized at this spot by the fact that we've not given anything back, Nicole. So I know that traders are still kind of wondering, hey, have we seen the best of our move? And yet here we are at highs again. So I think traders are smart to just be maybe continuing the same action, raising stops and preparing for some kind of a pullback that would be deeper than what we've witnessed. But boy, Nicole, we just continue to grind. And if you're a bull, you got to like it, right? I mean, what else are you going to say?
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of optimism out there. You have an election year that historically leads to a better market. There are a few things that are helping, but there's always the headwinds too. How about we turn our attention over to Honeywell? I know earnings are coming up soon. We've seen that on the move. I saw a buy rating with a price target hike. Some thoughts on Honeywell?
Well, as usual, I try to just bring you charts that stand out, right? Opportunities that traders might run into more often than not. And one thing that stands out on the Honeywell chart is that we've busted out of a pretty decently long range, a 7 to 8 month range of about 20 points. Looking at the chart, you're going to see that range from about 190 a share up to 210. We broke out from that range with this, looks like a bit of a bull flag, and this actually resolved bullishly back on June 17, pushed us to those new short-term highs at 218. And what we've done over the last 6 to 7 sessions is retreat to that same breakout level, but also at the same time allow that 20-day moving average, one of the faster moving averages that a trend trader might monitor, allowed it to get caught up into that 210 level. So what we have is some confluence of data that a trader might use as a confidence piece, meaning simply under 210, they're not going to feel very confident. But as long as we maintain 210, we have an opportunity for the continuation of a trend that has worked really well for the bulls dating back to late April. April 26, we had that last test of the 190 level and have since added that approximate 23 here, but as much as 28 when we made that peak. So traders are potentially set up to at least set up a new trade or raise stops into the ledge just beneath 210. And what they're looking for continuation confirmation might just be a break of a downtrend line they could draw from that high achieved last week, or about a week and a half ago, excuse me. And if we got over in the neighborhood of, say, 215, it might look like this trend is ready to reconvene, so to speak. So interesting opportunity utilizing that 210 level, perhaps.
All right, so we'll watch that level. We'll watch July 25th when the company will have its conference call and everything that people want to focus on, right? So that's big too. And recently made an acquisition, nearly $2 billion acquisition to boost up its defense business. So certainly a name to watch. And last but not least, we're waiting on a stock split from Broadcom. Now, Broadcom, that stock split, that 10-for-1 is for next week, right? What are you watching? It's expensive today,
15.
But people want to get in sometimes before the split. I don't know.
Yeah, they do. I mean, we've seen some optimism around it. The thing you're going to notice on the chart is that the day they announced it was the day that it absolutely exploded. And so we made a major move. You're right. Expectation is for this to begin trading with the adjusted price after a 10-for-1 split a week from yesterday. So it'll begin trading that way on the 15th of July. And that means that, you can wait and buy it anytime after that and buy at the adjusted price. But traders up until then are going to maybe consider just trading the trend itself. And so what's notable about the recent move here is the size of the move to the upside and the amount of give back. So we've had a monstrous move off of support from June 4, from 1,300 pushed all the way to 1,851.
AVGO.
So 550 points. It gave back about 275 of those points for 50%.
Yeah, and you're about at a resistance right now.
And that works from a Fibonacci standpoint, Nicole. It's a level that some traders look at in terms of establishing a potential entry point after a
1680.58.
See that digested favorably. And what stands out now is that we've had 3 consecutive days of up And we've also had the 20-day moving average get caught up in there. So notice how the 20-day moving average now is higher than the lows that we've established in the midst
What
of
time
this
frame?
pullback. So some traders would look at this as a proper pullback in the midst of a strong uptrend. And if you're a new trader, admittedly, this is not a small dollar stock, Nicole, but a new trader nonetheless might position themselves for an exit if it traded under, say, 1,560. So they're risking somewhere between 80 to maybe $100 a share. So it's not small, Nicole. But what about the upside here? If we're buyers at 1,650, we may very well believe we could get back to the prior highs at 1,850. That gives us a potential 200-point upside. And if we're risking less than 100 on that, then we have a better than 1 to 2 risk versus reward. And that at least gives traders something for consideration in terms of participation. So does it look bullish to some bullish short-term traders? Sure. There's no guarantee, obviously, that a trend is going to reassert itself, Nicole. But in terms of what we've seen from the give back in the midst of this pull down, lighter volume, good moving average at the 20-day, 50% retracement off the major move, many traders would look at this as an intriguing opportunity, albeit high dollar in terms of price per share.
Yeah, and look, we've had some choppiness in tech or tech-related type stocks also, so that too could bring some volatility for a name like this. Kevin Horner, great
Absolutely.
to see you. And Charles Schwab,
Thank you,
great
Nicole.
lineup there of names to watch for Technical Tuesday. Thank you. Coming up, still ahead, we're going to look at our panel who talk about airlines because the TSA is in fact predicting record travel for July 4th. It really began last week and a lot of folks have this whole week off. Where is the demand really happening? What's next? We'll be right back.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds.
Yep. We got 9 more minutes to power hour. Big old spike on the SPX with a 1, 2, 3 breakout. Did you see that, Mike? 5,500. That's what I thought. Randy? My pump on Chewy, how'd that turn out? All I hear is crickets. Well, I am up. I am up 20 cents from my pump. I think I deserve a standing ovation. I mean, look at that. It's perfect. She could have got 20 cents out of my pump. YouTube. The fuck is he talking about? Go right above there. It says James Howard, that link right there. $20 ago. 20 minutes ago, I was 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago, right here. A pump went out from Washboardjim. Right there. Let's get this straight. And all of a sudden the RSI started to break out. We had a volume squeeze, a positive bullish divergence, and then boom, 3 white soldiers come into the scene, and the pump's still getting circulated. 20 minutes ago, volume picked up extremely high. Look at that volume, how it picked up. I think this is better. This is bigger than Kitty. This will definitely go down in history books. Okay, Roaring Jimmy pump here. Boing, but it spells boing. Jim. Rory Kitty. Let's just say here, Roaring Jimmy. I hope you see the sense of humor in that one. Mike does, don't you, Mike? Say yes. Yes. I will be taking my tools. A peace pipe. I've got a choice. Do I want to go to the prostituted area or do I just want to go to the relaxation area? What hurricane? I'll go somewhere else. I don't want to be stuck on eating nasty food while I'm there. Fuck. They are. Well, I might have to change my plans. Jamaica hitting this week with a Cat 5 hurricane. Barrel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is not good. Might get tickets cheap. If I wait a week. Well. It is now power hour, 2 minutes post. Randy. Okay, Jimmy's looking at the SPX puts. SPX puts. Come on, you stupid piece of crap. Okay, he's looking at the 5490s. Ladies and gentlemen. Now we have a situation here. We can get these at 110. The 5490 lotto. Or we reverse right now. We hit the 63. They're at 120. 125. Now that's it. Yummy. But I'm not in them. Oh, gosh. 140. There you go. There you go. 5490s from 110 to 140. they didn't appreciate very long. Appreciate. Too many people want in this market. I don't know. $100. Get 2 right here for 95. Puts. Looking at the puts, yeah. Looking at the puts. 105. I think I could have got him for $1. I don't know. I might have to get out of these. $110. I'm not too. We're going to find out real shortly. See? No, I knew it was coming. Perfect. That'd have been nice. 70. Yeah, that would have been real nice. 75 cents. If I'd have grabbed a mirror. More of them. Spy.
second half of election years. It figures out who's going to win. And again, this has usually happened under both Democrats and Republicans. So if it looks like the winner is becoming more obvious, then that could be an additional tailwind for the market. Or maybe put a different way, we've been worried about a correction or pullback as we got closer to the election because of all the uncertainty around who is going to win, maybe that uncertainty goes away.
All right. Good stuff, Ed. Great to catch up. Thanks for the charts. Appreciate the perspective. Always helpful for us. Good stuff.
Thanks for having me.
Very good.
Chief U.S. Strategist at Ed Davis Research. It's Ed Klissel. All right, coming up, let's talk some more about what we learned from the delivery numbers in U.S. autos. Tesla, of course, out front. China stocks looked pretty solid as well, but a big move in Tesla shares now has bulls wondering what's possible again after a long downtrend. Things are looking up for the first time in a while.
Yeah. Good job, Anthony.
Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Boom, boom, boom,
Accelerate market
boom.
knowledge and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Market on Close. Let's dive some more into Tesla's numbers with Garrett Nelson, Vice President, Senior Equity Analyst at CFRA Research. Great to have you today, Garrett. So we've got Tesla really ripping, and it seems like we're getting basically your price target, right? And which has been a huge rally off the lows. So walk me through your analysis on where you stand now.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So we raised our price target this morning following the release of production and deliveries for Q2. Our 12-month target is now 250.
God.
So, you know, obviously it was a better than expected delivery number, but you know, only 8,000 units ahead of expectations, and was still down 5% year over year.
Well, what are you whining about?
Why you're seeing such a big rally in the stock is they also disclosed their energy storage deployments, and it was a record number, about 9,400 megawatt hours in Q2. Now that's more than double the record number that they reported for Q1. So the energy storage business is really taking off.
There we go.
That business segment was only 8% of total revenue in Q1, but it's really taking off. And Tesla's been talking it up for some time, and now we're really starting to see it. And I think that's really more than offsetting, you know, some of the weakness still that we're seeing on the auto side.
Glad to hear you say that. Our Jenny nailed it at the top of the show. That was her assessment. So what kind of visibility do we have? What kind of predictability do we have as far as the energy contributions go to the revenue and the bottom line?
Well, they've provided some very bullish guidance as far as
Chief of Chill.
deployments, you know, looking ahead over the next year or so. So
Today's been a patient day, but a well thought out day.
The street, it's like, okay, let's take this more of a wait and see attitude, but
Wait and see. You don't make money like that, boy.
Mega Pack product, which is really utility scale energy storage.
What the heck?
A lot of utilities are using it for backup power.
We don't trade like that.
And also, we're seeing instances where this is we're displacing some gas peaker units that utilities have used for a long time. And so, Tesla is very bullish about the future of that business. And, I think for a long time we've been talking about Tesla being much more than an auto business. And really what we saw just a few weeks ago at their annual meeting is I think Elon Musk did a really good job shifting investor focus away from the near-term challenges on the auto side, more towards longer-term growth opportunities in energy storage, in AI, in robotics, and other business lines. And I think that's why the stock, you've seen this sentiment shift regarding the stock.
Yeah, sentiment shift in a big way from the lows here. Still trading 100 times forward, basically, so not as high quality of a trade as compared to some of the mega cap peers. But when Tesla gets going, it's oftentimes hard to stop it. Does that valuation expansion, though, put a lot of pressure on the robo-taxi and the autonomy reveal coming up? Garrett, how heavy now is that announcement as far as weighing Tesla's outlook?
Yeah, it becomes more and more important. That's why we're somewhat cautious here with our price target. Still have a buy on it, but we're really taking a wait-and-see approach ahead of that August 8th robo-taxi day, which in our view is a much more important date than their earnings date in a few weeks on July 23rd. So, and I think, everyone is really looking at that robo-taxi day. What are they going to announce? But clearly, just given the move up in the stock since April, the bar is now much higher for them. And so you worry about them falling short of expectations. But we know that they've been, working on a lower price EV. This has been rumored for years now. And so we actually think they're further along in development of the robo-taxi, and that actually we could see first production of this vehicle by the end of next year. So, that's kind of where our expectations are heading into that robo-taxi day.
Okay. All right. So a real product, then we should get some visibility on. Fair, right? I mean, after all the talk, we got to actually have something on the calendar maybe for early next year.
Exactly, and they have been talking about the mass market, $25,000 mass market EV for a very long time. The only hitch is we don't think it's going to be a $25,000 price point. They were, if you look, Musk was talking about that now 6 or 7 years ago, and so just given the inflationary environment and how much raw material costs have increased, we think it's probably more likely to be a $30,000 to $35,000 starting price point, for a base model for this new mass market vehicle. But we think it's going to be a welcome development. There's been kind of a lull in Tesla's vehicle pipeline. Obviously, the Model Y was introduced in March of 2020, over 4 years ago. They had the Cybertruck, but they've really struggled with ramping up production of the Cybertruck, and you can see that in the numbers they put out today. Just backing into it. So I think a higher volume robotaxi EV model will be a welcome development.
Excellent stuff. Glad we got you. Thanks, Garrett. Right. So above 250 as we hit the 230. So adjusting as the price moves. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Sir, coming up, let's trade some options and let's look at some gamma levels and where dealers are exposed and where they want the market to go and not. Mr. Kevin Green joining us to take a look at the next half hour of technicals into the closing bell. We'll be right back.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab.
I love you.
My dad was a hard worker. He used to do
Your dad was a hard worker.
Windows, charging something like $100 a window when other guys were charging $400 or $500.
New high on SPY. 245 for these suckers. $251. That's good to know. Very good to know. So far, it's been a good day for Bobo. AMD had a good day. $25 more minutes left. Do 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 do. Come on, baby. I wouldn't take too many chances.
And small cap growth, I should say, all down in the second quarter. More than half the sectors were down in the large cap S&P 500, 8 out of 11 in the Russell 2000. Those sectors were down as well in the second quarter. So a lot of concern that the breadth, the poor performance in the Q2 is a warning sign that maybe this market's due for a correction. It certainly could be the case, but I think we have seen along with that in the second quarter, rising rates, rising dollar, but those peaked back in April, and so I think that hawkish repricing of rates in late April, early May, may have peaked. It's now in the rearview mirror, and I think with the slowing economic data, it's not recessionary, not seeing any signs of that, but we have seen the Citigroup Economic Surprise Index now at 2-year lows, lowest since the summer of 2022. Employment seems to be at an inflection point here, and so I just wonder if maybe at the next FOMC in July we could see the Fed pivot to a little bit more of a dovish stance and maybe signal rate cuts at the following ensuing meeting in September. So I think we look at those cyclical groups that were really doing well in the fourth quarter and the first quarter of 24, financials, industrials, discretionary. I think maybe we could see what they've been doing the last 3 months, this 3 months of sideways consolidation, which they're underperforming during that time, but they've been holding up in that high level trading range. And so my hope, or my expectation, potentially my bias, is that we can see a positive resolution to the upside. If you look at discretionary, S&P 500 discretionary index this week is breaking out to now 52-week highs.
Yeah, I love that top sector today. Consolidation in the equal weight and in some of the underperforming groups, I think, is a really important point to come back to that chart. Equal weight also next to the mid caps. I mean, you really do see that it kind of looks like maybe it's running out of room here, right? We've had kind of the definition of consolidation, upward on the lows, but downward off the highs.
Yeah, that trend of lower highs and higher lows. It's a technician might say it's starting to coil in a narrow range here, and you would soon then expect to see some sort of movement up or down from there. So what that catalyst will be, we'll just have to remain and see. But from a price action perspective, those overbought momentum readings that we saw, which hit pretty extreme levels in the first quarter, they've normalized now, and so I think some of these industries may be ready for that next leg higher.
Okay. You mentioned the economic surprise. Love that chart as well. It's pretty negative. It's been pretty negative for some time now. And to that point, you would think maybe some of that upside to rates would be limited. I liked your point earlier where we kind of had that reflation scare earlier this year that seemed to die out. And if we can get the inflation surprise index to come down, then that's maybe one way to spin this as a positive thing.
Yeah, so in this, 2-year, 3-year cycle since we've been hiking rates, we saw rates and the dollar peak back around October of 23. That resurgence we saw it in the first quarter or early in the second quarter, peaked in April. We had a slightly higher move again in May, June for both rates and the U.S. dollar. And so you can see they're both, in a trend of lower highs and higher. Well, for some we have a horizontal base, so to speak, but that trend of lower highs is certainly in place, has not yet seen any sort of breakout to the upside in rates and the dollar. And what's been happening accordingly, we've seen half the G10 nations already begin to start cutting rates. Typically, the Fed is one of the leaders in the rate cycle, and so if we are now seeing a slowdown in rates, we are seeing pretty good inflation numbers still. The headline in core PCE at 2.6%. I think the Fed has some cover here to maybe just pivot now to the dovish side, that hawkish repricing. I think it's that pendulum may be on the cusp of moving back the other way. So we're only looking. The market is looking for 2 cuts. The Fed is looking for 1. So the market is more dovish now. It has been for most of this year, but it is closer in line to what the Fed's looking for. So we'll see what the statement is in July. Wouldn't expect there to be any sort of action in July, but maybe they signal something for the next meeting. And I think if that were to happen, I think that certainly could be the catalyst that would propel some constructive rotation, just like we saw in November and December when we saw small caps outperforming, mid caps outperforming. Financials were one of the top performing groups. We have some regulatory conversations taking place regarding market expectations. If we have a new president in office, would that be more favorable to the banks? And so I think there's some setup there that maybe we can see pushing a rotation, which would be constructive for the marketplace.
And Brian, I got one for you real fast. That dollar yields chart, the dollar looks a little bit stronger than yields. It's kind of pushing up against the higher end, which suggests I mean, I know you're making the case here that basically the dollar is likely to come back in if the Fed's going to signal cuts. Do you generally think if the dollar were to break out, though, do yields follow, or is there a disconnect building?
No, if the dollar were to break out to the upside, I would assume that the catalyst, in the near term, might be expectations for a higher for longer environment amongst the interest rates. And so if that were the case, then maybe the a more bearish outcome would take place in the near term for equities, and maybe we would get that correction in the 5 to 10% range. We haven't had much of a correction at all, so if it happens, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think you'd probably have some buyers, not far down below, getting ready to buy that dip.
All right, good stuff. Like the analysis. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
All right, some good charts there. Let's go to Jenny Horn with our developing story. Summertime, and The fun is Six Flags Center. They're making a big move here the last 3 weeks. So what's up, Jenny?
So we did finally get Six Flags and Cedar Entertainment now have finalized their mergers. They are one entity trading, of course, under ticker symbol FUN, which is a great ticker.
Yeah.
Still being called, of course, Six Flags Entertainment. However, they did make it very clear in this press release that actually Cedar Point will not be renamed, and most of their portfolio actually will remain with the legacy branding. So it's not like all of these various Cedar Entertainment properties will now become Six Flags. They're going to be true to the legacy brand. But I think that's also important to keep in mind because Cedar Point to me has like a notoriety, but under the terms of the merger, Cedar Fair shareholders received 1 share of common stock in Six Flags for each unit owned, and former Six Flags shareholders received about 0.58 shares of common stock in Six Flags Entertainment for each share owned. But the combined portfolio now creates 42 theme parks, water parks, and resort properties across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. And I was trying to find out, like, basically trends in this name because I just wasn't a believer that we're still seeing the same foot traffic in Six Flags that we once did, like when I was a child, honestly. And well, we have seen a pretty notable decrease in like revenue, like pretty much averaging around a 20% drop for several years. Of course, I also had to consider the pandemic, so I feel like that's a one-off, an outlier here. But what we have seen actually is that the average spending among consumers going to these parks are spending a lot more. I have to imagine that's because everything costs more. I was just curious about the way that things cost now to go to one of these parks. They cost between around $25 to $65 a day just to get in the park. Season passes start from like $90 to go all the way to like $400. So I was thinking this was cheap. It's not cheap to go to one of these parks if you have a family of obviously more than just you that you're paying for.
All right. Seems like the natural pairing done, and one the government didn't get in the way of.
Yeah, because I think that the business model is flawed.
Yeah, that would have just been rude.
Yeah.
Trying to put a big party together. All right, we got a deal that works. Fun looks good. Stock is ripping. So, all right, add it to our list of channel checks. So, Cedar Fair. All right, thanks, Jenny. When we come back, big picture discussion, heading into the bell. Got a great team joining us for the next 8 minutes or so as we close out what is looking like a really solid session for stocks here as we're going to end up, I mean, who knows? We still got time, maybe 1% for the NASDAQ. Liz Ann Saunders and Nate Peterson today.
Nine more minutes. First pullback.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hinks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Schwab.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalides, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network anytime, anywhere, on any device, for free. Schwab Network.
I remember when I first started flying, and we would experience turbulence.
Turbulence?
I would watch the flight attendants. If they're not nervous.
And that one day you were real nervous. Scared the shit out of me. Started clawing me and stuff. I spilled coffee over myself. Nice little recovery here at the end of the day for the SPY.
like today? Kind of sounded like more of the same, but the market has been running since, basically.
Yeah, more of the same, and he did what he has been doing, although more attention was given to it today and emphasizing the labor market. Oliver, you and I have talked about it quite a bit. Given the unlikelihood of core PCE getting down to the Fed's target this year, that puts some of the onus on further weakness in the labor market, especially on the wage side of things, to be supportive of the Fed moving sooner rather than later in terms of starting cuts. So as if Friday's jobs report wasn't already in focus, I think you add that to the mix. And I think with the JOLTS data coming out today, not as
God, I got all that in one breath.
As dovish as would be expected. I think it just really means the spotlight on a day where a lot of people would rather not be working probably are going to need to assess what Friday brings.
Good, because I'm here.
I'm exhausted.
Manning the desk.
I'll be in.
All right, nice. I want people to pay attention. I mean, pretty big data points. ISM services tomorrow, I feel like, is a really important print, too. Manufacturing was soft again, Lizanne, so we got to get that hold 50.
Yeah, not only that, but I think the component parts, the prices paid component of it, the employment components. So I think the innards of PMI type reports are just as important as the headline readings. And I would say the same thing about the jobs report. It's not just about payrolls and the unemployment rate, but full-time employment versus part-time, wages, hours work, the differential between the establishment survey and the household survey, revisions down to prior months, et cetera.
Okay.
Damn, you're smart, woman.
Volatility is sub 12. If you're looking at the VIX, Nate, I mean, it seems like we're expecting all these things to hit right where we want them.
Yeah, it's just hovering basically around that low level or low end of the range, so to speak. I mean, it's actually overpriced if you look at the actualized volatility in the S&P 500, the historical volatility, what it actually does on a day-to-day basis. But there is perhaps some premium that's in there for some of the potential uncertainty.
5 more minutes.
If you look at the VIX term
5 more minutes. And I got to go do something.
October expiration, for example, it's above 17.5, which, it's a known unknown, but, you would think, hey, that's a pretty big rise. From 12, it is historically not so much. And it just speaks to this melt-up mode that I think we've seen that is and continues to be primarily tech-driven. If you look at the month of June, one of the best performing industries was software. Thank you, Oracle and Adobe, even after a lot of those companies within that industry happen to underperform, like your Workdays, your Salesforce, etc. So there's still this gravitational pull towards tech.
That is still something that just we can't ignore. All our guests have different ways to think about breadth, participation. The one we heard from Ed Clissold at the top of the show, I know you follow this, and his stat was the number of companies outperforming the S&P is at a record low year to date. So it's like the worst stock pickers environment ever if your option is to just buy the index. And then to Nate's point, they're all wrapped up with each other too. So I mean, it's working for us for now, but
big breakout.
Danger there?
Well, I think the danger comes not so much just by a small handful of names driving performance.
296 now for the calls.
That is not abnormal. To your point, it's the very low share of the rest of the market that is outperforming the index. It's only 17%
The
of the S&P over the
546.
past year. It's only 15% over the past 6 months. So that's a very low share. So it's the combination of what's happening up the cap spectrum and the lack of participation elsewhere. The other important thing to point out, especially as we head into earnings season, is the appreciation in areas of leadership, whether it's the Magnificent Seven, whether it's the tech sector more broadly, has been greater at the cap contribution level than it has in terms of the earnings contribution. So you've seen price move exceed the move in terms of greater earnings into the mix for the overall S&P 500, which means you now have a larger share that is multiple expansion, and multiples are already stretched. Now, valuation is a terrible market timing tool. I would never suggest anybody use it as such, but it is that greater price appreciation than what the increase in earnings suggests, and that's important as we head into reporting season.
All right. Yeah, this is not too far off again for earnings ahead of us with the day off too. Half day for us tomorrow. We're kind of got a weird kink sort of in the calendar as well, Nate. But generally, I mean, for us, as far as summer goes, lower volumes can create a little bit more, pockets, some air pockets. But it seems like as KG pointed out just earlier, like we just keep drifting, like the market drift for all of the like options, you know, skews and gamma, all that stuff. It just feels like there's pressure underneath.
Yeah, there is, and then you look at mega cap tech and you see Amazon new all-time highs, Alphabet new all-time highs, Microsoft new all-time highs, and then think about that psychologically, what that basically represents. It tells you that price discovery is still going on. They haven't found a fair multiple, so to speak. It tells you that, at least psychologically speaking, every dip buyer, if they have held, they're going to make money on those mega cap names. And I think a lot of this has to do with the AI and the innings that we're in terms of, you have 4 phases. Goldman put out 4 phases of the AI, growth cycle that we're in right here, this technological shift. We're in 1 to 2, and because it's an open-ended story and you can't quite quantify just how big that TAM is, and there hasn't been enough to really debunk it, this allows for multiple expansion, investor sentiment to kind of feed on itself.
One more minute.
To feed on itself. When we get to late July and August, then seasonally speaking, perhaps we can look for some type of perhaps mean reversion or profit-taking type of correction. Until then, it's like you have a permission slip to continue to kind of push them higher.
Yeah, all right, I like that. Till the imagination can run wild until it is obviously disproven. So the burden of disproof is on the cynics and the bears. All right, great stuff. Appreciate.
Boom, boom. Spy, man, take profit. Ding-a-ling. Very, very good day today. It could have been a lot better if I was a little bit more focused, but I mean, I missed the morning trade again. So I waited for that pullback and boom, I was able to capitalize on that and get my trade of the day out. Patience. I think if you just have plenty of patience, you can get one good trade a day, and that's really all you need. Just one good trade a day. So that's it. We got Thursday off. Tomorrow, is it a short trading day? People are going to be taking extended time off. So probably volume won't pick up until next Monday. But there'll still be tradable stocks. I mean, the market is still tradable. It's not like it used to be where it'd be dead. I mean, you could... Very dead. So I'm going to get out and do an errand. Yesterday I couldn't make it to my accountant in time, so today I'm going to try. And we'll catch you later.